Hello, early birds. Can you give me a thumbs up in the comments to say you can hear me? Just want to check, make sure the audio is working. Thank you very much. Perfect. We'll start on the half past. So keep coming in. Do type in the comments where you're popping in from, which country. Oh, did you hear that noise? That's my horse. She wants some breakfast. A second one. I just caught the tail end of the speakers in the Australian time zone. So you guys, if you're going to watch the replays, you're in for a treat. They were amazing, all 10 of them. And the hosts, I'm sure, are ready to go to sleep now, bless them. Now I'm just going to grab a cup of tea and then we'll be ready to start. Do make sure you've got lots of water, and because you need to be hydrated, because some of these transmissions will dehydrate you. You'll need the energy as well. Catch you in a minute. We are live. We are live. Everyone got their cup of tea? I've certainly got mine. Nicola!
Morning. Already with my water today.
It's got to be done. Just make sure I make you a co-host.
Got the biggest jug of water. I know last year I drank so much because like the energy gets really high, doesn't it?
It does.
Like around the ground.
I'm already feeling high already. Having watched who do I watch? I watched Fabian Lou, Chantel DeGaudio, Dean Bottles, Kelly Springer. Yeah, watched all of those this morning when I woke up, and Chantel had us all boogieing away. I did a quick live into the Dragon Thunder group, so that was powerful. So I woke up. I think I went to bed about 1, and the cat woke me up at stupid o'clock, and I was like, oh, I haven't got enough energy now. And then after having a bit of a boogie with Chantel, it's like, woohoo, let's go.
Fantastic. Oh.
I believe you wanted to possibly share some cards with us to sort of open this European space.
Yes,
My horses agreeing.
Yes, I've got my deck ready, the Dragon Wisdom Codes
Cool.
deck. So I'll just give them a little shuffle and we'll hear and see what the dragons want to say to us today.
Good.
These are all different channeled messages that I've collected. Oh, that one flew out. Interestingly, it's the season of autumn, which, given how hot it is right now, it doesn't feel like the autumn. But are they saying that? I don't know if you've noticed, but like I've been out in outside doing some walks, and the blackberries, they've all come like to fruition, and I'm like, oh, it's like autumn.
Yeah, they're really
dying down.
that.
So maybe it is. It's an early season of autumn. So this one says, the season of autumn. Autumn brings the wisdom from the west and the flow of water to carry away your worries and guide you to expand into your greatness. Breathe. Watch a river flow. Does it run towards you or away from you? Breathe. Does the water flow steady? Is there a trickle or a tsunami? Breathe. Is this your outlook on life? Does abundance run away from you or towards you? How abundant do you feel? Breathe. Water is a representation of your emotions. Do you feel deserving of abundance? Breathe. Abundance in wealth, health, and relationships is your birthright. To claim this abundance, you must be sovereign in your thoughts, beliefs, and actions. Release what no longer serves you into the flow of the river and embrace your sovereign soul self. Of course, dragons are always about sovereignty, aren't they? And being abundant, because we can all be abundant. We're all natural beings, aren't we? So yeah, I just share one card. So.
That's cool. That's fine. I just sent a message say, come on, put your cameras on. There's nothing worse when our speakers come on and they're giving their time freely. That all they get to stare at is a bunch of names. It's nice to see your beautiful faces. None of you that aren't speaking will be recorded, so it doesn't matter if your hair's not quite right. Yeah, I forgot my lippy this morning. So it will just be our speakers that are being recorded, so you won't go out into the world. So don't worry about what you look like. And it's just beautiful to see people. You're all gorgeous in your own right. So gorgeous. Good to see people coming on. And I have to say, when you get to see the replays of the first 10 speakers, you're going to be blown away. The ones I saw, the power, it was magical. And I'm sure our European ones, of course, are going to be far better. It's not really a competition. I got something from the dragons that just to sort of open the space, and I know the previous guys used it, so I just want to read through it and just sort of set the energy. I want you all to realize that we are surrounded now by just about every single dragon that I could pull in. I'm sure that Nicola could pull in, and if you've got any, pull them in and just surround us with a beautiful space. So this space is pure love. Nothing can come in that doesn't have unconditional pure love for each and every single one of us. It just bounces off like, ooh, it doesn't even know where it's gone. You can see us even. So we're just gonna pull that in now. Hello everyone, thrilled to be here. Yeah, it's good to be here. Hey Fiona, how you doing? Good to see you. So bring yourselves into your heart. Hold a strong intention. Breathe. I need to calm my excitement down. It's a bit high. Breathe. I'm going to run out of energy. Breathe. Right. So, great dragons of light and flame, ancient keepers of truth and time, we call to you across the veils, across realms seen and unseen, to gather here in circle with us, both here live and both for those beautiful people watching this replay. May your wings weave protection around this summit, your breath clear all distortions and doubt, your eyes see the truth in every word spoken, and your hearts beat in rhythm with ours. To the rainbow dragons we call you in to bring colour and clarity. To the rune dragons bring sacred codes and activation. To the cloud dragons swirl in the wisdom of the wind. To the healer dragons cast your light upon every soul present. Let the channels be clear, let the speakers be empowered, let the technology dance in harmony, and let the audience feel the fire of remembrance. We are gathered in service to Earth, in alignment with the Dragon Realm, and in honour of the councils that guide us. Dragon Thunder Europe has begun. May it flow with power, purpose, peace, and so it is. By the claw, by the scale, by the flame, and by light, we welcome you, mighty dragons, and beautiful humans, one and all. Many of you, we know are dragons. So welcome. It's good to see you all. We've got a little while before we need to start, and I always like to let everyone just take part. This isn't a conference that's just about us and just about these amazing speakers that are coming. It's about you. Every single one of us has got a small story to a huge story. I know some of you work with the Dragon Council. I know some of you maybe have only just met your dragon and you're still not quite seeing it properly, and you're still not sure what the purpose of this weird dragon thing is, and you're not sure whether you've gone mad and you don't know what it's about. We're all a bit like that. How about you, Nicola? When you first met the dragons, how did it feel?
Yeah, I did think I had gone mad, definitely. Yeah. And then when the energy came in as well, I didn't really know exactly that it was dragons. I started smelling smoke first, believe it or not. And it just feels like this heavy pressure was on my head as though something was sitting there. And then, of course, I could start seeing them in my dreams, and then I could hear them. And they were sending me to places, lovely sacred places. But yeah, I think you do feel a bit crazy to start with, but not everyone. Some people probably, get dragons probably become more natural. I think perhaps when you're grow up in the East, maybe dragons seem more normal. I think was it Yukime? No, sorry, the lady from Japan that
Yeah, Yumiko, yeah,
I
from
think it was
Japan.
just a natural thing from a young child, and because they work with the dragon energy in a very different way. Whereas, of course, we're all about slaying the dragons, and what we've been taught is just not real. So maybe it's that we've got this fear instilled in us.
It's true. And I love the fact that every time I come on Facebook or social media, you're popping around the country, going to Stonehenge and going to what was that place with the rock that looks like the dragon that's sleeping, that's got the hole. Here's that one.
Oh, that
South Coast.
where did I
Turtle
end up?
Door.
Oh, Durdle Door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all these other sacred places. Are you going to go also to Caroline's, the Stonehenge? No, the Woodhenge.
I'm not going to make that one this year, unfortunately. I'm going to
Uh,
check in because I'm abroad, but I will be checking in, yeah, because I was there at the beginning of the year at Stonehenge, and now she's doing like a linking of the grids from Stonehenge to Woodhenge.
yeah.
So I think I should just energetically check in on that one. If you're if you're there, I'm sure you'll be there. You were at the last one, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm definitely going. I've booked in. I've noticed that there's a lot of people. You get this little thought in your back of your head, like go visit so and so, and you're like, where'd that come from? And then you realise it's your dragons telling you to go somewhere, and you don't always know why you're going there. I mean, I often go there, and I'm like, so what do you want me to do? And then I'll just do a sacred ceremony or something, and then I hear something like, oh, you just need to say these words or clear some energy, or the fact that you're here and honouring this space and this land. And then if I look it up later, it's like, actually that was on a ley line, that was a dragon ley line. That's probably what I was like, oh, maybe I was doing some clearing of it. And you don't always know why you're there, and some of you will get that purpose call, and you may not know why, but feel into your gut. You're like, is this just some weird silly thought I'm having, or is this some idea from a higher being? It's good to tap into it. I mean, Nicola, what are you normally doing when you go to all these sacred places? What do you normally do?
Yeah, so about 3 weeks ago, I got this, just woke up in the morning. I was like, oh, you need to go to Cornwall. I had no idea where I was going in Cornwall. And I just drove, just followed, literally, like you say, followed my intuition. I
Oh
was going
wow! Well,
down all
no
these
map or
little
anything.
back
You like
roads. No, I
show
just
you
went.
down.
And I ended up in this place called Crackington Bay, and locally it's known as the
Mm,
Sleeping Dragon. So
yeah,
I'm just there, and then I connect in, just like you. I would do. Well, I ask the dragons, "What do you want?" Sometimes I hear nothing. Sometimes I don't pick anything up until I actually get home.
yeah,
Um, but usually, when I'm there, I still like to do some sort of ceremony, or more just honoring the land, isn't it? The land of the dragons that are there. So I might find some flowers or a feather or something that shows itself to me, or a certain crystal, and I just might move that to another area and just lay it down as a gift. So yeah, that's how I kind of work with it at the moment.
it's beautiful. Is there anyone else here? We've got another 20 minutes or so before Naomi starts us off. Anyone else working with dragons? Anyone got a little story they want to share? It's a space for us to be fully open and silence. You're saving it for another day, I know. I suspect what you want to do is you want to come on to Dragon Talks someday, don't you, and share it then. Have your own full hour. Actually, you don't have to have a full hour on the Dragon Talks that we run monthly. You can come on and share for 5 minutes if you like. That's always good. Maybe I should call a card then. The dragons over the past few years of it's when what first happened was I was riding the horse that I'm human to. You might hear her calling now and again because she thinks she needs another breakfast, though she had one about 5 o'clock this morning. I was riding her and she wouldn't go past a certain point in the field that we always went past. So I was like, oh, she's been one of them days. She's a mare, maybe she's in season or whatever it is. She's seen a strange shadow. So I went off galloping around the countryside, came back all hot and sweaty and the rest of it, and tried to go back the shortcut way, and she wouldn't go there. So I was like, okay, what's going on? And at this point, I'd started sort of understand that there were other things that my human eyes that only see 1% of the sound, the spectrum, and only hear 1% or even less. There's other things that cats, dogs, horses, animals seem to be able to see, and many humans as well. So I was like, okay, maybe I should ask. So I was like, okay, I feel a bit. There's no one else here. That's all right. I'm good. No one can hear me. Like, who's there? I was like, that was a bit pathetic. So I was like, who's there? And then I was like, that was a bit silly, wasn't it? And then suddenly this thing shimmered. It was about the size of a double decker bus. Have you ever seen those in London? All those big yellow buses that they have in the States. Um, and it was see through, and it was like glass, but it was like water. And I now know it was a water dragon. At the time, I had no idea. It's just like I was like, what my loads of rude words in my head. My horse at this time was like, I think that thing wants to eat me, and was basically in panic mode and was turning very quickly. And I was like, I'm going to fall off. I didn't, luckily. And she just literally took off, galloped away from this thing. And I was like, I must have been working too hard because I've just been hallucinating about see-through dragons. Oh, I've lost the plot. I've lost the plot. I didn't tell anyone. When we got back to the yard, there was somebody there going, "What's she seen? What's she seen?" Because they could see my horse was spooked. I was like, "A monster." They were like, "Oh, they see them all the time, yeah, in the shadows or something." It's like, "Yeah, that's it." And it's like, I need to tell someone because I think I probably need to take some medication or something. I told my missus, and she was like, "Well, if your horse saw it, it must be real." I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." Long story short, I met a shamanic teacher at an event, and I sat down opposite her, and I was like, for some reason, I feel like I can talk to this lady. I didn't know she was a shaman at the time or anything. So I just said to her, I was like, I know when I was listening, "Have you heard of dragons?" And she was like, "Yeah, I work with them all the time. They come into my healing sessions, all the rest of it." I was like, "Oh, wow." So, look, again, long story short, I went to Wales, which has got the flag of the red dragon, and she blew dragon fire into my heart. And I saw the big red dragon. I was like, "Oh, blimey, it's a bit more real." And then, again, long story short, the dragons came in and started talking to me. I was like, "Oh, I'm hearing voices in my head now. I'm really crazy." And then I started meeting more and more people, and I realised this is where the dragons talk to you. Often they don't always come in, and you don't always see them because it's a bit scary at first. And they whisper, and you listen carefully. You go, "Oh, yeah, there's dragons talking to me." And then bit by bit, they got me to write books, asked me to start this summit 3 years ago. And again, long story short, here we are. And as that long story was all about me opening these cards, they asked me to create some cards. 101 healer dragons came in. Every dragon, I'm told, can heal, and in many different ways. But a bit like we have general practitioner doctors that you go to the GP and they go, "Oh, you've got a cold, here's some pills," or whatever. That if you then get a specialist, maybe you go for a heart surgeon or a brain surgeon or whatever it is. That's what these healer dragons came in and said, "We're the healer dragons, and we specialize in these main things, even though every dragon can assist in most things." So there's these beautiful cards, all 101 of them, and there's a book that goes with it that explains it. So let's see if the dragons have a message for us. Right, it's a fiery looking one. It says, can't read it as I can. "This dragon burns away fear-based thoughts, heals suppressed emotions, and strengthens courage." You can call the dragon in, say, "Flame of truth and light, burn away my fears tonight. Heal the wounds I cannot see. Ignite my heart with bravery. With your fire I stand tall, fearless, strong, and free of all." Just what the dragons want for us, to be free, to stand in our courage. That's their message to us today. Be a fiery dragon. It's a bit like that first dragon that the shamanic teacher blew into my heart. Anything else from you, Nicola, before we start?
No, that was a lovely, lovely message. Thank you. I think definitely the dragons are talking about us being in our sovereignty. I love that you had a red dragon, actually. And I noticed that a lot of people, when dragons first come into them, it's often a red dragon. And I do talk about that in my talk as well, which is recorded for this summit. So yeah, that is definitely, there seems to be a bit of a theme there. That red dragon sort of protects that wisdom and just opens you up to your inner wisdom and inner fire, doesn't it? That jewel that's within. So yeah, I love that card. Thank you.
Welcome. I always love sharing that. Sometimes you go on a journey, don't you, and you forget where you've been and what you came from, and where you are, and remembering it, I can still feel that fire, like, and definitely for me, it's the dragons. If you said to me, like most people that work with dragons, if you told me 10 years ago I'd be talking about dragons on a summit, I'd be like, he lost the plot, that'd be stupid. It's a mystical thing that bites the head off maidens or something or other and burns villages. Now I'm like, that's so far from the truth. You know, in the same way that the witches got burnt at the stakes because they were evil. Of course they weren't. They just knew about herbs and things like that. And yeah, there was a bit of magic in there as well. Yeah, so I've come a long way, and I'm sure many other people have come a long way too. And if anyone's at the beginning of it and is feeling a bit like this is a bit crazy, it's not. It's just the fact that, as I said before, we only see 1% of the spectrum, we only hear 1% of the sound. We've probably got less than 1% of the understanding of the universe. I mean, I was on a journey at one point where I saw 9 layers of reality coexisting on this planet, and in one of them was at the 9th level, was where all the dragons are residing, fully formed, fully happy, getting on with their lives. And every now and again they're like, oh, I better pop down to that really deep painful level where those humans are. Oh, I'm gonna go down. And it's like, when they get here, it's very hard, they were saying to me, to be fully physically solid, and that's why I saw the dragon as like an outline rather than more a solid water dragon. I picked that red dragon yesterday for myself, so it's confirmation. Yeah, exactly. The red dragon, it gives you courage. If you just imagine a red dragon standing behind you, wherever you go, wherever you've got any sort of fear, just walk with that courage, walk with that understanding that it's there to assist you, to protect you, to heal you in many different ways, and it's just really tapping into it. And that's what we're going to find out from all these beautiful speakers. What I love is that everyone's got a slightly different perspective, and the key element is dragons in the middle of it. And the 10 speakers that were on previously, each of them's got a slightly different view. There's some people that are working with one dragon, and then there's Dean, who's like working with billions of dragons, and telling us that the golden dragons are coming in now, and that actually every single one of us has like a dragon guardian. And I'm finding that over time that the red dragon seems to be what many people see, and many people are seeing a white dragon, but I'm also hearing a lot of my friends that have been on the path, let's call it, for a while, that have already opened the curtain many times and doing lots of healing, that they're finding a gold dragon, or a number of gold dragons coming in. And then, of course, there's the rainbow dragons and the black dragons, and there's so many different colours of dragons in there. So it can get confusing. The important thing is, if a dragon comes into your life, step into your sovereignty, because I hear a lot of people going, oh, I need to ask so-and-so, and I need to ask so-and-so, and I get loads of messages like, I've got this dragon, what does it mean? It's like, okay, I'll give you back your sovereignty. The dragon has come to you. I don't know the dragon. It's a bit like you introducing me to your best friend and saying, what does it mean? Oh, I have no idea. They're your friend, and the dragon is your friend. So take the time to inquire, or wherever it is that you feel you can connect. Maybe it's in the sea, maybe it's in the forest, maybe it's in a busy London, I don't know. Wherever you feel you can connect, and be with that energy, and ask it to come to you however it comes to you, whether it's fully formed, whether it's in a dream, whether it's sending you images on social media, whether it's whatever it is. So I always say, have your sovereignty back. I'm glad that you found a dragon, or dragons found you. Be with the dragon, and a bit like if you're on a first date with someone, ask all those questions, and then once you feel a bit more comfortable, ask the big questions that you really meant to ask, you know, and do that, and have that relationship with your dragon guide, whoever they are, and they'll introduce you then to the wider, maybe the rainbow dragons or the dragon council or wherever it is, the galactic dragons. And it's up to you. You might just say, I just want to keep one little dragon, I'm not interested in that dragon council. That's fine. Just be with it. You're the sovereign being You're the soul that has been chosen to have that connection. And again, you don't need to go out to the world and shout on these sort of summits. If it's just you with yourself, with the dragon, then great. And they were saying to me, remember that we're here to protect you, and we do silly little things like, we'll find you a parking space. And I do that every time I'm going to go into busy town. I'm like, dragons, find me a parking space. And I'm like, and I just drive there knowing there's going to be one. And they're like, hold on a second, so I'll slow down, and then somebody will pop out like that in there. Thank you. Whenever I travel, I imagine I've got three main ones. I imagine one flying above, one above, often it jumps on the car, like, oh, yep, and one behind is like, protect me. And you can do that all the way through to saving the planet, saving the universe. But you pick where you want to be. Anyway, I'm going to be quiet now because I'm going to hand over to Nicola, who's then going to introduce our first guest. Why not start 5 minutes early?
Thank you. So yes, our first guest today is the lovely Niomi Stella Rose from Sweden. And Niomi is a light language Kundalini activator, an energy worker, of course, tantric shamanic priestess, a frequency therapist, and cacao ceremonialist. So today, Naomi is going to give us a light language activation with the dragons, and she's going to be supported by her partner as well, who's going to be holding the space. And she's going to leave plenty of time at the end as well for some question and answers. So of course you can be brave, come on camera, ask those questions, or you can put them in the chat if you want to. Okay, so I'm going to hand over to Naomi then. Welcome.
Hello, so nice to be here. Really nice to see you all, and thank you, Kev, for organizing this again. I remember my last time where I opened the day and I couldn't get the camera to work for quite a long time. So it's already going really well, and I would also love to send a request from my heart that everyone who is here, if you feel like you can, like if you don't have any children in the background, if you have all your clothes on, please turn on your camera. Please come and be with us face to face and in human connection. It's so important when we're connecting like this online and on Zoom to practice the same human manners, I guess we could call them, of just being brave and connecting face to face. And like I said, it's an invitation. I respect your sovereignty. If you feel you don't want to, that is okay. So just giving 1 minute now for people to feel in. Would you like to join me face to face? Cameras on. And one of the reasons I'm asking this as well is because this is an experience as well. We're going to be doing an activation, and we're also working with our life force energy. So it's a Kundalini activation, and this can be strong for people. And this is why we would like the cameras on, so that we can monitor you physically as well. I would like to see how people are responding. We could say it's for safety. I'm going to also talk about galactivation, which is what we're doing today. So it's not, this 45-minute section is less of me speaking in English anyway, and is more of an experience. So you'll be invited to go inwards, closing your eyes. It's a real activation of the inner dragon, your highest consciousness, because we all have an inner dragon. And we can receive a lot of visions when we close our eyes and go inwards. It's also quite a physical experience when our life force energy is activated in this way. It can be quite physical. We can have some movements, physical movements that are spontaneous. So again, this is one of the reasons I would like you to have your cameras on. So I'm going to speak directly to Amanda Miller, Annabelle, who I know well. I think you're on the beach, so it's okay. Claudia, Mitzi, Wagner, beautiful name. Speaking directly to Mona, Mukta, and Susan on her iPads. A very warm invitation to please turn on your cameras. And while we're waiting for Amanda, Claudia, Marianne, Mitzi, Mona, Mukta, and Susan to consider turning on their cameras and joining us, I'm going to introduce also my beautiful partner in Galactivation, Roman. He is based, as you can see over there, in Houston, and he has his camera on, and it's early in the morning over there. So he's not worried about how he looks at all. He's probably a little bit sleepy. And we work together in Galactivation. Thank you so much for turning on your cameras, Mona and Mukta. Just giving a few more minutes. Don't worry, we're going to do the Galactivation even if everyone's not got their cameras on, so don't worry. But here is Roman, and Roman and I, when we work together in Galactivation, we are speaking light language. Activated Roman's light language is spoken light language. Everyone can speak light language. Nothing special there. I activate it in a certain way. So we did it one-to-one online. And his first light language dialect was a dragon dialect, which you're going to hear today. It's very beautiful. And light language is consciousness technology. It's a way of transmitting and activating consciousness, divine intelligence. So it's less about how it sounds, the words, what they mean, understood by the human mind. The human mind can't understand light language. It's more about the vibration, how it feels for you and what it activates within you, the emotions, the visions, the physical sensations, the energy, the love, hopefully. It can also activate many soul wisdom, gifts, and memories. And all light language is 100% eternal living light when in this space. I speak many different dialects, and when I activate light language, it can be many different dialects. It's really normal in this space as well in a Galactivation session that you may spontaneously speak light language, but we have no expectations. I also invite you to connect into the higher self now, into your heart. While we're just waiting for Daniela, Katharina, Mitzi, and Morgan to consider turning on your cameras. And I'm sure everyone here would love to extend that invitation to them, that you are very welcome here in this space. This is a sacred, safe space. So we will begin shortly. And coming into the heart space, I invite your higher self into this space. I work with the higher selves from the 49th dimension to co-create with my higher self at that dimension. And we state and we decree, we command our authority as sovereign beings that only that which is for the highest potential will occur in this space. And I invite you to state that yourself as sovereign beings. We are all equal co-creators in this sacred space. You may want to state the following. I command my authority. I decree and I declare. I am sovereign. I am free. I'd also invite you to open your heart and state your consent, if you consent to receive this galactivation. I don't need to hear it, just a telepathic yes. It's not just for me and for Roman, it's to the light beings who are here in this space. They will not offer their support if you do not ask for it. So a final invitation to Amanda Miller, Daniela L., Katharina Hoffman, Maria, Mariol, I'm not great when it's all the letters together. Maria and Mitzi, you're so welcome to turn on your cameras so that we can all begin this journey together. We're working with the Sophia dragons, source dragons, mother of dragons, Elohim creator dragons, seraphim dragons, the divine dragon realm, and of course your own inner dragon. And we welcome your dragon guides into this space to co-create. Dragons of the light. So Roman is here. And I invite you to close your eyes. Start to journey inwards. We receive so much when we are inwards, closing the eyes. Take some deep breaths and reassure your whole system that you are safe. And you take responsibility for your own journey today as sovereign being. And a final invitation for Amanda, Daniela, Katharina, Maria, and Mitzi to turn on your camera. And we begin. I invite Roman to unmute and connect with me. Journeying into the heart space now. Ziar aret erigiarat eziariat arat igia zundariata eranagiriat ti 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 zuri ti 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 ijandarania juri zaia kuia gia iania gia zundariatiria kia giarianduri.
Zi ya zu ya zi ya zu ya zi ya zi ya zu ya zi ya zu ya zi shu shi ya shu ya shi ya shu ya shi ya shu. Shu ya shi ya shu. Shu ya shi ya shu.
Vand eria juari zuza zia zaza zia zujana. Dhanyati aria juria zia ueza zia za. O eziria zuejandia zia kaia. Tia namaradatia namaratata. Juru jaria zunaria jandari. Jandiaria zuza ziza zia zueza zia za. Etidilitiata jurut urututu jandaria zandiaria jur i jan i jaria zandaria jaria jan jannarat erit arat zururutututuru aria jandiaria zaria tatata jur i jandiariat utututututu et i jaia zur etiria tatatata what iji ayat ia jarat arat a zenderet teteteria tu jamariat atatatatatatatata et iju ju 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 zia Zendaraniatoria ta 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 Samnariatur azatiatarandariat airiashtarat arat airiata Uaziziarena ashiariata Uaraziazir ishiar arana a Nomnarianandarana aria jaranaya Uzai aziaziaziaziaza Jiaria Zamdiaria turia jiaia otiazia Nemdia namdia rajdia turia jairi Sarania diaria jiaria aezi Kro ejiaia ziatatia zairia Endaria jaria jur I jandaria kujiaria tata Kemnara tata tia ruturia tata 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 Jandiarania zia za 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 zi za Ira tata tia ja iriat atatata Jamdir ajur iakia tata Tiaria turia sia tia 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 Dendiaru tiria sia Nuri araniasia Nuri atia shiria si Kurtu zaraniasia Kumnariat at et eriat et ir Zabriat air Zandariat air ir et igia Genderia jur za Zendiaria jur I Narania ta Zendiaria jairia Zuriayak Aishtia, Neretiatir Ijariai Ujandiaya, Gendiaria Siaria, Nendiarandarana Andarania, Gendiara Push, Sha Erek Airizai Iria Kushiaranaya.
She ya shu shu ya she ya shu shu ya she ya shu 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 ya she ya shu 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 ya she ya shu shu ya she ya shu ya shu ya she shu ya she ya shu ya she Shu ya she ya shu ya she zi ya zu ya 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 Zizi ya suzu ya zizi ya su ya zi ya suzu ya zi ya su ya zi ya zu ya zi ya zu ya zi.
Iria koenia tata iria Korea to iria Meratia Meratia Koreana Tiariana Sirianoriana Tatiataya Koreana Tiataya
Shoo, 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 ya, she, ya, shoo, shoo, ya, she, ya, shoo. Shoo, shoo, ya, she, ya, shoo, ya, she. She, ya, shoo, shoo, ya, she. She, ya, shoo, 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 ya, she. She, ya, shoo. Shoo, ya, she, ya, shoo. Shoo, shoo, ya, she, ya, shoo. Shoo, 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 ya, she. She, ya, shoo, shoo, ya, she, ya, shoo. Z, ya, zoo, zoo, ya, z, ya, zoo. Zoo, ya, z, ya, zoo, zoo, ya, z. Z, ya, zoo, zoo, ya, z, ya, zoo. Zoo, ya, z, ya, zoo. Zoo, ya, 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 zoo. Shoo, she, ya, shoo, ya, she. Shoo, 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 ya, she, ya, shoo. Shoo, 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 ya, she, ya, shoo. Shoo, ya, she. She, ya, shoo, shoo, ya, she, ya, shoo. She, ya, shoo, ya.
Dharanat uro ejairia iwazaiaia. Nuera zaram naret erek ayarana uren yashtiata. Quenderiata era zuzuzandaia jarat. Zamnarakia juerena aria tatata. Retetiat ureza ir iana ashtiarak yashtiarana ashtia. Terak izandarana asht ir. Tur eshti ir jamna aria ad ushderia. Nemderia kur eshtir. Sayara tur eshtaranai, kuram naria kajiaranair, zemderakir ishtar et, Ko et iram naziaratur. Ejderek ir estiaioea, janderana izara, pur estir it arana, sennerekir erekair estarat eranar, kumnar et ir izarat eret ujdi andari, quet erek ir anat ar ujdarat endarat izarat esti ir, zer ir et erekair ko estiana ashdir, namnare ir ezarak ur amdiak ushdi ir iziat arana quet erak ushder endier Rori zamnare ushdarak airi zamdiarak yashti sir ishdair uzamnar ike ashti quet eraniad estiariat ushdiad andarani ir serandarana ashdare narak ishdar et ir quet erana ujdi nandiat keraniasiana terat it anat usht arak zarat karaniat estir alat ushdia kairiana ashtiayana Irana asiara kur, quet anakir amnasht terat iasiara ayanak quet eriat anna irasiak amiati, warana ira kaishtiara Orik air isat terak iamnara siari queana aria siat shura erana shaeran narak iriasi, quena eranat esiaret kalaiam narat usht teraena serayuk Huarana yashtiayani teratir anasiam kanakiat ura sarat eraya huanayanam ayasiaratur arakata neratiata eratatiatur anasiana kanayashirana arana ushtam nara teratir iasiarana neratiatura siata eria kairiana ashtir Nendarana astir erati, Huaterandaraki shirianuria siariania.
Shu, shu yashi, shia, shu yashi, shu yashi, shu, shu yashi, shia, shu yashi, shu yashi, shu yashi, shu yashi. She ya shu ya 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 she Shu ya shi, zi ya zu ya si ya zu ya si, zi ya zu ya si ya zu ya zi ya zu ya si ya zu ya si ya zu ya si ya
Petia istiaina kairia kaina tatatai. Iriaina tatatai kainia shaitai. Nur iriaina iria makia soiriaina nai tai. Koiria kia noi shiairia matatatai. Nuia ia soiania kairia koinai tai tianio shairia. Nuriana tairia na siria kainia ai. Sure, I soy, I tai, no, stiania. Wera iria tai iria soy, kuiania no shiaria. Kem nair kate na kaito na nania noi, nuri, kuiania. Kuiania taia, noi. Suanai, 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 Kuanatai, Sianai, Kuai, Sianai, Kiriana Shiranai Surairasit Anaratai Zendarashtiat Kijarair Zenaria Kazir Kurandashtir Sairukor Arakul Andariara Karashtiarana Tetetira Nandaranai Zururarashtir Kandaria Kai Nendiaranai Sur Arakit Ai. With the eyes closed. Noticing what you see. And with your eyes closed, noticing how you feel. And with your eyes closed, what is in your heart, in your heart portal? And with your eyes closed in this silence, what do you hear? And with your eyes closed, when you ask this question, what do you receive? Who am I? And with your eyes closed, when you ask yourself this question, how does God, my Creator, the Divine, see me? What do you receive? And we take a deep breath together in gratitude. Gratitude to yourself and all parts of you for being brave, diving into this experience, the unknown galactivation, which is a higher heart consciousness activation with orgasmic light language activations and a cosmic life force activation all together on a sound journey. And when you feel ready, slowly opening your eyes. We've been connecting in the quantum. And now we come back to connecting as humans do with our eyes open, daring to face one another face to face as humans, smiling perhaps, if we want to. And just inviting you to look at the little squares on your device here, those humans who are here with you, the 24 of us in this space. I'm just another one of them. And having a look at them and sending love wherever they are. The love that you send them ripples out to everyone that they will meet. And receiving love. As we give, we have to be open to receiving love from those. This is unity consciousness at this highest level in a unified field of God consciousness, source consciousness. And we also experienced the beautiful energy of Kundalini Prana Shakti at the 13th dimension, which is the divine feminine. And in this space with me and Roman, when we're doing this little game, it's also the divine union codes activated within. and without. So just close this space with so much love and gratitude. And I'm going to hand it over to Nicola to guide this, because I'm really bad at timekeeping. And yeah, I'd love to know how you experience this. You're also welcome to share in the chat, and of course, share your sound vibration. If you want to unmute, you're welcome to. I'll mute myself.
Oh, thank you so much, Niomi. I feel really so relaxed. I absolutely love it when you were like singing. It was like a lullaby. I was like, oh, I just felt like, oh, I need deep rest with that one. So I've just asked if anyone wants to share their experience, then please do so either in the chat or you can raise your hand. I think there's a little button at the bottom, or you can just raise your hand like that, and Niomi will see you if you want to share. Or I think Marilyn would like to
Hello, hi. I'd like to say thank you for that, Naomi, or Niomi, how you pronounce it. For me, it was so powerful. I mean, right from the beginning when you were speaking and you were saying about connecting with was it the 49th level or whatever it was, I felt the energy starting to build. And then with the language, with the light language, when you started, it was almost like a roar. There was that as you were speaking, and I felt all the hairs on my body rise up. I just got goosebumps. And then the light, I felt this light just coming out, and then the purple colours. And as it went on, I suddenly found myself like I had my hands on my lap, palms up, and it felt heavy, like they were stuck to my legs. It was like something weighing down on it. And then it's really weird. I kept getting this pulse in my nose, which kept going throughout every so often. And then we switched to Roman, and his energy was totally different. It felt like an older, very wise, very calm sort of energy come in. I could almost see him sitting down in an armchair, relaxing and saying things with wisdom. And then we came back to you, and a totally different energy. I felt much younger, livelier energy. And but still seeing all these colours. Then we went back to Roman, and suddenly the colours changed. The purple went to much lighter, almost like a lavender. It was still there, and it was felt like a different energy. And then we came back to you, and it was going on this. And then I remember at one time it was so powerful. Oh, you stopped talking. And I suddenly thought, after a while, has my connection gone? And I thought, I need to open my eyes just to see. And I managed to then, but what I've forgotten to say previously, I was in such a deep space that at one point I thought, and then the sounds you were making, I thought, I just need to open my eyes to see how she's doing this. And I couldn't open my eyes. It felt like they were glued shut. My eyelids were glued shut, and I felt like I was stuck to the chair. I'm normally one of these people that fidgets, that moves around. I didn't move. I felt like I had this weight on me, and then I felt as if something touched my hand, and then my knee moved, and then my fingers moved, and all involuntary. It was like something else was doing it, but it was such a great experience. There was so much light and so much energy, and honestly. And then you asked the question, who are we? And it came into my mind, you're a light worker or something like that, light. And then you asked another question, I can't remember, all to do with light. So it was great. And I'll stop talking now. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much. And I also wanted to everyone can just send their love and gratitude to Roman. And yeah, it's just so beautiful with the divine masculine being here and the human masculine too. And I wanted to answer this question in the chat. There was someone who said that they felt very sleepy during the session. And this is very normal when we're in very high frequencies. Sometimes the human intelligence, the body intelligence is to almost shut down the mind, so we can really be open to receive the frequency. But yeah, it's normal, and some people go to sleep as well in these sessions, and it helps us go on an inward journey as well as receive the energetic calibrations that light codes include. So light codes include very high frequency, complex codes, and it's beyond the human comprehension. Thank you for your shares in the chat here. Yeah, it's normal to feel emotions, just release. And everyone has their own experience. There's no wrong or right experience. It's your own experience, your own divine and human experience. So yeah, I would love to invite you to me and Roman. We have a Patreon every month where we offer galactivation sessions like this, but much longer. And yeah, if you want to speak the language of light, you are very welcome to connect with me over on Instagram, and let's see if we're a match. It has to be a resonant match between us both. I respect your sovereignty as you respect mine. And thank you, everyone. Thank you from my heart.
Thank you, Niomi. Can I just ask, for those who aren't used to receiving light language, are there any recommendations that you might say that, you know, perhaps to do afterwards, after you've received? Because they were pretty high energies. I mean, it's going to be like that all day with the dragons, of course, but is there sort of any contradictions or anything that you recommend that people do for the energy?
Yeah, it's really a great question. It's very important to drink a lot of water, high quality water, filtered water, spring water, hydrogen water, all through the day, really. And yeah, this is a journey to connect with your soul, your higher levels of consciousness, your multidimensional self, your inner dragon. So just keep your eyes and ears open to receive the guidance. You know, write it down, note what you see, and rest as well. And if there are any emotions that come up, just know that they're just coming up for a self-awareness, and we don't have to attach a story to it. We can just experience it and let it go. Yeah, I would say that's the main thing.
Thank you. Can I also ask, like, when did the dragons first start working with you with this light language? What's your sort of background story on it?
Yes, so my light language activated spontaneously when I was pregnant with my 5th child. She's turning 6 in a few weeks, and I would dance a lot. I suddenly heard a voice that was like kind of suggesting I do things that were a little bit unusual for me. And I didn't really know what this voice was. It was different from my own higher self voice. And later I realized it was my baby, you know, talking to me. But she was giving me lots of suggestions, not just the usual things like what to eat, what not to eat, but also a lot of things to do with dragons, which I didn't know about. So I'm from Wales, so I know all about the red dragon. But I just thought it was like a nice little story. I didn't really believe that we are dragons, or that there was a dragon baby. I didn't know that was a thing. So I went on quite a steep learning curve in that pregnancy of she was guiding me to different mentors, dragon courses. I did a dragon healing course. I worked with a Dragon Council of Light. I learned Kundalini dance and started dancing every day as a practice of emotional release and raising my frequency. And this is when my light language started. And then one of the things my baby said was to start working with sacred cacao. And I have cacao with me now to open my heart, which is very important when working with the dragons, to be brave, to go deeper with love. And then, finally, I actually found someone who did light language activation. So she activated my light language, the spoken light language, because I had a lot of blocks in my throat to not just speaking light language, but just generally speaking my truth. I would never have, 6 years ago, I would never have thought that I would, talk about dragons. I've traveled into many different countries and held these kind of event sessions. I've done an in-person session with 122 people, galactivation like this. And I would have never been able to do that 6 years ago. I was petrified of even just showing my face. So the dragons have helped a lot with that courage, speaking my truth, and daring to love. And that's it in like a 2-minute nutshell there.
That's huge. I think it always is though, isn't it? Like Kevin was saying earlier, you look back on your journey and you realize how much that you've done and how much you probably may not have achieved without that extra courage that the dragons give us, isn't it? That's what they do. They help us, bring all of this amazing good stuff out into the world. So thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else want to ask any questions? Because we still got a few more minutes if anyone would like to. Just checking.
You're welcome as well to ask Roman a question, Nicola, if you want to.
Yes. So how are you working? Are you holding the space, or are you working at the same time? Because when I was sort of having a little glimpse in between, because I was just checking everything was okay, but I noticed how like it would kind of bounce between one, almost like a dance, but as you were singing together, it's like you're holding with your hands, and it was beautiful to watch. Would you like to explain a little bit how you work, Raymond?
You're totally right. It's inner dance, so you're just following whenever energy channeling you. And if it's a hands movement, right? If it's a body in together and then light language, she, ya, shu, ya, she. Or maybe it's static, just the energy just guides you to hold this space because there's no need to do anything, right? So whatever happened in a moment. And of course, we talking to each other and talking to you. And then again, it's all whatever the energy requires. I like to play with it, but if it holds me steady, I hold steady.
Thank you. It was lovely to watch. I know for most of us, we had our eyes closed though to go really deep with that, but to watch it as well, it's wonderful. Thank you.
You were cheating there, Nicola.
I was a little. I didn't want to go in too deep. I'm going to come back and watch it actually later because that's the great thing. It is recorded. I just wanted to keep an eye on what was going on for you.
I really appreciate you as well,
just in case we dropped out or something.
Yeah, because the reason I invite people and I remind people quite a few times to close the eyes and go inwards is because this is one of the easiest ways and most powerful ways to amplify the energy when we go inwards and dare to close our eyes. For some people, it can take a long time. We need to close the eyes for 1 whole hour, 1 whole session, and then we receive some little vision right at the end. And then with practice, the more we do this, the more information we get and receive. So that's why I say it a few times, because I speak from my own experience. I had a lot of resistance to closing my eyes. And when we do galactivation, which is a modality I also teach, I have a training to be a facilitator like Roman, where it's a feminine practice. So we usually invite people to lie down for 1 hour and receive. So it's the feminine art of surrender and receiving. And you're always surrendering to your higher self, not to me or another facilitator, but to your own divine self. And so, yeah, it's very beautiful. And yes, it's beautiful to watch. I love watching other facilitators. I love watching other light language activators, because, yeah, we do receive a lot of information through the eyes as well. Like the codes come through my eyes too.
Oh, thank you for that explanation. I can see another hand up here. I think, Marilyn, would you like to speak again?
Yes, sorry. I wanted to ask Niomi and Roman, actually, how many energies came through you?
Do you want to go first, Roman?
Sure. You know, I never count because there is no just, I don't see it as like separate rays, right? It's just a ray, and ray can be very thin, but you know, very high, can be very laser focused. To me, there is no reason, you know, whatever flows, as long as my intention is for the cleanest and purest energy, whatever flows, I will hold space for that, you know. But if in the future there is going to be a count developed and it's going to tell me a specific number, of course I will share.
Yes, and one of the reasons that it's hard to count is because we're working with councils of light. So there are many, many different beings and or many different dragons. And in this space as well, you know, it's not just my sacred space that I opened. You know, Kevin has opened the space. If you were here right at the beginning, and it's a lot of dragons. So we can't say exactly, oh, in the beginning it was this, and then in the middle it was that. But I'm quite consciously speaking the light language, so I can't remember exactly, but there was definitely, I started and ended with dragon light language. There was also Lyran light language near the end. There were a lot of galactic fairies, galactic fairy light language. You probably noticed that one. It's very uplifting and playful, quite hard to speak without laughing. And Pleiadian as well, Pleiadian frequencies. Yeah, this is a lot, and we're always connected to source consciousness as well. So I hope that answers your question, and I would encourage you. It's anyone who is interested in this modality and working with Kundalini energy and light language to not worry too much about the very different energies and being able to label them. It's a practice of trust as well. When we are, because then we are coming from the human level of consciousness when we're trying to identify. So it's a little bit different from, you know, an energy healing modality where it's like, okay, now I'm just working with angel healing, or now it's Reiki energy. This is a multidimensional modality.
Thank you so much, Niomi. I can see from the chat there's just so many lovely messages for you as well. We've enjoyed that experience. Is there anything else that you want to say before I hand over to Kevin?
Just posted Naomi's links, and I'm sure Roman, you can connect with him through that as well. She's got a beautiful offer to the first 10 people that DM her Dragon Thunder and get 50% off her multi-dimensional light language activation. Whoa. That was one of the questions I was going to ask, like, how can we do that? And there you go. There's a course there you can go on with these beautiful people.
Yeah, there's a training I offer online and in person. and I offer it one-to-one and also in small groups. And I have a group activation to activate the spoken light language on the 20th of July. So if you want to speak the language of light in this multidimensional channel, which is the 12th dimension and above, you're very, very welcome to join us. And, you know, sound like Roman. It's beautiful, beautiful dragon frequency. Thank you for today, and I want to really just thank everyone who was with us in this group field, in this space. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and have an amazing day.
Thank you. Thank you both. Somebody just said they need a break because their neck's hurting. Well, we've got 5 minutes before our next speaker, so let's all just take a quick break to get some more water. I've drunk most of mine, and have a comfort break if you need it, and then we'll be back on the hour with Fiona. Let's see you in a moment. Whew. What powerful energy, eh? Try not to sneeze then. The sun is out again. We're having a little heat wave in the UK at the moment. It was like 30 degrees centigrade yesterday. Marion says, "Can we?" Yeah, it's just re-click the link and come and go as when you need. We've all got live, so we understand that people will pop in and out. That's fine. Yeah, you just re-click the link and it'll bring you back in. And of course, if you've got more energy after this, then there's the we're heading off to the Americas, and they've got 10 speakers after us. There was a slight overlap this time as well, so cool. Give it one more minute, and then we head to France. What's it like in France? Is it warm? Is it cold? If it's like us, it's probably scorching. Okay, we're at 11. Hopefully you've all come back from your quick breaks. As we said before, it's nice if you can come on camera, just so that our speaker's not looking at a wall of names. And as I said before, we're only recording the person speaking, so you won't be all over the internet, so don't worry about that. I quickly brushed my hair just so I looked a little bit posher. Fiona, you're looking gorgeous as always. Look at that, beautiful light. And I love the fact you've got all your cards and the dragon eyes behind you. So let's give a quick introduction to Fiona. Fiona Robertson, who's in France at the moment. So I am truly thrilled to welcome her, because she's been out there talking about dragons for quite a while, and we've crossed paths quite a few times, and I always love her wisdom. It's beautiful. So she's a dragon channel, a conscious business mentor. She brings powerful dragon vision readings and helps leaders align with the spirit of their business, which we all need some of that. It can't just be about dragons. You've got to have a business as well to bring in some of that spondulic. So it's always good to have that balance with you're in both worlds, which is beautiful. And as you can see, there's lots of eyes of dragons behind her, which she might talk about. And she's very good at activating people's magic and people's purpose. And there's no point just being magical if you haven't going to use it and you want to have a purpose to do it. So that's beautiful. So Fiona, welcome back to the summit. How are you?
Oh, thank you very much, Kevin. Yeah, I'm great. Thank you very much. I'm going to be talking today mainly from Seraphina, because I was asking who wanted to come through. Seraphina was one of the first dragons that I ever met, and she came through as an eye. So that's why I have my eyes around me of the dragons that I met subsequently. And their purpose is all about how you navigate your life or your business or your relationships or your love or your money, all the practical stuff that we have here on earth, in ways of magic. And all magic is the stuff that the ego mind cannot understand. But I want to tell you little stories, and I want to tell you how it works for me and my children and my clients. But first of all, I wanted to introduce you. So this is the eye of Seraphina. She's a massive golden dragon. Now I say massive, she's the size of an aeroplane. Yet what's coming on for me right now is I'm going through the portal to meet all the white dragons. So purity, and it's just it's going to be another trip altogether. But so like we're just introducing you to the dragons of the manifesting. So you've got Seraphina, then you've got Tara. She came to me on the beach one day when I'd finished doing a business reading, and she was sending a dog on the other side of the beach off like crazy, and it slipped its lead and ran over to me, and I was like, I know exactly why you're here. And the owner was profusely apologizing. I'm like, it's okay, I know why your dog's here. And then we have Raphael. Now he's a really wise, old, famous professor kind of energy dragon. They've all got different energies. They've all got a slightly different purpose to do with how you manifest and how you work. And the dragons say it's, don't talk to us in words. We've outgrown that as a humanity. Talk to us in frequency. So I help people to embody the frequency, and that's one of the things that Seraphina wants to do with you today. Then we have Luna Ray. Oh, I can't get my finger because I've got this background here. There's Luna Ray. She's like a serpent dragon. She's got no wings, but she's very magical. All to do with your feelings. She introduces you how to feel safe in your feelings. Now, when the new names came through to me, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Didn't realize about what sovereignty was and how just prolific it is right now in our evolution as humanity, how we're all talking about sovereignty. Sovereign here, this purple one, is adamant that you reconnect in with your soul, that you get into your intuition, that you understand what things feel like within you. So, for example, when Niomi was doing the light language, and when I'm speaking to you, and when anyone else is talking about dragons, it's igniting within you, and you will feel it inside your body. It is not what you're thinking inside your head, it is how you're feeling and experiencing the world on the inside. So the dragons say, your inner world creates your outer world, and that's everything about what they want to teach to do with manifestation. Then we have Bloom, and she is cheeky, she is raucous, she's naughty. Think of the singer Pink or Lady Gaga, and she's there. She's just like, nope, fuck that. She's like, no, we're going to do this in a completely different way. We're not going to follow the rules. And she's very much about the energy is outdated that a lot of people are using. She wants you to be brave and go into a different energy. Then you've got down on the right hand side here, we've got ceremony, celebrate your life, be playful, go wild, jump without the safety net. And then we're going into Utopia, which is the last golden dragon, and she's as bright as the sunshine. And this is when you're lifted off the planet as you know it, and you're operating in a completely different way. So this is all about the soul's owner and operator's guide to your human, the new human in this, the new way of operating. So that's what Serafina wanted to come through today and talk to you about being a new human, how we manifest using dragon energy, how it's not that the dragons do it for you, it's that they teach you how to feel. They teach you how to embody the frequency that you want to be in when you say you want to manifest something. And they laugh often and they say, you know, humans are funny because when you want to manifest something, you go into the, well, I don't want this and I don't want that and I don't want it to be like this. And we start focusing on all the things that we don't want rather than stepping into the frequency of having the thing happen for us and really enjoying the trip. They are very, well, especially Bloom, she's very playful, she's very childlike. And this is what we want to introduce you today is kind of like, how can you do things less seriously, less grown up, less adult? Children have got no problem with this whatsoever. My sons, they have connection with their soul, and they've had that since age 7. I did a totem animal journey for one of my sons, and his soul came through like a little elf, like Jake. And then my other son had it. We're walking in the forest one day, and they now use that when they want to manifest something. They don't necessarily call it dragons or listen to things like that, but they understand about nature. They understand about how you put things out there in your creation and you step into the energy and you celebrate that it's already here. And one of the stories that I'm being told to remind you, me to tell you, is that this last week I noticed on my dragon cards that Amazon had put them on stranded status. And I'm like, oh, what's going on there then? Stranded? That's a funny word. So, and then, you know, Fiona, the human, panics and she goes, oh my God, oh, what am I going to do? That's going to be so complicated because every time you ring Amazon, there's such a huge company and you've got to jump through all the hoops. So I was talking to someone and I was like, this has got to work. I don't know how to do this, but please show me how. I don't know how to do this. Please show me how. And the first person I spoke to just said, well, I'll investigate and I'll look at it. And I was holding on the line and I was holding on the line. And then I went, hang on a second. Well, dragons, they're your cards. So can't you just sort this out? What you know, can't you get me unstranded and reactivate these cards so that they can be sold? So, and then this first supervisor went to get a second supervisor, and she said, so what's the problem? And I said, well, they're saying stranded. She goes, no, they're not. They're okay. And I went, well, hang on a second. She said, well, take a screenshot, which is everything you have to do on Amazon. So I took a screen. I went, oh no, they're not stranded. I'm like, so what happened? What did you do? How did you do that so that I know next time that I can do it myself? She goes, well, I didn't do anything. I was just looking at it. And I was like, okay then. So I came off the call and I said, thank you very much to the dragons. And later on in the afternoon, I do a lot of yes and no, because we have to listen to our body. This is a barometer of what we're feeling. So we have to listen to it all the time. You know who you can trust. You know who you can love. You know what spam is coming through. And there's so much spam, isn't there, that's coming through either Facebook or email. You can be tricked into spending lots of extra money. There's just so much of it about. But if you feel it in your body, you'll know that it's false. You'll know that it's a lie. So that evening I was kind of saying, did you organize that? Was that magic? And I just got my yes sign. I was like, right. And I said, that's brilliant. They said, but they're always saying to me, it's nothing new, Fiona. We have to take this as normal. We have to take this as your everyday average normal. As the new human, we are invoking in the invisible world. We are bringing in things that we can't see, and we're using energy, and we're embodying that energy. So this is everything that she wants to be able to help you understand. And she said, I will speak because I'm the matriarch of this particular clan. So the first message that she said to me when she came through was, you don't know how powerful you are. And this was probably back in 2020. And if I think back to the last 3 years during the Dragon Summit, she brought me right in front of Kevin through someone else. And I was like, I didn't even know other people were talking about dragons. I didn't know. I thought I was alone in this. So you're brought to the right people. You're brought to the right place. But if I look back to how I was presenting the dragons 3 years ago, very different to how I'm presenting and thinking about them now. Every single time I read my dragons cards out, I'm like, wow, that is so on point from what I needed. And then the messages I'm getting back from people who also chose a card is like, I don't know how this does it. It answers all my questions. It highlights the gaps between where I am now and then where the spirit world needs to take you, where your soul needs to take you. So this is how it's always working, and we are evolving. When I first spoke to Serafina, I would say, what is it that I'm here to do? What is it that you want from me? And she said, it's an evolution for humanity. The planet will always be fine. It will always recreate itself. It will always be fine. Elevate and, to the new state, the new level soul, humanity. And of course, as a human at the time, I was like, wow, okay. Because this is, as the dragons come through, we have to sort of learn how to operate with them, listening to them. And like we were saying before, when you're shown to do something, like Kevin was shown how to do the Dragon Summit, it's like, huh? You just go ahead and you do it. You just do it. And you have to trust 1000% when you start getting those messages through. So this is how we're working with the dragons. My son, he's just learnt to drive, and he's on a work experience, an internship in the Alps, and he's got this rickety old car. So I bought him a little dragon to go in the car, and he went, all right, okay, Mum, fine. And I said, no, but listen, there's like a little incantation I do when I'm driving. Dragons out in front of me, dragons to the rear of me, dragons to the right of me, and dragons to the left of me. Dragons overhead of me and dragons underneath me. Make this road safe and clear for me. And he told me when he arrived in the Alps, he took 2 days to get there, give his car a little break. He said, oh, Mum, I used that. And he said, I just felt so much safer. And a year ago, a girlfriend of mine were driving in the UK, and I was talking to her about the dragons, and she's Year of the Dragon as well, so we're fans of dragons. And she said, God, I just wish I could see a dragon. She said, I've never seen one. And she was driving down the M4, the motorway, we're going down to Cornwall. And she said, I've just seen a white dragon on the outside of the car. I said, awesome. Because what happens is when you speak to somebody who's already channeling dragons or already familiar with dragons, it opens up the concept of what is possible for you. And then you also say, I want that. So the things start happening. You already are looking into different spectrums of light. I call it, you're almost going like Wi-Fi. You're going into a broadband. You're going from 3D to 4D to 5D to 6D to 7D. And what Niomi did was sort of like bringing in the galactic. So there's always so much more. At the base of all of this is how we feel and how we accept what's going on in our life. How much love can we feel? How much wealth can we feel? How much prosperity can we feel? And the reason I teach people to do with their business and how to bring that kind of energy in is because when we deal with life problems, earth issues, the dragons say, Fiona, that's just another earth issues. I'm like, oh, right, okay. I know how to deal with this on an energetic level. But when it's an earth issue, we get all screwed up when we get our pants in a wad. So when it's business, I love talking to entrepreneurs because they have been told so many different strategies about business, and they get so screwed up in their head, myself included. I do admit, this is all a learning curve. Your business will be the most spiritual thing that you ever do because you're overcoming one of the fundamental energies, which is money, which is your own prosperity, which is feeling your own self-worth, which is feeling your value. But a lot of it is a very similar energy to what love feels like. So we have to distinguish between love, loving ourselves, loving money, loving our clients. But most people kind of go, oh, okay, fine. And they're all in their head about it, but they've never actually felt it. So one of the things when I started to do this work, because I've been on a quest for love, because most of us have felt we've never really received as much love as we could have received. We're always still searching for more love outside of us. Whereas when we realize that that love is coming from the inside of us, that we are already love. So when you are connected with your soul, your sovereign, when you're connected with that and you know who and what you are, you will know that you are already love, and you will know that you are already wealth. And even Fiona would kind of go, well, yeah, that's fine, but how does that get me money? Or that's fine, but how does that bring me love? So we're always arguing with what we already are. But if you experience it, it is a different level of understanding then how you can manifest the life around you. You know that if you're in a good mood, better things happen. You know that if you're in a bad mood and you're complaining, that's what you're going to attract. That's what's going to come in. So the shift to being the new human is not allowing yourself to get into the down and the dirty and the complaining and the lower vibrations. If you are sabotaging, self-sabotage, which humans all do, because your ego comes in and just goes, oh, that's not possible. You're talking nonsense. All this stuff is just all nonsense. This is rubbish. If you are just then seeing, oh, right, okay, so that's just the scared part of me not wanting to have what it is that I really, really, really desire and what I believe is true. And it is just the old part of you from your reptile brain coming in and trying to screw things up for you, trying to keep you where you are. So one of the things that Serafina wants to do with you today is invite you to step out of your mind and the fact that we've been manifesting from the old modality of thoughts become things. Now, dragons don't read your thoughts. Dragons read your language of your energy. They read your frequency. They will see you like a light bulb coming on when you are in what I call the conduit. If you can think like a tree as conduit energy, its branches go up to the heavens and its roots go down into the earth. It is a conduit of energy. And the same as us, we're a battery, we're a conduit of energy. Imagine that you are linked into using light language, using what you can feel, talking out loud, invoking in, calling in the dragons. For example, I'm only open for love. I'm only open for communication. I'm only open for guidance. I'm only open to operating in frequency. I don't know how to do this. Please show me how. And then just watch. Watch what comes into your focus. Watch what comes into your reality, what comes under the radar of where you're operating. And you will start to see that you are, like Kevin came up in front of me to do with the Dragon Summit. I had no idea that that existed 3 years ago. I had no idea what the dragons wanted me to do and how to put myself out there, but these things come in. So when I wanted to get an artist for my dragon cards, it had taken a while, and I was looking all over the place at people who were drawing dragons. It was before AI, before you could do, all these wonderful ways of drawing dragons right now. Yeah, I know. And I was looking and I was saying, I don't know how to do this, but is it, I would bring out, in a ball, is it this particular artist? He was an amazing artist for, can't remember the trilogy of the books. And I looked at him and I went, God, he's really expensive. I can't afford that. I'm just starting off on this journey. And they went, no, it's not him. I went, oh, right, okay. Is it this artist? And I just got, no, it's not him. I'm like, I was getting really impatient because I wanted these cards to move and to sort of be shared with other people. And then I was like, well, is there someone else then? And I just got, yeah, there's someone else. I'm like, oh. And I had an idea that I wanted to work with somebody young, around 19, a digital artist, someone that I could grow with, and him to help me, portray how I saw the dragons, how the dragons wanted to be seen. They were very much part of it. And I was like, in frustration, I said, well, I don't know how to do this. Please show me how. And I just got this feeling, again, feeling within your body, like train tracks, which told me in their frequency language, just keep looking straight ahead. But Fiona was frustrated, but she was like, okay, I'll be patient. I will just keep looking straight ahead then. But I was still looking at other artists and I was still researching, and they just said, no, stop it. By the end of that day, something popped up on my Facebook feed. And this is how they work. And if you're looking for something, music on YouTube, or if you're looking for someone to listen to sort of bring you to a higher state, illuminate you, the first thing that comes up, the first page that you look at in a book, this is the message for you. This is how they can communicate with you. So something popped up in my Facebook, and it was a picture that somebody looked like they'd hand drawn. I went, wow, that's amazing. Look at the way he's got the eyes on that goat and the children. Oh, eyes, interesting, because I see eyes of these dragons first. So I asked, I said, is this the artist you want me to use? And I just got my yes signal, my yes from my body. And I kind of opened up and I felt excited. And I said, oh, right, okay. So I contacted him that evening. One of the things on my list about manifesting, I hadn't put in that he was speaking English. He spoke French. So I had to do all of my translating about how I wanted to see the dragons, what colors, what textures, what moods. And he didn't realize at the time that I had 64 cards that I wanted to be demonstrated as how the dragons wanted them to be demonstrated. So I was translating from the dragon, I was translating it into French, and then I was translating what he said back into English. But your invisible beings, your dragons, they will communicate with you any way they can. Through physical symptoms. If you are looking to up level, elevate to your new level soul, you may have physical symptoms. Now, a lot of people may be calling these ascension symptoms. Okay, but physical symptoms, if you go into the feeling of it and you describe what it is, you will start being able to understand what the message is that you are to release from yourself physically. And when you do, things start changing. So again, your car, your house, everything is conscious and therefore able to communicate with you. If you have a flat tire, if you have someone bash into your car, if your boiler breaks in your house, if your plumbing breaks, you will see certain things. Like the plumbing broke for me, and I didn't see it as a warning that my relationship was coming to an end. It was blocked. You have to understand that you will be getting symptoms all the time. Years ago, with another relationship that it was coming through, they're telling me to tell you this story and I'm embarrassed. I had ringworm, and I had a welt on my arm, a welt on my leg. I had another welt on my elbow, and I'm like, I was so embarrassed that I had this. And people are saying, but you walk in the woods all the time, there's horses, I'm sure that's where you caught it. And I decided after about a couple of weeks, it's like, okay, what is this all about? What is this all about? And I went, how does it feel? It's itchy, it's irritating. Oh, it's under my skin. what is this? And I blamed at the time an ex-partner. He's under my skin. I was like, hang on a second. I'm under my own skin. It's me that I'm angry at. It's me that's stopping the flow. And with that, the ringworm disappeared. It was an energetic communication. And this is what's happened with me with sciatica. Oh, so many different things that go on in my body, aches and pains and all those kind of things. And when I was walking on the Santiago de Compostela the last 2 years, and my hips were aching, I could hardly move. And I was like, okay, what's going on in my head? What am I saying? What am I needing to get released? So this is the way the communication comes through. The communication as you're listening to this, or as you're listening to anyone else that's talking about dragons today, don't fight it. It will be something that's going to happen within your body. This is not for your mind. This is for your body. This is for your cells. This is for your heart and the unfathomable beauty that you are as a soul. You are communicating with your soul, your sovereign. You're lifting up yourself to the next level soul. You're elevating yourself. So if you feel resistance, if it makes you want to leave or move around or jitter or something like that, don't fight it. But just understand that there's something moving within you. Your soul is so desperate for you to contact, to communicate, to listen, and to be part of this whole experience. So the dragons are here asking you to start manifesting things in your life in a different way. How can you feel satisfied? And it's a feeling. How can you feel more love? How can you feel more abundant in that frequency? There is so much at the base of the frequency of love, which is 528 hertz at the moment. And there's so much above that. What is love and above, as far as these dragons are concerned, are really going to help you move into the frequency so that you can start operating from the frequency of what it is that you want to manifest. And the dragons are saying to me right now, please mention that it's not all about manifesting more money to pay your bills. They just go, that's so boring. You can do so much more than that. You can do better than that. It's not about getting over a foot ache or getting over not having money for your bills or getting over a broken relationship. There is so much more that we can be creating and co-creating with our soul and with the dragons. So if you're ready for this and if you're looking for an opportunity, open your heart so that you can start to experience and invite yourself in to experience more love, because that is at the basis of everything, because that opens your heart. When I'm speaking to my clients, it's often I'm told to do this with my hands. It's like, just stretch things open a little bit more. And I used to see that I had doors in front of my heart. So when I was hurt, I would have doors that closed in front of my heart. And of course, then that changed all the communication that I was doing. So now, if you're communicating, it's soul to soul. You are communicating from your soul to another person's soul. And therefore, any negotiations that you've got going, if you're going to the bank, if you're asking for a loan, or I went to the garage and my old car was very, very old. And my ex-partner said to me, there's no way that this car is going to pass. In England, we call it the MOT. And here it's the control technique. In every country, we have to do these controls on our car. Anyway, so we went away for half an hour, came back. It had passed. And my partner said to me, did you do something? I went, well, not obviously, but yeah, obviously. You know, I just imagined that it was done, and I felt myself driving away in a car that was completely arranged for the road, and it was still safe. And again, I haven't done this for selling houses. My favorite story, and if you've listened to me before, you'll know this story. I was living in France and I needed to sell the house that I arrived and I created in France, but it was time to move on. For 2 years, this house had been with an agent putting it out there, letting people look around the house, but they had no heart and soul with it. They weren't connected to the house. And the house, I was in communication with, and said, what is it that you want me to do? Oh, take the carpet off the stairs, paint the shutters, leave me prettier than you found me. I went, yeah, you're absolutely right. So I did all those things, and I said, well, now what? Now what do I need to do? And I was imagining someone else moving into the house who absolutely loved the house as much as I did, who would take care of the house and who would take care of the garden and have it as a cherished place. This is where I grew my kids from 0 to 7, so the formative years. And even the children were saying, goodbye house, we love you, we've had such a lovely time here. They were sad to leave, but they didn't know that something new and even better was coming. So one day when I was in the garden, I had this image come into my head, those images that you have to follow. The image was of a white sign with AV, which is à vendre in French for sale, and my mobile telephone number. And I was like, huh? And they showed me that I put it outside the front gate. And I argued, as a human, but nobody drives up this road. How on earth is anybody going to see this sign? If I spend all afternoon painting a piece of wood, doing my girly nailing, hammering it into the ground, nobody's going to see it. And I just got silence. So in other words, get on with it, just do it. Because my dragons and everyone's dragons, Seraphina especially, are very forthright, very cheeky, very down to earth, and no nonsense. So I did it. I made the sign. I hammered it into the ground and I left it there. And I carried on going around my chores for the house. And also they said, sack the agent. Sack the 2 agents that you've got. And I was like, oh, really? So I sacked the agents. And the next day I had a telephone call on my mobile that said, we're interested in coming and look at your house. I was like, really? Awesome. Okay, when? Well, we're outside the gate right now. And I'm like, oh, give me 5 minutes. I just need to pick up the boys' socks and tidy their rooms a little bit. They said, oh, we don't care. So they came in. They walked around the house and I left them to walk around the house twice. I made a cup of tea. They bought the house like that. When you listen to what is coming through your body, when you're open for guidance, when you're open to love, when you're open to communication, this is what can happen. Remember, this is not for your mind. Your mind, like mine, will argue. Nobody drives up this road. Why have I got ringworm? So you have to understand that this is not for your mind. So I've been studying and learning with the dragons their ways of manifesting. But the main thing that they wanted to do with you today was to help you to drop away from your head and enter into your heart space. So if you're ready, I want to just take you on a little trip that the dragons want you to experience, a different experience of expanding the love within you. All right. So if you would take a deep breath, close your eyes, and I'm going to guide you with, imagine there's a circle, there's a spiral going around your body until it's like a big circle all the way outside of your body into your aura. And then at one moment, this loops up through the clouds, into the heavens, into the galaxies, and it links on, it holds on to something, it's tethered, and you are tethered with it up into the heavens. And keep breathing. And then as you breathe out, bring all that lovely, lovely golden energy down through this harp string, this cord, and loop that again around your body, from inside your body, outside your body, out into the aura around you, and then let it loop down through your feet, through the surface of the earth, down into the core of the earth, and then find you go through waterways, rock stratas, and down into the center of the earth. However you see that. It could be an underworld with totem animals. It could be great big crystals down there. Just loop and tether yourself onto that, and then watch the silver energy thread come up through your body, loop and spiral around your body again with your breath, and then up into the heavens. Up, up, up into the universe, into source. Now you are tethered and you are in connection and in communication with source. You are connected with your soul energy. And for this particular purpose, we are being invited to take a walk in the park because we're very, very practical. We're taking a walk in a park, and under a tree, in the shade of a tree, there is a pen. And there's a lady sitting outside this pen, and inside this pen are 7 gorgeous puppies. Now, if you're not a puppy person, you can make it kittens, because there's something that happens in your brain and in your body when it's an animal and not a human. There is a different connection. There's a different hormone that goes around your body that allows you to expand into that frequency. So you ask the lady if you can go down and you can sit on the earth and you can just be with these puppies because you want to experience this experience. And they all clamber toward you, come racing and charging towards you, and you're spending all your time picking them up, and you can feel their soft fur, and you can feel their puppy breath, and you can certainly feel their sharp teeth, and they're pulling on your clothes, and you're just relaxing into it. You've got nothing else in your mind at all apart from all these hundreds of little puppy feet and the weight of the puppies climbing over your body. This is a very physical, visceral experience. And they're pulling at your sleeves, and they're biting your fingers, and they're licking your toes. There's such an experience of this, and they're jumping and they're yapping and they're so excited. And then one by one, they seem to curl up and they're starting to fall asleep and get a little bit sleepy. One puppy in particular decides that it's going to lie on your lap and in your arms, and you can watch it breathing. Its belly is going up and down. And you can see its pads of its feet are all pink and beautifully perfect. And you can smell its breath and its little whimpering, and its eyes shut and its ears flop over, and its great big round belly, and just the soft fur and the weight of it on your body. And allow yourself to feel the love of having this experience. Open up your heart. You're safe to open up your heart and have this as an experience. This is not for your mind. This is for your cells. That's why you can feel the warmth. It is for your heart. And it is for feeding the unfathomable beauty that you are as a soul. Connect in with this love, this innocence, this playfulness, and remember your own love and playfulness. Malaku ulikim era ha loro, mio umbile haik ala hau, nahale umboleka aro, mia ka auka aile heira kao. Nio bigera ha. Feel the frequency within your body as you experience something new. Ma leo rombi ki ayo. Mi aulo kumbu ika ha. Ni auliam bahala oriam beke a. Ni kambaile hora kai ki. A o. Be aware of the symptoms, the sensations, the feelings that go on inside the core of you, the frequency as it radiates on the inside of you. Remember, this is not for your head. This is for your body. If your mind wanders, come back to the puppy that lies in your arms and deepen in again, going through the textures, the sensations, the smells, the taste, the feeling of the weight, the warmth, the texture of the fur. Go in and experience the frequency. Malio rumbika aya. Remember what this feels like and ask for yourself to amplify that feeling. to amplify that feeling. Maybe you have a vision of a horizon, a sunset. Maybe you have a feeling of walking in the forest. Keep this sensation with you and keep amplifying the amount of love and above that you can feel as you walk through your day. Your vessel is clear. It is a pure conduit, and it is getting better and better and better. Sometimes after a period of a detox, your communications are heightened and clearer. When you meditate, you are listening in silence for 30 minutes to up to an hour. When you're bathed in nature, in the forest, when you communicate with your soul as a matter of everyday practice, this becomes who you are at a higher frequency. If you want to feel more love in your life, start here. If you want to feel more abundance and worthy of abundance in your life, try this. Imagine yourself as a child going to a toy store. You're so excited. There are toys everywhere that call to you, and you want this one and you want that one, and you can imagine yourself playing with this toy and that toy, and you're so excited. You have nothing inside of you that thinks, what do I have to do to get that? You just are deserving. You are that deserving as a soul to have every single thing that your heart desires, to experience that in your body. As a young child, you knew that. As a young child, you just felt love. It wasn't until we became an adult that we decided to get so serious and keep concentrating on, I'm not worth it. I don't know how to do this. And that is why Seraphina and the manifesting dragons are here. And they're always saying, just ask. Just say, I don't know how to do this. Please show me how. And be playful and just expect things to work out well for you. And be naughty and be cheeky and just playful. The dragons are extremely playful, and they're extremely sad that humanity has got so serious with how they live their lives. There is so much beyond survival. So much they want me to emphasize. There is so much more love for you. There's so much prosperity and fun and laughter. And that was what they want you to feel on the inside. If you can be playful when you want to manifest something. The art of manifesting with the dragons is a skill. It means that you have no doubt, no worry, because you're far too precious to be worried or struggling. It is a question of dipping into the frequency and keeping living and walking and breathing and playing in that frequency, not giving any time to your human doubt. The reason you self-sabotage is because it's just part of you that's got used to living in survival. If you want to transcend survival, you are having to use your feelings, feel your way forward. The dragons are saying this is a revolution of being able to feel. And if you want more of that, there's an opportunity to just amplify whatever you're feeling and just amplify it. One of the things I asked years ago was, I want to feel more love. And lo and behold, it just kept growing and growing and growing. So when you feel something, it is your barometer of your body. So you can come back at any time and you can feel, this is my body. This is how I feel right now. But then if you want to go into something, you can dip back in again to the conduit. You can dip back into love. You can dip back into what would be the best way to open that up for myself and be playful. And when the dragons come through and communicate with you, and they will keep doing it, and they will keep expanding. Feel what it is that you want. Don't say it. And then you, like me, you'll get messages of, you know, sack the agent, or Fiona, do business readings for this group of people. And I personally, Fiona, will argue and say, I don't do that. I don't know how. And the dragons will say, step out of the way. It's not you that does them. Manifesting with the dragons is a skill. It is a skill to tell a different story. Your inner world creates your outer world. And this is where they want to leave you today. And if you have any questions about manifesting or any questions for Serafina, then she's here to answer those. You're evolving into a new human. It's not how we've been doing things before. We're in a new era. We're evolving into a new soul, a new human. So let's play on that level. Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you so much for taking part.
Thank you. Well, this is your chance, people, to ask some questions of Serafina and Fiona. So please don't be shy. While you start typing those or putting your hands up, I'm just going to put all the beautiful links of Fiona so you can connect with her in the chat. There's lots of ways of connecting with her, and do buy those beautiful cards. I've got mine, they're just up there.
Yeah,
it's looking at me. This is a big dragon on it.
These are the cards that came through when I had an interview with Serafina back in 2020. And those interviews were recorded, and then I transcribed those interviews. And then I was told that I had to make those cards into messages of how you can transcend, how you can follow your feelings, how you can change the story in your head. And when you start to manifest, in other words, how you cope with life is very, 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 very much better.
Anyone got a question? Oh, there's some coming through. Thank you, that was lovely. Beautiful.
Yes, don't be too serious. Lacking the joy. One of the cards, one of the messages is, what if you could just have a heart full of joy? How much easier would your life be? Because that's exactly more of what you would be attracting. And it's a struggle, isn't it? Sometimes we get so joyful and so high, and then the next day we crash and burn. But that's the point.
True. It's a roller coaster, though, isn't it?
Keep coming up.
At least when you're down, you know it's going up.
Yeah, you never crash and burn quite as low as you did before, because you're always coming up. You just crash and burn down to another level.
You catch yourself, don't you? You're like, oh no. Ooh.
Yeah, I know. If nobody has any questions, what does Serafina look like? Oh, okay. She's as big as an aeroplane. Oh, she's magnificent. She's very cheeky. She's like, don't tittle tattle. She's very direct, very straightforward. It's more of her energy. I mean, I do see her as a massive golden dragon. She's very old. She's very wise. And she is the matriarch. So she's mature in her ways. And she's not sensible, though, but she's so loving. And here's something for you, talking about love. If you want to know how much your soul loves you, how much you are loved, ask. And be inside, feel how you feel right now. And then ask, please show me how much you love me. And notice the change on the inside. If you want to amplify that, ask the dragons. And be careful, be warned. Please show me how much you love me. It is so much more than you can possibly imagine. I call them my cosmic parents. The parents you always wanted to have. The mentors you always wanted to have. Yes, Amazon does have my cards at the moment. I did sort it out, unless something else has happened. What I was told was I needed to go in and touch the energy of the cards again, because my energy had shifted from when I first put them on there. Does that make sense? So just because you've got something, It doesn't mean that you put it out there and it's successful. It's like you have to keep touching in with it, and you have to keep manipulating the energy around it so that you are a match. Any more questions?
This is your chance, people. Don't be shy.
Visualizing with the puppies. Yeah, it's what Serafina showed me as the easiest way to get out of your head, because you can feel the puppy's feet, you can smell the breath, you can feel the texture, you can feel. So you're going into your feelings. So you're not using your head. The idea is, as we move forward into this new human, we're not using our head or our analytical overthinking, because what the dragons have shown me is they can't reach us when we're thinking, overthinking, analyzing, rethinking, reverberating, complaining. They can't get in. It's like a brick wall. All right, well, if there aren't any questions, then I did pull a card for today. And this card is from Ceremony, and this is quite apt for what we're doing today. Experience the dragons with your father in hospital. Yes, they'll be flying around, and they will be looking after whoever is needed. So Ceremony, card number 50. Now, the dragons are inviting you to be a fully sensory, multi-dimensional being, a truly expansive world and magical realms. Should you ever feel uncertain about following your passion in this life, and if you are experiencing it fully, invite yourself to explore the expansive worlds and realms that exist in the playfulness of children. So far unhindered, still innocent with their imagination on supercharge, unaware of any restriction, any social limits, any boxes or rules of what you can and can't do or have, and what you have to socially adhere to, be politically correct. Where there are no made-up invisible boundaries restricting your growth, only pure imagination and joy. You are fully sensory beings. You breathe in feelings of colour. Your lives are lighter and joyful. You have no burdens. This is how the soul experiences your life. It is experiencing the breath of life, the flow of life. You know and you feel why and who you are to be here, what you came in to experience in every sensation that is possible, and you do it with simplicity, with playfulness and ease. It feels so light and glorious with your heart rejoicing. Humans have become so dense and heavy and stuck in the survival mode, in your words and frequency of serious, sensible, stuck, stable, and just surviving. Even children are asked to be serious these days, to grow up and stop pretending. This requires a level of attention to what you already feel. Just know what you already feel and keep expanding into it. I want to feel this. I'd like to feel this as an experience. I'd like to feel that as an experience. And just keep going with it. So it's a practice of expanding and being more playful. How can the dragons help with healing the body? Interesting. Very, very interesting. I'll do this in the last few minutes. How you talk about your body, how you talk to your body, carries energy, carries frequency. Now, I used to deal with a lot of women to do with detoxing, and it became weight loss. Although I didn't particularly like the subject, it works for that too. So I had one lady who came to me, and she's had a wedding to go to in 3 months' time. And she wanted to lose half her body weight. So I'm just using that as an example of health, but this applies. And I listened to what she was saying. I listened to how that felt in my body, because I can feel when somebody tells a story, I feel it on the inside of me, like a body whisperer. I feel where it lands. So I was showing her what her story and how that was landing on her body. So we created a very clear image. Think about the story I've just done about the puppies. We created a very clear image of her wearing the dress that she wanted to wear. and feeling it, all the textures, so she could feel the lining of the dress, you know, gap between the lining and her skin, how it was when she walked, when she sat down, when she walked across the dance floor. And we started her visualizing and telling stories and feeling her health, feeling at her optimum health, feeling that she was vibrant, feeling that every single cell was full of love and light. She walked lighter on the earth. The people that really were starting to, you know, have a huge effect on her, which made her run to the fridge to eat, stopped bothering her. She became so phenomenally strong on the inside because of what she felt and what she saw and who she was, that the outside world didn't affect her nearly so much. And she had to buy a dress. And she said, I'm going to buy it in this size. And I said, no, just hang on a second. I have true faith. Buy it in 2 sizes smaller. And she wore the dress 2 sizes smaller because she was losing weight rapidly, because she was aligned and on board with how she felt about her body. You can look younger, you can feel younger, you can be more agile, you can have better skin, you can, it's just so much about your health comes down to not what you eat and not just about how you move, but how you visualize. Have you heard the story of, I think it was an osteopath who said that if you have a broken wrist or an arm, but you carry on doing the exercises in your imagination, it is so much more powerful than just physically doing them. Because in your imagination, your mind doesn't believe it's true. You're giving such a strong image to your body that you are carrying on doing that particular exercise. And you can do this with your health. You do this with your finances. I do this all the time with my clients. You do this with your love life. If you keep complaining about your love life or telling a story like I was about my ex, things will come back. The only person it hurts is you. So tell a different story. I hope that answers your question about health. There is nothing that you can't create from your thoughts and from your feelings. Your imagination is the powerful tool that was given to humans to enable you to do that. And that's what Seraphina is saying to me right now. You have to know how powerful you are when you're connected to your soul and you're using your imagination.
That's beautiful. I think you've got 3 minutes. There is one other from Claudia. She says, how can you get out of one's head and more into feeling?
Sorry, Kevin, I didn't hear that.
She says, how can you get out of one's head and more into feeling?
I say, okay, we're talking to Tara. Tara is about flipping your frequency because she changes between green and blue. First of all, you have to know how you feel. See how you feel in your neutral state. Okay, this would be you in your sweet spot, in your love state, connected to the puppy could be an ideal way for you to start that. And then on the one end of the scale, everything's going tits up. Everything's going wrong. Everything's breaking. Everything's going, nothing's working. Can you feel the frequency of that? You'll know it. You'll feel it in your body. You have the choice where you want to be. Always have a very clear outcome, a story, and how that is in your frequency of where you'd rather be living, how you'd rather experience that. And the dragons are saying to me now, Fiona, tell them, it's practice, it's practice, it's practice, because your mind is always going to be coming back in there going, but I don't know how to do it. Can I do this? I don't know. I doubt, you know. So that's how, because of adults, that's how we've been educated to be doubtful. So we are being asked at the leading edge now as a movement of men and women across the globe to start doing things differently. So that's a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant question. But it takes practice. I'm practicing all the time. I'm telling different stories about people that they're setting something off in me. But when they set something off in me, I'm like, okay, I'm holding that. So I don't want to hold that energy within me anymore, because eventually it will cause a physical reaction on my body. How do I get out of it? I have to keep remembering, bringing joy into the heart, bringing love into the heart, feeling full. Your cells are full of love and light. you get to choose that. So movement, know what it is in your life. Is it music? Is it movement? Is it who are you around? Is it being with your dogs, your animals? What is it that makes you feel better?
Beautiful.
Hopefully that answers the question very
I think
briefly.
it did. And we're almost out of time, so it's beautiful as always listening to you. Let's all press that beautiful heart button, friends. Send lots of messages to Fiona. And if you've got any other questions, of course, you can always ask here if you do want to ask live. I'm sure she'll hang around for a few minutes and answer some. And you've got all of her links, so you can find her and send her anything. And Kieron's next. Fiona, have you met Kieron before?
No.
Fiona, Kieron. Fiona.
Hello.
Hi, Kieron.
How are you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm going to turn
Great
my
talk.
microphone
Thank you very
on
much.
now.
I really appreciate it, and you made some great points. I really love that. Lots of things I'd like to be able to practice more myself. So, yeah, really appreciate it.
It is a practice.
Okay, well, I hand back to Nicola.
Thank you. Oh, that was just lovely. So many little nuggets of gold information there. I'm going to go back and watch that so I can take some notes, I think, as well. Thank you. So Kieron, then, I had the pleasure last year of introducing you. So I'm introducing you again. You're a teacher, alchemist, and brother of dragons. You've had over 20 years experience in the path, and during this time, Kieron has channeled the Pendragon Reiki, and he's also been doing workshops at the Psychic College of London as well. So today, Kieron is going to be sharing a discussion about the interaction of the world, dragons, and humans. So thank you, Kieron. Hand over to you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. I'm changing my program slightly. I'm going to be talking about and shamelessly plug in my Dragon Rune Oracle deck, which is finally manifesting out into the world. I wasn't sure whether it was going to or not, so that's why I gave the original title. So, yeah, but it's here. Thank you very much. Yes, it's here and it's live and it exists. Look, you'll be stared at by a dragon's eye, which will disappear into the mist. Yes, so thank you, Nicola, and thanks, Kev, as always, for your organisation and getting things going. It's an incredible task that you would decide to undertake or have been given by the Dragon Collective. So huge gratitude for that, as always. And I hope maybe one day we'll actually manage to get to meet up in person and have a good chat about all things dragon, because we don't live that far apart. Yes, so the world of the dragons and interacting with humans, and it does relate to the runes, because the dragon rune deck, which was brought forward originally by a guy called Isendon Goldwing, probably 20 years ago now, I got hold of then and started to work with it and was using it as a divination system. I love it so much, I've got them tattooed on me. I've got most of the set. So I've got lots and lots of tattoos. So I'm getting to the stage now where people could just do a reading with me by pointing at various parts of my arms. I think would be, what does that one do? And what's that one doing? When I'm talking to people, I can show them the symbols because I've got them on me. But the world of dragons that was revealed as I was working with them for such a long time was really interesting, because they have this cyclical nature of their sort of world and how it evolves and how it comes about. So I'm going to talk through that a little bit. And each one of the rune cards represents a part on that journey and some of the clans of dragons. So I'm going to talk through that a little bit. And then in preparation, people, I'm going to be, with all the time that's left, I'm going to do little mini readings for people, little one card mini readings. So if you have a question or thought or something that you'd like to go when we sort of wave the flag for go, then drop a message. And this is going to, hopefully, you're going to get involved in that, because it'd be nice. Otherwise, it's just going to be me doing a reading for Kev, I think, which might be interesting, but not entirely as exciting as it would be if you would have one for yourself. So the world of dragons, as I understand it, as I said, is cyclical in nature. It shifts and moves, and is based around this this background behind me of Ratanan. Ratalan is the first card, and I put all the cards in order, so I really hope that I got it right. Otherwise, it's going to be slightly embarrassing, isn't it? I've checked it through 3 times, so I'm hoping it's going to be all right. Otherwise, I'm going to be a very poor man's Dragony Paul Daniels. Ratalan is a swirling mist of infinite possibility. It's this swirling mist behind me that I have in my background, and something that now is a background to all of my work. Really, it's a real deep energy. It's connected to the Higgs boson field, I think, or the field of infinite potential, or the void, or the tapestry of life, the web of the weird, whichever way you like to look at it. It is that energy that underpins the world around us, or the different dimensional spaces. It's where everything can come from and return to. And as Fiona was saying before about manifestation, and being able to do that, one of the practices that I try to do is to do exactly the same thing as you were saying, visualize those things, having them already. And I like to lean into Ratalan, grab something and then pull it back out. It's quite handy to be able to do that, to be able to manifest. If I want to be able to manifest a dragon, for example, then it's quite a handy thing to be able to do. So when we are ourselves looking at our path and our way forwards and what we want to achieve, then being able to visualize this energy all around us, because it's here, and a sea of untapped potential. Anything that we are worthy of these things. We are allowed to have these things. As Fiona was saying, as everybody will say, we're allowed to be happy. We're allowed, and we need to be happy and high vibrational and excited and joyful. And we can lose sight of that, especially in our world at the moment. And I, as I said, was listening to Fiona. I need to practice what she preaches and what we preach, because I get lost in that lower vibrational angst and anxiety and sadness. So, but reaching into those spaces and places can really help us to manifest things. This idea of the void and this space it comes from many different creation myths, and in lots of those, there's a dragon involved, a female dragon regularly. Tiamat from Babylonian mythology is one of my favorites, and her card is Drakane, which is here, and it kind of reflects the as above, so below. You can see those two shapes, the Y shapes, as above, so below, and in the center is a kind of dragon's eye shape. It represents that balance between masculine and feminine energy, and even though she was a dragony goddess, she fought the freshwater, a battle against a god called Marduk. She laid down her life and became the land, and her breath is this Ratalan, this infinite potential. The dragon's breath is an incredibly powerful tool to help to dissolve the world around us of those things that we don't need anymore, and to be able to really manifest that path that we need before us. And those of you that remember back into the 70s with the film Excalibur, there's a lovely example of the Merlin the magician in his beautiful silver headdress calling to the dragon's breath with the magical incarnation Ananadraku Thespetud Dochiel Diende. He draws the dragon's breath and he helps to glamorize the king so that he can shapeshift and change his face and have his wicked way with the Duchess of Cornwall, I think it was, something like that. From which Arthur then was spawned and became obviously that whole Arthurian myth and legend. In the rune set, I have Tiamat's rune. It's like Odin's eye. Okay, there's no symbol there. It's not a typo. There's no symbol, because this space is to trust ourselves. And again, something that Fiona was talking about: trust that we are worthy, we are ready, we are enough, we are able, and we deserve these things. And again, it's something difficult to do, but the dragons can really help us. There's a guiding force, there's a dragon familiar force, like a guardian angel, but with dragony wings, or the collective of the dragons to help lift us up and carry us up into the higher echelons of our frequencies when we can't hold ourselves up as well. They can really help to support us and to remind us to be joyful and have fun. I took the dog for a walk this morning before it got too hot, and I was blessed by lots of butterflies and bees walking down the path where I was, flying around me, and a dragonfly was flying around. A lovely, beautiful, big green dragonfly, which is a lovely sign for me that they're here and they're present and they're supporting in that work. And I've always tried to be an advocate for not losing that childlike sense of wonder when we see these things. I'm a big fan of the cricket, and the cricket was stopped a couple of days ago because there was a swarm of ladybirds that invaded the pitch and got all over the batsman. And I think that's hilarious. I think it's wonderful that in our modern age, with so much technology, then some big, huge sporting event can be completely shut down for 10 minutes just because some teeny tiny ladybirds decide to fly around. I think that's fantastic. And those signs and symbols and those omens and portents are always there to help us. It's whether we can see them and whether we can remember to see them. And it's whether we can see them with childlike joy and beauty. I never get bored of seeing a bird of prey fly over, or the shapes of the clouds in the sky, or the weather as it changes. So it's about remembering that. This swirling mist and energy then, a chaotic misty dream. And in the world of dragons, we have lots of words which people are scared of: chaos and mist and fire and flames and challenges. And we can kind of be taught that those are bad things, but we've learned far more from challenging and failing and trying again than we do from just sailing through the world. I used to work in schools, and school has become a place where you're not allowed to fail. And as teachers, you get told off for letting pupils fail in any way, shape, or form. But we learn far more from that. As long as it's not a crippling failure that just stops us achieving anything, then there's lots to be learned. And in again, with sport and with business, they talk about opportunities of learning. The failure isn't a failure; it's an opportunity to learn and to move on and move forward, so we can have those in our lives. And this challenge comes in the form of this card here, Satahan, which looks a little bit like an arrowhead or the top of a spear, because we have to fight a little bit for what we want. It's known as the hurricane's dance, for that swirl, and we can feel in these times where we're swirling around, getting a little bit lost. And this is part of the manifestation, to sort of make up your mind about who you are, what you want. And the dragons do the same thing. It reminds me a little bit of the TV show way back in the day called Runaround with Mike Reed. I don't know if anybody remembers that. There's a whole group of kids that had to be asked questions, and they had these big light up sections that they had to run to. And if they all answered A, they'd run towards answer A. And then there'd be one kid that was over there in the answer D, and he'd be standing there on his own. And then he got a chance to run around, and Mike Reed would shout, "Run around now!" And he'd decide whether he had to move or not, or everybody else would move over to him. And it was a bit chaotic, but we have that ourselves to have that opportunity in that world. As the energies get heavier, a little bit heavier, there's a kind of download of information with Ihanan. And Ihanan is a dream dancing, and that's very much, as we were talking before, about dream manifestation, manifesting through our thoughts and dreams and our hopes. And the dragons then try to work and break off into forming groups and pairs, or to focus on specific areas, the clans of dragons. And this action is that runaround point. This is called Athanan, which looks a little bit like a dragon flying through the sky, or an aeroplane, depending on your way. I like to think of them as dragons. Obviously, it's not. I'm not Kieron, the brother of aeroplanes. I'm the brother of dragons. I think the brother of aeroplanes wouldn't go down so well as a business name or title. I don't think that would be great. We have a group of different elemental or clans of dragons now. I'll run through these quite quickly. The Red Chasm clan, which is Lee dragons. Then we have Lian, which is the Light clan of dragons. Moving on to Liwaen, the Darkness clan. And it's the idea of light and darkness, of fire and challenges, is something that's very difficult. And on our spiritual path, or in kind of organized religions, we're taught that we can't go into the shadows ourselves, or shouldn't go into the shadows ourselves, that we should only look to aim up there through the medium of somebody else helping us. But in my world, and the path of the shaman, or the path of the dragons, in my experience, is that they can help us go into these spaces and places. So if you feel lost and alone, and you're doing some of that shadow work, working on those emotions, that low vibration, that trauma, which is important to understand and work through, then these types of dragons can really help us on that journey as protectors, as well as guardians and guides, to shine light into those dark areas and places, to really help us. And I found them a huge help when this system came through to me in the Dragon's Call that goes with my Pendragon Reiki system. It's made a big difference to me, because I've always been energetic, up and down. I'm very sensitive, lots of trauma, lots of things to work through, but it gave me a platform, a kind of cocoon in that chaos and that wilderness to be able to really get to grips and to understand myself and those things, and to kind of lean into that work. The next one is the Firestorm clan, Maheran, which looks a little bit like a set of antlers. And part of that is that connection to the divine, to remember that we are divine beings. We have that soul seed, that spark of energy and light, and we can carry that with us, whether it's on flying on the backs of the dragons or the old gods or the new, whatever it is. We have that right to be happy, to be joyful, to be peaceful, and to find some peace and joy. Next one is Ma, the Ma dragons, the Rolling Thunder clan. And thunder and storms, again, is something that people can find challenging and negative. But storms are great in my world because they clear the energy, the heat, the oppression. I would happily sacrifice one of my toes for a thunderstorm today. We've had a week of heat wave, and we've had no rain for what seems like several thousand years. And I would dearly love a storm. It clears the air. The air after a storm is cleansed and clear, and it's fresh and full of ozone and goodness. And for us in our lives, storms can be seen as challenging and negative, but they can often clear away those things that need to be cleared, like the tower card in the tarot, things that need to be cleared and let go and released. And as Kev beautifully says there, with the storm comes the rainbow, is often a sign from the divine that everything is going to be okay, a passageway, a pathway to a brighter horizon, to some sunshine in the future. Now, we shouldn't have favorites, so I'm not going to tell all of the other dragons that have a favorite, but this is my favorite. Ninathan, the clan of dragons, connected with the green, connected with nature, connected with everything that grows and moves. So when Ninathan comes up in a reading, you get yourself out into nature, get yourself out in the forest, get your bare feet on the grass, and feel that connection to Mother Earth. Send some roots down into the earth, because the stronger our roots, the stronger and more deep that we connect with Mother Earth and with ourselves, the higher we can grow and move. You don't see any massive, huge pine trees with teeny tiny, giant redwoods with teeny tiny roots. We have to have roots that go so deeply down into the ground that we can reach high into the skies. Next on the list then is Ra dragons. Ra are the dragons of the ocean. And they are about the deep emotional feelings and connecting with those and understanding those, going down into the depths of those parts of ourselves that we can work with. And the opposite to those is Tha'an, the white, white mountain dragon clan, the higher realms of ourselves, that divine part, sitting on the mountaintop in a loincloth, being at one with yourself and the universe. It doesn't have to be a loincloth. Other cloths are available. Then we move on to Weethan, another clan of dragons. Here, I'm trying to read these backwards on my screen because I'm not clever enough to read them before I put them up. I'm overexcited. Connected with the crystals, the crystal divas, the crystal kingdoms. The dragons work in all spheres of consciousness. We're not restricted just to earth or air or fire. Water dragons as our familiars. They can connect with everything. They connect with the divas that are connected with the trees or the plants or the crystal kingdoms as well. They can help us to, as a bridge between those different realms, to be able to create a little energy vortices so that we can connect and work with them. If you want to communicate with the green, if you want to communicate with the crystals, with the elements, then the dragons can be great help in that work as well. So the dragons get into these clans, and they're like new kids when they get into big school. They're not really sure where they're going or what they're doing. And we can feel the same in our lives at sort of teenage years, or when we're off to choosing which A levels we're going to do, or go off to university, or which jobs we want to have when we finished. And that time is a time called Shan, which is the sort of crossroads that we can see. It's also represented by the wand, firing off energy in all directions, not really sure where we're going. And teenage years are kind of like that. We have lots of ideas and thoughts about where we're going and what we're going to do, and where we might be. And this can be chaotic. And again, this is my it'll be no surprise to anyone that this is my dragon familiar's name, Dagoma. It's the tainted storm. It's chaos. It is yeah. And I laugh laughingly joke to people that only spends any time with me. If you get to know me, spend time with me, your life will change. And people have laughed. My now wife laughed. Oh no, everything will be fine. She was working up in the city in finance, and now she's a sound healing therapist, and we live in Somerset. So, you know, it's only been a couple of years down the road, everything has changed. Change is something that we are scared of, or can be scared of in our world, but it's really important to recognize that and to move on and move forwards, and to celebrate those things that have happened, not to hold on to things too much. There's or to people. It's all part of this process. Everything changes and moves. Even if when we're at our most peaceful and kind and calm and we're one with the universe, I can just see out the corner of my eye my wife sitting on a little swing seat in our garden, basking in the sunshine with the dog, and just absolutely at peace and lovely. And she feels everything feels very peaceful for her. At this particular moment, we're sitting on a rock, which is spiraling and swirling through space at 70,000 kilometers an hour, rotating around what is the equivalent of 100 million nuclear bombs all going off at the same time, which is our sun. Our cells are changing and cleansing and clearing and being broken down and reborn all the time. So there's huge amounts of chaos all around us, but it feels very peaceful to be in it because we accept those parts of it. And the acceptance of chaos is something that we should try to embrace a little more, even though we've been taught for generations to kind of move away and to have a very organized kind of Victorian pigeonholed lifestyle. I have always joked that I'm too big to fit in a pigeonhole. I don't do it very well. They should make them, if they were dragon holes instead of pigeonholes, I'm sure I'd be fine, but pigeonholes are just too small. Where are we now? Just yes, a kind of challenge, a dance of blades to fight for what we believe. The Beastie Boys had to fight for your right to party. The Dragons have to fight for your right to move forwards in a positive way. The Dance of Blades to fight for what you believe in, for what you truly mean, for what you truly need, for the heart center, from your higher heart, to see where you're going. And that leads to a time of kegos, of balance. The scales there a little balanced. And it is one of the great ironies of my life that I'm a Kieron, so K should be about balance. And I love balance and I teach about balance, but my life is absolute chaos. And I have to lean into that. And through balance can only really be achieved through chaos. When we walk forwards, when we move on our path physically, we go for a point of balance when our feet are still. We go then to imbalance when we put a foot forwards. Then we're balanced again, then we are imbalanced, and we're balanced again, imbalanced. We have to do that continually as a physical walk or a run. And we need to do that on our own spiritual pathways as well. I didn't quite see what the little comment was there, Kev, that you stuck up. But I'm sure it was something wildly and deeply meaningful and to do with balance. When we've gone through these things a little bit, we then can become a Thinrathi, which is a strong leader, somebody that can help other people in this movement. We can help ourselves. We can be kind of happy in our own skin and who we are. People get scared of that. They get scared of especially the divine feminine and women who move into that stage, whether that be as a sort of symbolic gesture as the crone. The crone is strong and powerful. She knows herself. She doesn't take any messing around from anyone. She speaks her truth. And it doesn't have to be the physical, it doesn't have to be old. It means to know yourself, to understand yourself, to be powerful and strong. Flowing wisdom then comes with Shoran. This looks a little bit like the old British rail. This is the age of the train symbol, to be able to move forwards, but the things are linked forward. If you know who you were in past lives or have been or what you've been through, then you can move on and move forwards. And that's past life connection of who we were moves to who we are. This is another sign which I find really interesting. The sort of sister of this is Shoran. And this is a mathematical symbol which does not equal. And we think of equations of needing to be balanced. Books need to be balanced to be equal, to be positive, to be finished and finite. But our world needs to not be equal. We need high pressure and low pressure so that the weather will change and things will shift and move. We need times when we can move forward dynamically and other times when we need to sit and allow things to happen. That masculine energy, which is dynamic and creating and making things happen, and the feminine energy, which is holding space and allowing things to happen. And it happens for me back to my time working in the theatre, when I would be working very hard dynamically to create a space where other people can then create the magic of theatre. So it would be being a stage manager and a set builder would be dynamic because you're creating, but then holding space so that magic can happen on the stage. And we can do that for ourselves, and we do that for other people, which is a great gift. A time of bliss and balance then with none, and a partnership with ourselves. Know yourself and understand who you are. Not just a partnership with masculine, feminine energy, or somebody that you love, and a partnership from a loving perspective, a physical perspective, but knowing who you are and being solid and grounded in your life and your world. And there's a band of others still fighting, Ionali, and this has the upwards pointing arrow, which is like Tyr, the warrior's rune, the spiritual warrior, to be able to still fight on and move forwards. Tyr himself sacrificed part of himself in the great battle with Fenrir the wolf, who was released by Loki to try and cause Ragnarok, and he sacrificed a little part of himself so that that Fenrir could be captured. And sometimes we have to sacrifice part of ourselves for the greater good. And sometimes we'll take that on knowingly and happily to sacrifice that as well. A bond of knowing and beauty is Drakanael. This is about balance and peace. We have the Tewa's symbol of balance in the square, and the partnership of Gibo, the Viking warrior rune. To be able to fly free and enlightened and see and understand that these things will not last, and they will shift and change, and the wheel of time moves around is a cloud cycle of Takaya. To be free and understanding, to know that the wheel of life changes and shifts and moves all the time, and we can step on and off the merry-go-round, and more we understand it, there are chemical principles of shifting and moving, of dissolution and recalibration happen all the time. The experience, knowing and enlightening, know that it can't last, is a state of Abanan, which is a time when we turn inwards. This again is another couple of runes. We have the East rune, the straight line that comes down, and Suelo, which is a rune of the lightning strike and inspiration. So sometimes we need to take a little time for ourselves in stillness and quiet and peace to then be inspired to move on and move forwards. And we come round towards the end of this, and the karmic lessons are dealt, and we get to the end of this this will go around the merry-go-round with Zukaya. The end, the little hourglass in the center there, coming to the end of the cycle, knowing that it's all coming around and it's all done. We finished. That doesn't mean the end of life. It means an end of a cycle of being, of understanding. And when we look back upon our lives as we get a little bit older, we can see these cycles and these patterns. And I'm a Pisces, so I'm hoping that there's some planetary shifting and shenanigans that means that I'm coming to the end of a cycle of challenge, personally and emotionally, and growth as well, and to move into a time of kind of balance and peace and moving forwards. But ultimately, all spirals and swirls, it comes back to Ratanan, back to this chaos dream, the fog dream, back to the infinite potential of life. That's the world of the runes. That's the world of the dragons as I see it. And I know other people have their rune sets and cards. Kev's got his as well. And I haven't had a chance to really get to know those, but I'm hoping that there's parallels and insight and understanding, and these two things overlap. When Fiona was talking, and there was a bit of draconic language there, I recognized lots of that from the languages sometimes that is channeled through me. So it's good to know that although we are different people, we're connecting to that same energy, and the information and the wisdom flows through and on and with us. All right. I'm just going to time check to see how I'm doing. Wow. Okay. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. I'm not very good at blowing my own trumpet. Sometimes I don't even know that I have a trumpet. I imagine myself as just as Baldric with a little triangle that goes ting, rather than a full-blown trumpet ensemble. But this rune deck has oh, thanks for that, Nicola. That's lovely. Some trumpets and Kev's for some parts. It's been a long time in the making, this, and actually finding something, getting out in the world and actually producing a thing. I went to this bookshop in Glastonbury I do some readings and healing out of, and I gave this to to Keith, and he went, "Oh, look, you did a thing, and it exists." And this is the first thing that really, thanks, Niomi, that's really kind to say. It's beautiful. It's the first thing that I've done that I've actually finished, because I'm not very good at finishing things. I'm very good at starting things and having lots of great ideas, but I haven't actually finished anything. So we're going to scooch then into the little readings for people, if that's all right, with Nicola and with Kev. We can. Oh yes, Kev is asking from the bottom. Oh, yes, they are going to be out in the next couple of months, in October, hopefully. There's pre-orders available through Cross Crow Books, and the thing is that, as ever with everything with this, with the lovely Donald Trumpster, bless his little furry face, all the stuff is produced in China through an American publishing house. So there's a lot of chaos and lunacy that's going along with the tariffs and who's going where and what's doing what. So it's all very much up in the air. So hopefully it will be landing soon. I've got preview copies and I'm holding very tightly onto those. So yeah, so they will be out in the world and they will be out in a good time. And I'm sure I'll be plastering social media with all of that information as it comes through. So you can follow me on Brother of Dragons on Facebook and Instagram and that type of thing if you want to see. That's not me trying to get more followers. That's just if you're interested in that information, that'll be where it is. There's a big connection with the designs as well, as you may have noticed, with the runes from the Viking mythology and belief system. So there's a bit of an overlap there. So there's some similarities with those ideas and thoughts. Alrighty, so somebody want to wave a hand or stick a note, question in the questions or chats about a question you might have now. There's a proviso with this, and I'm just going to read what it says on the back of the box before we get to actually doing a reading. We need to take a second to do this. And when we get to the end of that, then Monica Bless has a question. So I think she's volunteered to go first. So here's a thought for you. Imagine yourself on a quest to find the answer to your most burning question. You're undertaking a challenging and perilous journey to an ancient cave where the all-knowing dragon lives. You move slowly, yet purposefully, to the mouth of the cave. Dreich, Dreich you call. And upon hearing movement from within, what do you ask of me? A booming voice responds. So, what would you ask the dragon? Which questions do you really want the answers to? Remember, the dragons don't waste time on trivialities. This is a chance to ask big questions. So think hard and ask wisely. Some people, as when I've been doing readings a long time, have asked questions such as, should I buy my ready meals from Marks and Spencer's, or is it okay to get them from Sainsbury's? I mean, sure, I'm sure it's wildly important, but sorry, I'm just laughing because there's somebody sticking the tongue out at me. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, so yeah, not a deep spiritual question as far as I could work out, but I'm sure it's very important. But I'm not entirely sure if I'd knocked on the mouth of a dragon's cave and asked them if which ready meals I should eat. They're going to be very happy about about the answers. It was a good. That made me laugh. Right, so Monica, I think, was up with questions. Would you like to, if you want to unmute and ask, then that's grand. If that's all right with everybody else, I'm quite happy to do that with her.
The paper sound is not so red. Can you hear me okay?
I can just about hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, actually, I just I saw myself wearing a cloak and walking on this path towards a mountain in the clouds. And my question was, what am I wearing? But my actual question is, I wanted to open to the wisdom of the dragons and actually not ask, but how can I open to my fuller self? Thanks.
Open to your fuller self. Okay. When we connect with our dragon familiar, they are a guardian and guides, and that we're not the way that we see dragons, the way that we feel them, the way that we experience them is through our consciousness. So we may see a specific dragon, like a water dragon or a fire dragon for our familiar. That doesn't mean that we can only work with those realms. They are a gateway to that whole world, as far as I understand it. So they can help us to move across that rainbow into different spheres of consciousness, into the different realms that we need to go in. Trust is important. I mean, if you imagine standing on top of a hillside or mountainside and calling to a dragon and then jumping on their back, it's a little bit like getting an Uber in the middle of the night. You've got to be, pretty sure that you're going to get to where you need to go. But you need to trust that process and trust yourself. And the card that comes up for you, Monica, is Thenrathi. Thenrathi is the strong leader. The Thenrathi is all about trusting yourself. So wearing that cloak may be a badge of office. It may be that you, have had that strength and that power that you need to believe in more and understand. It talks about a time of order and to be the champion. And it's the champion of yourself in this case. It's about belief and to really believe that you are strong enough and powerful enough and worthy of doing the right things. A friend of mine gave me some most incredible advice about, I was talking to him about, probably it was about 30 years ago, about writing a play at the time. And I sent him a message. He's a well-known playwright and director. And I dropped him a message and said, I'm thinking of writing a play. Can you give me any advice? And he said, the advice is really simple. If you want to write something, write it. If you want to do something, do it. Because you can iron out the kinks later on. And I put this into all of the work that I used to do with students in drama. If you want to create something, if you want to do something, then do it. And try it, and try not to be afraid of failure. There's a little thing that I saw yesterday with somebody saying, if you want to fly, then you need to leap off. You need to jump off the cliff. And they'd say, well, what if you fall? And the answer is, well, what if you fly? And so we have to take those risks. We have to try. But the Thenrathi, the strong leadership, is about believing in yourself and trusting that process and trusting yourself in that process. Does that make any sense, Monica?
Yes, and I think it will just help me with the next steps.
Excellent. Well, that's good.
Yes.
I'm taking that as a win. Okay, is that right? Bing. Big thumbs up. Marvelous. Thank you very much, Monica. Anybody else would like to do that? Wave a hand, do something. If not, I'm just going to start doing readings for random people that I'm seeing on the screen. No one, nothing. All right. I'm going to pick Niomi, Stella Wellness. I'm going to pick a card for you, okay? Because I saw you. I'm assuming that's somebody that is a sibling, a child of yours that was just making silly faces at me down the camera, which is very lovely and made me laugh very much. So, and it's a big smile. Here's a little card for you. This is Nanan. This is about conjoining. It's about coming together, about balance, past life connections. So this card talks of doing some work on your past lives and knowing who you were, because that can really help you with understanding and helping to move forwards about who you are and who you will be moving on and moving forwards. That can be about a spiritual path, about connecting to the energy of the dragons, and to be able to feel a sense of peace and calm and understanding for yourself. Hopefully that makes sense. Makes sense? Kind, peaceful, loving space. Cool. Ladybug. Anybody else? I'm gonna send a message. I'm gonna do a card. Oh, Nicola Smith. Marvelous. I was just about to suggest that. That's it. So I'll do you next. Oh, Kagos. Balance. Oop, here it is. So in the world of dragons, they have a sort of energetic partners, which are the phoenix. And in alchemical processes, the energy of the dragon fire, and that energy of alchemy, of transformation and change, is coming through So the dragons are seen underneath an alembic, which is kind of like the Merkaba in our energy system. And the fire transforms and it alchemizes and it releases those things that are ready to be released. But when we go through that transformative process, which can be quite challenging, we need somebody to sort of help us out, catch one on the other side. And the phoenix is that energy. And it's seen as above is the phoenix. The tears of the phoenix are seen to be something that's sad, but actually they're a kind of distilled or purified version of ourself. So Kagos is about going through, having gone through that process, a time of thriving and moving forward in a very positive way, in a very dynamic way, of feeling balanced and, pretty at one with life in a good state. Does that make any sense, Nicola?
Yes, thank you. I always seem to get balance, but also the fact you just said about the phoenixes, I've been seeing phoenixes in the last couple of days and being drawn to them, so that's also interesting. So great confirmation, thank you.
Good. Yeah, the in Chinese not mythology, but in Chinese tradition, that's the word I was looking for. The dragon and the phoenix, when people get married, the dragon and the phoenix is often a gift that is that comes together, so that they are the balance, the masculine and feminine energies, the yin yang, as those two things come together. Right. I'm just going to see, because people have said, let's see if they want cards. I'm just scrolling through the questions here. Nicola, Claudia. I'm not sure which Claudia, if there's any more than one Claudia, but Claudia. There you are, waving. I can see you now. Let's see what goes on with his one. Oh, yes. I keep doing that all the time. I sound like that dog from the adverts. Oh, yes. I did a talk about soul rescue the other day, talking about lots of different angels, and I kept saying, bless their socks, about these beautiful, divine, infinite, these powerful beings. And I'm not entirely sure that angels even have socks, let alone whether you can bless them or not. Claudia, you have Lian. Lian is one of the clans of dragons, about light. It's about justice and great fire. So it could be an illumination of secrets. Sometimes it can be that we are having a challenging time or a difficult time, and we want to be able to see a light path forwards or see some thoughts. Lian dragons can really help to shed light on a subject that we're challenged with. So in meditation, I would or take some 5-10 minutes out of your day to be nice and grounded out in the world, out into the beautiful sunshine that we've got here at the moment, if you're in the UK, and to ask for some illumination on those challenges that you have, some answers to those questions. 2025 is a year connected with Lady Portia, the Lady Ascended Master. She's the energetic overseer of this year, and her energy is all about karmic justice and cosmic justice. So if Ascended Master Presences or Lady Ascended Master Presences are your bag as much as dragons, then you can ask her for some help and guidance as well. But it's all about finding, seeking, and getting justice in the process, whichever that's going through. Does that make any sense for you? Hopefully so. Marvelous. Good. 3 for 3. Evita Victoria, wherever you are. I can't necessarily see you on my screen, but I'm going to pull a card for you. Oh, Nanan. So again, Nanan is about conjoining, about partnership, and this can be about a physical partnership, or it can be about an emotional partnership. The important part of that is about a past life connections, learning more about that. So have you done any past life work?
Yes, I have. And currently I've been getting the message to call back soul parts of myself. So it makes total sense.
Yeah. And that's a great thing. Soul fragment retrieval, which is something that I offer, something that I do for people, is incredible. And I've done it a lot for myself. But one of the things that's really interesting at the moment, this year, the soul fragment retrieval, for in the past, I've done it for about 10 years. The soul fragments that have returned have been from this lifetime. But in the last 6 months, there's been this shift where the soul fragments that have been retrieved have been for all lifetimes. So I've done this as a process for myself about 6-7 times. first time I had 70 pieces. I thought, well, that's pretty good, you know. Then I had a few hundred. Then I had like 6 or 7, and there was one where I had just had one, but it was a really big one. And I see them as fragments of bones that come through in the shamanic practice that I do. And so my familiar Lupus, who is a big wolf, trots off into the shadows, and he comes back with these bones in his mouth. And so I did this for myself in March this year on my birthday, and he came back with 7,500 fragments. That's a lot of bones. I mean, he's a big,
that's a lot. Yeah.
He's a big dude. Bless him. He's a big wolf. But he had this like big medicine bag around his neck and panniers on his back. He looked like a cart horse. And I was just like, why is there so many here? And the Merlin, who's my guide in this, he said, because you're getting back, we're giving them back to people from all lifetimes now to really help with that process of healing. And I felt a big shift and a big move on. So yeah, that past life connection, retrieving soul fragments is a great practice to do as helping. And from that, we don't bring back the trauma or the sadness or the fear or the anxiety of those experiences. We bring back the parts of the fragments that have been stuck there. And so after the process, you can have some really interesting dreams and really interesting meditative experiences, and things that have been dormant for a long time can start to be reactive. It can help to heal our DNA as well. So it can really help with that healing process.
I'm in the process of that. I just don't have a specific ritual or something like that I'm following. I'm doing it completely intuitive. But as I've been keep getting the message, I'm wondering, am I missing something? Am I not doing something yet that I potentially should? Am I missing a sign? Is there anything you potentially receive on that you can point me in the way or not?
I don't. My initial the initial thing that comes through is that following your intuition is wildly important. So above all things, I would say to people, follow their intuition, because we can become so reliant on other people doing things because we assume that they know better. But our intuition knows best. Really, we may not necessarily have the tools, but what my guides are saying for you is that it's part of a process. So you can get some of the bits back some of the time, and then when you're ready, you get more back, which is why it's an ongoing process. It's not just a one-time thing. Which is why I started off with a few, and then we're kind of building the resilience of our own energy system up, and then we get to a point where you can go, right, so you can have the full beans now. You can have loads of stuff. But it's a bit like weightlifting. It's a bit like training our bodies, you know, to do those things. We will break through those barriers. But if you it's like this spiritual equivalent of doing a couch to 5K. If you wake up in the morning and go, right, I'm going to run for 5 kilometers, you're not. You're going to fall flat on your face and have a wheezing panic attack after about. For me, it would be by the time I got to the back door. But we need to build up that energetic resilience in our energy system. So there's nothing that you're doing wrong. It's just an evolving process, and things will open up as you move forward.
I wasn't specifically asking if I'm doing something wrong, just if there should be something added to it. But as you already said, I'm right on track. I just need to let it unfold as it is.
And there will be something that's added. It's just going to take a little while till your energy system's ready to do that.
That's fine. We'll see when it comes. Love your vibe, by the way.
Thank you very much. Very kind. Right, who's next? I think Nicola asked if I can have if I do readings and that kind of thing. Yes, absolutely, no problem at all. We can sort that out. Where are we now? Just on Avita. So we're moving on to Eramoth. I don't know if that's one word, 2 words, 2 names, whoever it is. I can't see. Oh, I can see an Eramoth on my screen. But yes, so if you're just going to draw that card, if you want to turn your camera on, turn your mic on and be part of this, then that's fine. If you want to just sit quietly. That's great. Okay, so whatever the question is, whatever the thought is Tiamat's rune. Tiamat's rune is you have free will. You have to believe in yourself. You have infinite possibilities. Trust your intuitions, trust your soul, trust yourself, and take the path that you believe is right. Take some time to meditate on it, take some time to think, and it is your free will and your possibilities. Now, this can be probably the most challenging card in the deck, and it's something that really, really drives me nuts when I was on my path, especially when I was starting out, because I was like always asking Spirit, so what do I do now? Am I doing the right thing? Am I doing it right? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And the answer would always be, you have free will. You have all the information that you need. Crack on and do it yourself. And it would drive me nuts because, well, there's paths, there's 6 or 7 different ways of doing things. Which one do I choose? And they would go, oh, choose the one which suits you best. I was like, oh, could you shut up and just tell me which one to do? It's so unfair. Just someone pick for me. I mean, I'm terrible at restaurants. It takes me half an hour to choose my drink, and I don't even drink alcohol. So I've only really got Coke, Diet Coke, or apple ties to choose from, and I can't really choose. So, but we have to trust in ourselves and trust our intuition and trust our higher selves. We can use spirit as kind of a crutch, kind of an excuse to do things. And I've had this quite a lot with people when they do something which somebody else doesn't agree with, and they go, oh, well, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. My guides told me to do it. And there's no difference with that and then having an imaginary friend as a kid and go, no, I didn't eat all the cake. It was Henry, my imaginary friend, told me to do it. And so we need to rely on ourselves and take control of the situation, take the power, hold on to that power as well. I hope that makes sense for you, Aramathwe, whoever you are. Next up, Tony Mann. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
Have you got a question?
Yes, I have. I was told a while ago that I was Dragon Fae.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering if I can expand on that, or get a bit more information on how I can work with it or something.
Yeah, okay. Dragon Fae is really, really interesting. I just happen to have an Oracle of the Dragon Fae deck, which I use as part of my reading deck. I don't know if you've seen them before. You got those? Mm-hmm. I love this deck, Lucy Cavendish, and the information that comes through on these is absolutely outstanding. Before the first great enchantment, which was a time where the Fae, the dragons, those dimensional beings worked and lived with us in our same dimensional space that we're in now as human beings, we were connected with them fundamentally. There would be people that were cross-pollination, if you will. So we have the elves and the dwarves and the humans and the people that were half elf and half dwarf and half human, like you do in the video games. And there were Dragon Fae as well. So there were people that had physical sort of human DNA and energetic connections, as well as the Fae, as well as the dragons, to have sort of human Dragon Fae as well. The Dragon Fae worked with the dragon energies and with humans, as working to help to really control and work with the green, the nature of the land. And so as I said before, when I was talking, rabbiting on about being out in the earth, connecting, using and working with the dragons to connect with the divas of the plants and the flowers and the forest and the trees. It's like a sort of triple whammy. So you can connect with the dragons to then connect with the divas of the plants, or you connect with the divas of the plants to connect with the dragons, whichever works really, because they're different but the same vibrational essence. And you can work with crystals as well to connect with them. So in every crystal there's a diva, an energetic being, which is the essence and the vibrational oneness of that particular crystal and energy. So if you're drawn to a crystal, then you can hold that to your heart and ask them to come forward. Using a dragon for protection and guidance is always a great help with that as well. And they can take you off in guided meditation to connect with them. The fairy folk are wonderful. There's the elemental realms of the undines and the gnomes and the salamanders, and the air spirits, which I always forget, and I'm very sorry, Peralta, the king of the air spirits, because I always forget what they're called. Sylphs, thank you very much. It's nice that we've got there in the end. So you can connect with their energy as well. The proviso and the little bit of caution I would say with those is being very much aware of the phases of the moon and the phases of the sun. because their nature, the nature of the fairy folk especially, shifts and changes depending on how the phase of the moon is and what time of day it is. So going into the realm of the fairies in the daytime, they tend to be kind and calm and loving, especially dawn and midday. And at dusk, they get a bit frisky and a bit cheeky. And night times, they can be a little capricious, and they can be downright nasty, to be honest. They can be a bit mardy, and, you know, there's a lovely story where a friend of a friend wanted to connect more with the fairy folk. And so he went out to the local woods. There's a fairy ring just on the meadow next to the woods. And he sat in that at dusk. And he asked the fairy folk what he should do to connect more deeply with them. And they said, they came forward as a little group, and one of the groups said that they needed him to paint his face blue, because it was the woad is a very sacred symbol, and he needed to paint his face blue and come to them on the next full moon with a blue face, and they'd show him some secrets and some knowledge and some understanding. So he went out, bless him, he took it very seriously, and he learnt how to take the plants and break them all down and get the dye. And obviously woad doesn't come off very easily once you've painted it on. So he turned up, and he was a businessman as well in his normal everyday life, so he was quite, you know, important in the 3D world, in the physical world. So he painted his face blue, and he turned up at this fairy ring on the full moon at dusk and asked the fairies to come forward and talk to him and show the secrets. And all they did was get up in front of him and absolutely wet themselves laughing and pointed at him, because he'd done something so monumentally stupid as to paint his face blue. And his face was blue for a good 3 or 4 weeks because he just couldn't get the dye off. So sometimes it's a good to, I mean, you know, it's a great life lesson to learn about not to take ourselves too seriously, which is what he did. But it's also, yeah, a little bit of a proviso to just be careful and cautious about that. Did I actually get a card out for you? I can't remember. If
No, not yet.
All right, cool. I just got sidetracked by fairies.
As they
As they do, yeah. As they do. Oh, okay. Dracanael. Dracanael is about creativity. The Dracanael actually is the angel of dragons, so even the dragons have an angelic realm and consciousness. It's about creativity and community. So one of the ways of connecting could be, are you a creative person? Do you like making things and doing little things like that?
I do, but I create more with the greenery, gardens, and things like that.
Yeah, so doing that, having kind of outdoor altar for them as well can be nice, to create a little space in the garden that's dedicated to them, the dragons as well as the fairy folk. If you want to invite them into the garden, little offerings are really nice. They like some honey and milk mixed up, left outside. They're a big fan of anything sweet and chocolatey. Now, one of the things not to do, which is something I've done as well, is to leave a little offering of a Mars bar, which I did once for my fairy friends. And what they do is, because they can't feast on the actual physical thing, they feast on the energy of it. So the day after, I saw this lovely Mars bar there, and I was thinking, oh, that's a bit of a waste. They've had the energy from it. I'm going to eat the actual Mars bar, because, you know, why would you waste a Mars bar? Even though it's been outside all night, but I'm sure it'll be fine. There's a hedgehog weed on it or something, but it was unlikely. So I had a mouthful of this Mars bar, and it was the most god-awful ashen tasting thing, because all of the energy had gone from it, because the fairy folk had it, and they just, so I had a mouthful of Mars bar ash, which was horrible. But again, a lesson to me for not actually nicking something off other people. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Okay, I've kind of run out of time, so I'm just going to get the wind up. I'm just going to flick through some of the questions. If anyone else has other questions moving on, then you can drop me a line on social media or WhatsApp and stuff, and I'll answer any of these questions here. I'm glad that I'm getting some nice positive feedback. People can book readings with me on the website. I do one-to-ones live on Zoom, or recorded, pre-recorded card pulls. Let me just go through the booklet. Yes, so the question here is, does the booklet contain more deeper descriptions? So yeah, you get about 600-700 words on them, and one of the important things about any booklet is you get to know them, and then you get your own meanings as well. But there are meanings in the booklet about each of the cards to get you going on the way, a decent way, so you can do some readings for people and that type of thing. Was there a time period when the elves and dragons coexisted? Yes, absolutely right. Before the first charm, before the first spell, when they moved themselves. I used to think that they left us, but actually now I think that we left them. Our energy dipped low quite quickly, and they couldn't hold that vibration. Right, I am going to shut my face.
Thank you so much, Kieron. I can't wait to get my hands on one of those decks. So I've just shared your website again. So
thank you very much.
you can
Really
get
appreciate
on
that.
your
It's very cool.
mailing list and see when it's available. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, everyone. Thank you, and apologies to anyone I didn't get to that missed out. Do get in touch, and thank you for your time. Thanks again to you, Nicola and Kev, for what you do. I think it's awesome, and I hope everyone has a great time for the rest of the Dragon Thunder Summit. You guys take it easy, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Kieron. I'd just like you to meet Denise. Denise, meet Kieron, just so that you've got that connection.
Hi, Denise.
Our next speaker. You just never know how those connections may work in the future. Thanks, Kieron. That was gorgeous.
Hi, thanks a lot. Hope you have a great talk, and it's lovely to meet you. Take care.
You too. Thanks for that.
Well, our next speaker is coming along. Well, what speaker are we on now? 1, 2, 3, 4. They're coming along. So, Denise, you may have seen Denise and I on Facebook quite a few times with one of our Italian friends who will be coming up soon. And it's always beautiful to connect with Denise. So here's a little introduction of her. So Denise, a powerful voice, alchemist, grid activator, multi-dimensional healer. She's connected to the dragons, Gaia, the galactic realms, crystal grids of Earth, and through her energy work, light language, and dragon immersions, she helps others awaken to the codes of their soul. So Denise, welcome, and what beautiful frequencies do you have for us today?
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for organising this, and thank you everybody for being here, whether you're here on the live or on the replay. So what has been coming through to share, I've been working a lot with Lemurian energies this year particularly. So the Lemurian water dragons are wishing to connect with you. So what I'm going to do is share an experience with you. So a visualization where you can connect with the Lemurian water dragons. And a lot of the work I do is linked to the heart, and this follows on nicely from what Fiona was doing as well. Linked to the heart and opening the heart and kind of living our lives from the heart. And also connecting with the land and the trees. So I feel that there's going to be a merging of that in this. We're going to connect with the consciousness of water as well, and the Lemurian water dragons. And the Lemurian water dragons, this is quite a new connection for me. I've connected with the Lemurian rose dragons and other Lemurian dragons, but not actually the water dragons, as far as I remember. I hold monthly dragon gatherings, and over the couple of years that I've been hosting those, I've connected with so many different dragons, and it's amazing the different frequency that you feel from them all. But today it's the Lemurian water dragons, and we're going to be working with the energy of our hearts. Just feeling in if there's anything they want me to share, first of all. So just a little bit about Lemuria. So to me, the time of Lemuria was where we were much more connected with the land and much more connected with the trees, with the fairies, with everything. Our telepathic communication was much more online, and where we were living from the heart. And I think that's why so many people at the moment are bringing in Lemurian energies, because it's it really feels like it's the energy that we need so much at this time. And I think it's such a big part of our journey, and I feel that it's where we're heading to next. So the first Lemurian gathering that I did, it was really interesting because we had a little look around Lemuria. There may be time for that today, I'm not sure. Some of this I've kind of outlined, but I'm going to be kind of just seeing what wants to come through at the time as well. And it was really Lemuria, the energy of Lemuria that I saw, the land that I saw, was really quite different from, you know, any expectations that I had. And the Lemurian rose, that is going to come into this as well. And the rose frequency, to me, the rose is a particular frequency, and the rose flower is an aspect of that frequency. And it feels like the rose frequency is actually not from here. It's not from Earth. It's from more cosmic, galactic frequency. So we're also going to be connecting with the Lemurian rose in this as well. So if you would like to join me with this, if you wish to close your eyes, you can go into a deeper space for this. But just do what feels right. And calling in all of our higher selves. Calling in all of our multidimensional aspects. Oh, and just to say as well, I will be using some sound in this. I'll have my crystal pyramid and light language as well. So let's just bring our awareness to our heart space as we call in our dragon aspects. Our dragon guides and helpers. Calling in the energy of water, the pure crystalline structured consciousness of water. And just visualizing that you have roots of energy growing down from the base of your spine and the soles of your feet. And these roots of energy are going down deep into the earth, connecting with the heart of Mother Earth. Connecting with all the crystalline grids of energy and calling into our bodies any crystalline frequencies that would be of benefit to our bodies, to our energy field right now. And connecting to the grids of energy that hold the pre-molecular energies of everything that our body requires. All the nutrition, all the minerals, the vitamins, the elements. So connecting with the pre-particle energies and drawing those up through those roots into our bodies. Connecting in with all the water grids, the dragon grids, and the Lemurian grids. And bringing your awareness to your heart space in the center of your chest and breathing love into your hearts, into every cell of your body. And during this visualization, I'll invite you to visualize certain things or go to certain places. And it's entirely up to you if you follow those invitations. You might be inclined to do your own thing, which is absolutely fine. So feeling the love from Mother Earth moving into our bodies, and the love from all the dragons, the crystals. And let us just extend our heart awareness out to the heart of the sun, the solar heart, and feeling gratitude in our hearts, in our bodies, for all the solar energies, all the solar frequencies that we are receiving on Earth presently. And extending our heart awareness out to the cosmic heart. And feeling those solar frequencies, those cosmic frequencies, coming into all of our energy centers, coming into our crown. And they're all weaving together in our spinal column of light. And moving from your spinal column of light into every cell, into all of your energy centers. Your Earth Star Center beneath your feet, your base center at the base of your spine, your sacral, solar plexus, heart, higher heart, throat, third eye and crown, and all the spaces between, front and back and at the sides. And moving into all of the smaller centers in your hands, all of your joints and your feet. So your whole body is filling with light. And bringing your awareness to your heart space. And there's a golden doorway in your heart. And let us now just step through that golden doorway into the void, the place of infinite possibilities. And you can place into the void any dreams, any hopes for yourself or for the planet. And approaching you now in the void is another golden doorway, and you're invited to step through this doorway. And you find yourself now amongst trees in a beautiful oak glen, filled with majestic oak trees. And just take a moment or two to connect with one of these oak trees. It looks slightly different, more light than the oak trees that we find on Earth. And there are sparkles in the air. And you feel the energy and the wisdom from this oak tree moving into your body, into your heart, into every cell. And when you're ready, there's a golden path that leads off from this oak tree. And let us just skip along this golden path with joy and lightness in your heart. You may wish to dance. You can almost hear the sound of music from the Fae. You can hear their laughter, their joy. And with each step you take, your body feels lighter. And a beautiful fragrance begins to greet your nostrils, the beautiful fragrance of the rose. And you find yourself walking through many, many roses on either side of the path. Magical roses of every colour, even colours that we don't find with roses on planet Earth. And feeling that rose energy entering your body, entering your heart, lifting away any burdens that you may be carrying in your heart, lifting away any fears, dissolving past hurt. And already your heart feels lighter. And soon you reach a clearing in the trees. And you see a beautiful expanse of crystalline, pure water, a large lake. And you can feel the essence of the water beckoning you in. And just take in the beautiful view that surrounds you. Just take in the energy of this place. And when you're ready to go into the water, your body begins to tingle. And you feel the consciousness of water surrounding your body, holding you gently. And you feel the love from the essence of water moving into every single cell of your body. So you're invited to have a swim in the water. Cleanse your whole body from top to toe. And you can swim beneath the water and you can breathe in this water. And you may even find your legs tingling. And if you look down, you may just see your legs turning into a tail. And in the center of the lake, you can feel a different vibration. And you just rise to the surface as you begin to see a huge water dragon beginning to rise up, and the eyes beckoning you, loving you. And you begin to swim towards this beautiful Lemurian dragon, this water dragon, huge water dragon. And she beckons you onto her back. And she goes beneath the surface and begins to swim deeper and deeper in this lake. All the way down to the bed of the lake. And there is this glistening tunnel. And there are crystals in the walls of this tunnel. And you go down through this tunnel. And when you come out of the other end of this tunnel, you swim through water, and when you reach the surface, you see at the shoreline Lemuria. And together, you and this beautiful water dragon land together on the shore in Lemuria. So just take in your surroundings. Have a look at your body. Do you have your land legs again? Are there other beings there? And you connect more deeply now with this beautiful Lemurian dragon. As you sit together or lie together at the shoreline. And you gaze into the eyes of this dragon. And you can feel energy emanating out from this dragon's eyes. This is pure love. And you can perceive energy emanating out from her heart. You may see this, or you may just have a feeling of it. And this heart-to-heart energy, your heart is receiving energy from her heart. You may see sparkles in the air. You may see light codes. And just feel into your body, feel into your chest. There may be a feeling of tingles or warmth. And that energy is moving into every cell of your body. And you may wish to place one or both of your hands on your chest. Feeling these healing frequencies in your heart. You may feel emotions and just allow them to come up. Just know that they're being felt as they're being released from your body. And feeling the alignment between your heart and the heart of this beautiful dragon. And you're invited now to see a visual of your heart energy. And seeing any tears being repaired. You may be given a golden needle and thread to just sew up any tears. Holding your heart, loving your heart. Dissolving any walls of protection that you're ready to let go of. If your heart is encased in ice, then blowing loving energy to dissolve that ice. Taking down any chains of protection. And as you give your heart universal love, as you hold your heart in your hands and seeing your heart expanding, perceiving your heart opening up The energy is beaming out from your beautiful heart to every cell of your body. And you see streams of energy going up to your brain, going out in all directions, down to your feet, and we're going to connect with the Lemurian rose now. And inside your heart is the template for the Lemurian rose. And if you feel to, if you'd like to, awakening now that template within your heart of the Lemurian rose. And seeing your heart, inside your heart, there's a tiny Lemurian rose that with your love and your attention is beginning to grow and expand. So your whole heart now is held within the energy of this Lemurian rose. And emanating out from this Lemurian rose are teeny tiny Lemurian roses, beaming out in all directions. And you can guide these to any places of your body that you've been working with, that you may have pain in or imbalance. So just taking some moments to work with your heart energy and with this Lemurian rose energy, in the presence of this beautiful Lemurian water dragon. And now some light language. O heit ad arenikia ta ost arenikia bond oit dat ai it okul. De hrnaka a it dorenaka de bihilakia. Ay 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 ay. Terend dat ai kid erlak de bada ant at est. Killa bada dat intalek ja han ook de unta paradig de a. Kikla kiat at erna kudore de a. Killa hi ist erna ko und. Kulla hai elekiandora me ba at aradig de untore de ba a. Killa ba kid de tista. Ta arlekia paranakud at ishta. Kilakianta at good un. Belakia est at arnekikia. Der baradik untor digita. Kiklakaradik de boridik baradik tukuta. Aradik ishtarik untor digita. Der de baradik gun. Ba le at aradik kudo. Kuklakaradik gora digita. And just taking a little time in silence. And inside your heart is an octahedron of light, crystalline octahedron, two four-sided pyramids together, base to base. And this octahedron is beginning to expand until it surrounds your whole body. And surrounding that octahedron is a sphere of light. And the beautiful Lemurian rose in your heart is also beginning to expand. So it surrounds the octahedron and the sphere. And asking any questions that you may have of your Lemurian water dragon. The one that I'm seeing is a beautiful silvery green, silvery blue, kind of opalescent. Yours may be different. And just looking deep into the eyes. You may wish to ask for a name. And feeling again that heart-to-heart connection between you and this beautiful Lemurian dragon, this water dragon. And when you're ready, you and the dragon begin to go back into the water and just again cleansing your body, releasing any limiting beliefs, programs, thought forms, patternings that may be holding you back. And just letting them be cleansed by the water, releasing any fears, any old hurts, anything that's come up from your heart. And know that you can return here anytime you wish. And these frequencies are, you're holding these frequencies in your body now. So if you wish to reconnect with them, just place your hands on your heart with the intention of reconnecting with these energies. And when you're ready, the Lemurian water dragon invites you back onto his or her back. And you go back into the water, back into the tunnel. And the colours in the tunnel of the crystals seem even more vibrant now. And coming through the other side of the tunnel, back into the crystalline lake that you started in. And when you're ready to go back to the shore, and just spending a moment or two saying farewell for now to this dragon friend. And I'm seeing her or he just wrapping their wings around you. And you may be aware and being shown that this process may have awakened your own wings at the back of your body. So just have a little feel into your wings. You may have your own dragon wings. And when you're ready, you can either walk or with your new wings, fly back through the rose garden, through the forest, through the trees, and just landing in the oak tree glen. And just spend a moment or two connecting with one of the oak trees. And like the oak tree, feeling your roots, connecting to the heart of the earth. And there's an excited chatter in the air. And you may be aware of the dragon fae, the fairies flying around you. They can perceive the change in your body, and it brings them so much joy. And it feels like you're getting a hug from this oak tree. And feeling your feet now firmly on the ground. And when you're ready, saying farewell to the oak tree, to the fae, all of the beings of light in this magical place. And when you're ready, stepping back through the golden doorway, into the void, and any new dreams, hopes that you wish to plant, into the void, the place of infinite possibilities. And you see before you the golden doorway of your heart. So feeling your presence in your heart space. Feeling anchored and connected to the earth. And feeling your physical presence in the room, in the place that you started at. Feeling where your sitting bones are seated or where you're lying. And just slowly in your own time, beginning to wiggle your fingers and toes. Move your body in any way you wish. You may wish to move from side to side or front to back. Roll your shoulders. Maybe give your hands a bit of a shake. And drinking plenty of water. And drinking plenty of water for the rest of the day and the next few days. And if you can, connect with nature, connect with some trees and some water. If you can have a dip in water or have a shower or water in nature, that would be amazing. And any way that you have, if you feel any emotions are stuck in your body, you might wish to have a good laugh or a good cry. You might wish to stamp your feet and like a child having a little tantrum. or have a run or a dance, or sing, using your voice to integrate the energies and release any energies. And journaling is another good way. So if you find you're in a bit of a loop in your mind, just going blah on the page and just letting all the words out. Don't vet them, just let them all out, whatever they are. Don't judge them. And then you can always burn a piece of paper at the end of it. There's no need to reread it.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions for Denise? I'm just going to post in all of her beautiful links so you can connect.
And if anyone wants to go on my mailing list as well, I don't have a website, but if you want to join my mailing list, that lets you know of the next events, and particularly the dragon events. I think the next one is going to be to do with the Lemurian dragons again, and it feels like it moves on nicely from this one. It's to do with the nervous system and the heart, and strengthening the connection between the nervous system and the heart, so that our heart can become more of the controller instead of the fear-based mind that we've been working with in survival for so long.
Yeah, it's a big journey, that, isn't it? From here to here. It's only a short distance, but it's quite a lot of work.
And our mind's just trying to be helpful,
Yeah, true. It needs to be in service to the heart, though, doesn't it, rather than the other way around?
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Any questions from anyone? No, I think we're all nicely relaxed and chilled out. It was a beautiful journey. It was like, I could just feel myself in the water. It was beautiful. I was like, I was laying in the sea the other day, and I just imagined it was like that, sort of fairly sort of weightless because the salt was holding me up.
Nice. Yeah, the wings at the end was unexpected to me as well. I just kind of saw everyone's wings coming online, and I was like, oh, that's nice. Just reading your comment. Yeah, thank you for that with the rose. Yeah, dragons and roses, there feels a strong link that just seems to be growing stronger between the dragons and the rose. It's almost like we've not been ready for it, but now we are. Liquid crystal, beautiful. Feeling calm, lots of crystals. Yeah, and play with your wings now as well. Have a good look at them, and you might feel tingles if you've been having aches around your shoulders as well. You might find that dissipates a little bit now that your wings are growing. Oh, nice. Brilliant. Even an idea for a dragon talk. Nice.
Yeah, roses are coming out everywhere, aren't they? Our next speaker is Sandy, and she's talking about rose alchemy, so that'd be beautiful. A nice segue.
Yeah, I love working with rose energy. I just find it so strong. The last place where I lived, I created a little rose grid in the garden. So I'd planted roses in like a particular formation in the garden. And when you stood in it, you could feel the energy of the roses.
Oh, wow.
And there's so much more about the rose that we haven't yet tapped into, I feel.
I want to get one of those little machines that you put onto the flowers and it plays the frequency of them. I'd love to see what the roses sound like. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard the frequency of the rose. I've heard some others and some, but not the rose.
It's like Sandy's on screen now, so we're a bit early, so it's too early for Sandy to come on. But Denise, Sandy, Denise, say hello.
Hello.
There you go. You are now connected. Well, we do have 15 minutes, so if people want a break, because we've been going sort of for a while now, and it might be nice for people to have maybe a 5-10 minute. If you have a 10-minute break, and then come back, we'll go out and maybe stand in nature, have a stretch, smell some roses, and then we'll come back and we'll head over to Sandy and her rose alchemy.
I
Yeah,
think that'll be really nice to have a little stretch of your legs and just yeah, especially if you can go out in nature.
sounds good. Cool. Well, we'll see you all in 10 minutes.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you all for receiving.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you. Send Denise lots of love. Look, press that love button. I love these buttons like that. See you in a moment. That's a nice quick break. Ran outside, said hello to the GGs, had a bit of porridge, made a cup of tea. What could have been asked for?
It just made my husband run two flights of stairs to go get me my fan. So hot in my room.
Yeah, I've got my fan. I haven't needed it yet. There's a nice breeze coming off the fields, which is quite good.
Nice.
But it is warm out there. Not as warm as yesterday. It was like 30 yesterday. I think it's 27 today. So almost cold. Tell we're British, can't we? Talk about the weather. Come on, people, come on back. Remember to turn the cameras on so that the gorgeous speakers can actually see some humans rather than just a wall of names. Just a bit soul destroying just talking at a wall. It's nice to see people smile and chuckle and stretch. And so we got 1 minute, and then Nicola's now back in charge.
Oh, thank you.
You're most welcome.
We have our next guest, which, like Kevin just said, follows on really nicely from Denise because it's more of the rose. And that's Sandy Humby. So we're going to the Isle of Avalon in Glastonbury. And I remember last year, no, we're not there anymore. Oh, you're shaking your head. Oh, okay. I remember last year you like moved to Glastonbury because the dragon said.
Yeah, I was. I was in Avalon, and that was part of my connection with the Rose Dragons. But I've now been called to be on the balloonist line on the spine of Albion, right at the base of the spine of Albion. So I'm working with the with the dragon energy in a slightly different way and on a different node point on the journey. Yeah. So I'm down in Hampshire at the bottom of the spine of Albion right now.
You're right near me then, in the forest.
Yes.
The forest.
Yes.
Yeah, this sort of runs right down to the Isle of Wight, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Albion, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the Isle of Wight is known as Dragon Island, interestingly.
Of course, yeah.
So,
wow. Oh, I love that. I love how you just move. It's like the dragons say, go here, go there.
So do the dragons.
I do that, but I haven't actually moved.
The roses I have to keep on picking up and planting somewhere else.
Oh, bless. Okay. So, well, I think, yeah, well, I've introduced you. So we've got Sandy then from Hampshire now. We moved to the Isle of Avalon, from the Isle of Avalon.
Yeah.
And you channeled the elemental, channel with the elemental and rose dragons.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what would you like to share with us today then?
It's a very good question. Yeah, I was last on this this summit in 2023, and that was when I'd moved to Avalon, and that was my first connection with the dragon energy. That's not been my main pathway, my main language. I've been working with the roses and the rose consciousness consciously since 2010, when they connected with me at the Alhambra in Granada in Spain. And actually I was drawn into the rose garden before I'd even got into the main Nazareth Palace. I'd seen these roses dancing on top of these clipped hedges, and I'm like, oh, I think there's a slight detour going on here. And got into the rose garden with my favorite camera, into one of the rose gardens, because it's just a series of rooms and waterways and fountains. And the roses were saying, no, photograph me. No, me, don't miss me. And so I came home with a camera loaded with rose photographs after a 4-day immersion, and didn't think any more about it. And so I woke up a couple of days later, and there was a voice in my head that said, we'd like you to put 11 of us together and work with us. We've come to heal the Magdalene wound. We've come to heal the wounded aspects of the feminine in both men and women. But it's always been the women that have sought the healing first, for their children, for their families and their communities. And so that started the journey with the roses. And since then, I've published a Rose Oracle for the Heart in 2014 and a second edition in 2019. And I thought we were complete. I had no other agenda or desire to do anything more than that. I was sharing, inner journeys with the roses and connection through the roses to Lady Nada, who is the overlighting soul of Mary Magdalene. And that's been the leading guide for my work for the last 15 years. I mean, I've got a history that runs back before that. And I had 20 years of couture wedding dress designer. And so I worked with silk and antique French textile. But I mean, all the women in the 80s and 90s wanted roses on their dresses. So, and I managed to manifest a manageress in one of my shops called Rosemary, who was a real dab hand at gathering up silk to make silk roses that we sewed onto the dresses. But, what was it about the rose? So actually, absolutely following on from what Denise was saying, the frequency of the rose is just pure love. She's got no other agenda, right? The rose opens her 5 sepals, just like you would draw a 5-pointed star. And embedded within the 5-pointed star, it is the golden mean, the ratio of the golden mean, which is 1 to 1.61803. And that is what we recognize as the growth proportion of our bodies and the nature growth proportion of plants and so on, and what we recognize as beauty. And for me, the path of the rose is the path of beauty, truth, and love. So when I got got nudged quite loudly to move to Avalon, I listened and I paid attention and I made the move, not knowing anybody really. I knew a couple of people in that area, and I was too far from Glastonbury for that to feel like that was a real hub. But I'd only been there a few weeks, and there was a strong nudge to go to Burrow Mump. And I knew Burrow Mump because of my connection with Rory Duff and his work on the Michael Mary line and the harmonizing of the nodes, the earth nodes at solstices and equinoxes. And so again, I listened and I got to Burrow Mump. Of course, there's no health and safety at Burrow Mump. You just scramble up this mound in the countryside, and it's a crossing point. It's a node point on the Michael Mary line as it makes its way up from Cornwall to the east coast of the UK. And it's the last crossing before you get to Glastonbury Tor, which actually the consciousness of Burrow Mump said, this is where it really truly is. You don't want to listen to what's going on over there, you know, you're in the right place, sort of thing, which is sort of interesting. So there's me, you know, I'm used to communing with, you know, the guiding beings of the Rose Path, with no idea that there's anything else lurking for me. And I sit on the mump and look at the sheep and the amazing view over the levels. And I can hear this sort of hum in the land. And it's, you know, it's a really deep earthly hum. Now, you know, I'm all air and water, right? I'm I'm lots of ideas and emotions and so on. I have to work hard to be earthed. So I'm listening to this hum and thinking, this is interesting. And I've been weaving the roses with in alchemy crystal bowls. So, you know, sound and the work of sound with the rose has been, you know, in my field of frequency. So I've been working with the energy signature of the sound as a carrier for the rose healing. And especially if I've been working with healing on the land, for clients or healing in homes. And even if I've done that in person, I've taken one of my crystal bowls with me wherever possible, or even I've got a traveling Tibetan heart bowl that I will take. But I will often go to the seed point of the property and create a grid, and then use the sound as a carrier wave into the property. So I was a bit interested by this hum. And I felt a nudge to go and stand in this, I mean, it's a derelict church or semi-derelict church to St. Michael that's on top of Burrow Mump. So I went into the tower. I felt really strongly drawn to hum the note that I'd heard. And as I hummed the note, the tower pulsed. And as I went off note, it stopped. And I went back on note, tower pulsed. Fascinating. And then I went out into the nave area, this with no roof and no glass in the windows, you know, just a bare shell. And there was a sort of a spot that was calling me. So I went and stood on it. And I heard this voice that said, "We've been waiting for you." Okay. And they said, "We are the Rose Dragons. We've come from the 5th density, heart of Gaia. And we come as rose-hearted dragons because that's your field of receptive frequency." Okay. And they went on to say that they were here and they were back to connect with those in this period of evolving consciousness, to connect with those who have awakened to the remembrance of the times of co-creating with the dragon energies. So they also said that at the time of the dragon slaying, they had either gone off planet or gone underground because they knew that there was no longer a frequency attunement or a frequency alignment to co-create with humanity. The frequency field had dropped too low for them to be able to work in a way that was going to enhance the process. So they've been waiting patiently till we were ready, or enough of us had reached a frequency match, because it's all about the frequency. That's what enables us to connect with all of these fields of consciousness. If we haven't got that frequency running in us, it can't resonate with us. So this is why the inner work is so powerful. And I guess that's why the preemptive journey for me with the roses, you know, to heal and align that internal channel, to be able to bring heaven on earth, to be able to be an acupuncture point of light on the planet in this time of evolutionary change. And, you know, that's what we signed up for. That's why we're here. You know, we're not here by happenstance. We're here because we all carry a field of frequency that is beneficial from our soul alignment perspective, or our soul evolutionary perspective, and for what we are here in service to this greatest shift, you know, in, is it 12,000 years? I mean, this is such a massive shift of consciousness that we're shepherding. We're visionaries. We're holders of those frequency fields that are allowing for this shift for humanity. We're on the cutting edge of that wave in whatever our spectrum of vibration is that connects us to dragon consciousness. And I think you'll probably have noticed that there was a wave of dragon awareness that seemed to come up, coming into probably into 2020. It was starting to evolve. And those of us that were open to that energy were being taken to the places where that would be reactivated. So for me, the first conscious contact with this group of energies was in September, October of 22. So it's been an incremental development for me of this connection with the Rose Dragon consciousness. And what they showed me, because as I say, I have this Rose Oracle for the heart, which very much works within the field between the Soul Star and the Earth Star. So it's about clearing the old patterns, clearing the trauma stories, clearing the wounded parts of the heart field, and start bringing in a salve that can heal and rebalance that energy, so that we could make that journey from head to heart with greater ease, and also that we could ride the waves of the incoming bioplasmic light, the biophotonic light that's been coming in incrementally, so that there wasn't so much resistance within the field. So the Rose Dragons, when they showed up, you know, I understood that I was actually communing with the elemental Rose Dragon of Ether. And a little bit later on, I'm going to talk you through the process of connecting with the elements and the elemental Rose Dragon frequencies as I receive them. And what's gorgeous here is that that many of us are now speaking of the Rose Dragon frequencies, but we're each coming in at it from a different lens of perception. And that is where the richness is, because actually all of us, everyone on this call, has got a different spectrum of heart field vibration that allows us to hear one person, or not, or only partially hear another, or not really be able to hear what somebody else is saying. And so Kev's brought this amazing body of dragon people together, dragon riders, dragon hearts, there is something that everybody is going to resonate with, that is in that offering. And I think that's the magic. It's a rich process, an enriching process. So in my commune with the elemental Rose Dragons, and through the lens of the elemental Rose Dragon of Ether, the quintessence, she who holds all of the other four elements. And I'll explain how she calls them in when we a little bit later on. So what they explained was that the first piece of the work that I had to do was to connect in, to bring in the elemental Rose Dragons of Ether, the elemental Rose Dragons of Earth, And so, you know, what they've done is, as just like the Rose Oracle, they commune with me through the Rose Heart. So each of the roses in the Rose Oracle set are my photographs, as are all of these. They're photographs that I photographed in different rose gardens around the world. And they've come forward to hold a frequency field of these different elements, these different pieces to the journey. And it's through the Rose Heart that each one of these carries, because it's not the bush. It's like people say to me, well, you know, do you know what name that rose is? And it's like, no, it's not the bush. It's the consciousness of that particular bloom on that particular bush that you know, radiated, that said, no, photograph me, photograph me. And at the time, of course, I didn't have any idea that there was any more. I thought I was complete with the Rose Oracle. So, you know, they are all extraordinary roses in their own right, but they all are holding a field of frequency that, as I say, I'll give you an opportunity to see whether they connect and they tune in with you a bit later on. So they said that there were the 5 elemental rose dragons, but they also said that there were 13 celestial rose dragons that would follow on. But that actually what I needed to do was to embody the first 5, these elemental rose dragons first, because that's the foundation of the work. That's the foundation. This vessel is of the earth. Every molecule of this vessel is made up of earth, air, fire, and water. It came from the earth and it will return to the earth. But it's here in order to be the vessel for soul and for spirit, for this evolving journey, for however many more breaths I have on planet Earth. This is my vessel, right? And this is why the herbs and working with the crystal kingdom, working with the mineral kingdom, working with the herbs, this is why this rebalances the body, because that's what we are. And so the dragon priestesses, the dragon mothers, knew that they were high priestesses of that pathway. They knew the herbs. They knew the elemental connection with the herbs. They knew what was going to rebalance what was out of balance in this physical body, just as well as the crystal masters that are here know what the crystal qualities are that are going to rebalance and re-energize this vessel so that it can function at its best to be in best service in whatever way in this great time of change, in this great time of the wheel turning. So the celestial rose dragons bring in a different quality. They bring in a cosmic aspect to this. And these 13 celestial rose dragons connect and create a crown of 12 stars. They are a geometry of 12 around the one. And the one is the 0 field. It's the still point. It's a pure, innocent connection to God, Source, Great Spirit, that is then spectrumed out into this crown of 12 stars. And I was just blown away when I started to develop that aspect of the work under the guidance and the tutelage of the celestial rose dragons and the Divine Mother energy, that in Revelation 12:1, and you can't make this up, in Revelation 12:1, it speaks of an apparition of Mother Mary clothed by the sun, with her foot on the moon, and around her head a crown of 12 stars. So I could see what they were doing. You know, they were activating the Rose Oracle cards, the Rose Oracle frequencies, and the path of sacred homecoming that the Rose Oracle offers. They were activating it to another octave. They were like topping and tailing it within a vesica, a golden vesica of light. So it's been it's been a wild ride, bringing this lot through, and I eventually got them published last summer solstice 24. And so they are available in the Chalice World bookshop, and they are available on my website. If anybody is interested, there's so many amazing offerings that everybody has in their own creation of frequencies that carry these amazing dragon energies. Yeah. And I think the other thing to say is that, we're going back to Burrow Mump. In the rich and varied conversation that I've had with Rory Duff over the years, he speaks of these points in time where the node points, the energy lines come into harmony. And when he speaks of those energies coming into harmony, he sees the node point opening like a rose. And I thought, this is amazing, isn't it? There is this weave of these currents on the earth, on Mother Earth's body. And then there is this weave of the currents on our physical bodies. Because as we will experience a little bit later, this is what for me, this is what the elemental rose dragons have brought. They've shown us how to balance the energy, how to bring that energy up through the physical body to activate the heart, to activate the pineal gland. So they are powerful allies in our journey of optimizing our energy, because that's what it's got to do. If it isn't in some way strengthening our field, strengthening our focus, or giving us some sense of co-creation at this particular time, then we're looking in the wrong direction. To be the brightest light, to be the clearest acupuncture point of light is where our greatest service is. And we have all been beautifully placed in these various points around the planet. As I said to Nicola, yes, I was in Avalon, but they went, no, your work there's finished. Off you go. And here's where we want you to be. And so, here I was on the Michael Mary line, running up from Devon, Cornwall, across to the East Coast. And actually what this does is this is going north-south. This is going, actually they cross at the Uffington White Horse in Oxfordshire. It's where these two lines go. So there's a super node there. I'm thinking that now I've sort of settled a bit. I might make a pilgrimage up to see what it feels like in a super blooming in this. And it is said actually that before it became a white horse, that it was a dragon. And I have yet to go and tune in on that, but how interesting might that be? Either way, a horse works from the heart, right? A horse is the consciousness of a horse would expand its field to meet you as you walk in the gate. It will know exactly where you're at. It will know exactly the consciousness of your heart, without you even, getting any closer. So here's something that it's showing us that the dragons and the dragon consciousness, are really helping us come home to self, home to the heart, because there's nowhere else to go. It's that is our that's our currency. That's our going into new earth, whatever that might be, in how we view that frequency. All we know is what has been is still in the process of crumbling, and we don't yet know. We're in that void point. We know there is more to crumble, but we don't quite know what the birth is going to look like. And so some of us are here as vision holders, where some of us are here as visionaries to hold that frequency and to hold that vision, because the visioning is the first process before anything comes into substance, into form. You know, it's like me coming back from the Alhambra and getting that download in the morning with the voice that said, we want you to put 11 of us together and work with us. Well, it was an incremental process until that physicalized into the oracle, in the same way that the rose dragons came about. And actually, there was nearly a year where I had the crown of 12 stars on my coffee table in my sitting room that was just holding space. It was holding an activation and a frequency in my space while I journeyed with the elemental rose dragons, while I got their messages, while I integrated it in me. And actually, when I came to then focus on the celestial rose dragons, only one of them remained the same. It was like there was a holding pattern, but as I came to bring them into physicality and to form, those frequencies of the roses that had been holding space moved out, and there were other roses that needed to come in and replace, which was absolutely fascinating. Just the whole process. And then recognizing that there were several voices that I could hear that were connected, particularly with the celestial rose dragons. There was the consciousness of the rose heart, of the actual. Actually, this is the one that's come forward. I dowsed to see which one wanted to hold the essence of this particular gathering. For me, and it was Celestial Rose Dragon 8, and she speaks to the sacred power of truth. And so, this is so fascinating, isn't it? This is a rose actually I photographed in Sedona. She was in a rose garden in the center of Sedona because I'd gone to speak about the roses to a group in Phoenix and then go up to Sedona some years back now. So the celestial rose dragons are much more qualities. They're sacred powers. They're sacred powers of activation from a cosmic perspective. And they're all facets of Christ consciousness. And so the voice has been through the heart of the rose, through the rose dragon, cosmic rose, celestial rose dragon consciousness, but also an energy that called herself Lady Mary, which, for me is the ascended master name of Mother Mary. So there's different angles, there's different voices of wisdom that they've shared around these different qualities, these different aspects that if we embody, if we take them in as sacred powers, they can further activate our journey, our journey within ourselves. So it has been a wild ride. I didn't come from a family that had any of this in the background. I am a total wild card in my family, and I didn't have books. There weren't books in my family home of birth. There was no art. There was nothing that would nurture a creative, sensitive child. But I came from a line of gardeners, and I found that absolutely fascinating, both in the connection with the roses, but also with the rose dragons. you know, so they were masters of understanding the natural world, the rhythm of the seasons, the working with the elements. Yeah. And so, you know, I might not have had one aspect of that kind of nurturing. You know, I've met people that have said, oh, you know, I'm a 3rd generation homeopath, or, you know, my father was part of the Theosophical Society, or, you know, whatever that storyline is. But there was nothing like that in my birth family of origin. But there was a sensitivity, particularly to the rose. My grandfather and my maternal grandparents lived in a small cottage in the middle of the New Forest at Burley. And my grandfather was a professional gardener, and he had a little rose garden in front of the little cottage, which, you know, he would be an opportunist in the unmade up road that was outside of the cottage for the fresh manure that got that got dropped outside, which he would then, you know, store and then put onto his beloved roses. And I love the fact that out of the SHIT of life is fragrance and beauty and blossom that comes from, you know, how you nurture the root. And actually, is that not what we do? Does this vessel do the same? You know, the stories that we hold about ourselves are mostly in the 2nd chakra, right? You know, that base chakra, that familial pattern rising out up to what Jung would call the individuation in that sacral chakra, which holds all our stories. And so if you look at the rose of the heart and the stem going down the body and into that sacral area, we're transmuting the stories that we were given in our childhood, that we took as beliefs, and alchemizing them through the beauty and the fragrance and the blossoming of the heart. And, you know, as you can tell, I can go off down all sorts of storylines and go off piste and all sorts. Some of the people on my courses, honestly, they are so patient because I've gone off on a track. It's never scripted. So, you know, I think what is also very interesting is that if you come back into the Magdalene, or you come in to the Marys, full stop, because Mary is a station, right? It's a frequency field. And Mary was Mary Magdalene, or Mother Mary, or Mary Salome, or Mary Jacobi. These were all Marys. They were priestesses. They were high priestesses. They were mistresses of the earth. They were mistresses of the herbs. And they knew how to rebalance and align the body, but they also knew how to work the energies up through the body to optimize the frequency. I mean, like a Kundalini type energy. And so and many of them were dragon priestesses, not all, but many of them were dragon priestesses, and were well aware of the energy currents in the earth and how that mirrored the energy currents in the body, and how the celestial dragons, or the cosmic dragons, were all part of that sacred weave of who we are, what makes us full, what makes us who we are. So what I came back to was that the Magdalene's message to us was to be 100% spiritual and 100% physical. And as I say, I'm all air and water. I spent most of my life trying to get out of my body, not in it. Trauma in my childhood meant that I really wanted to be out of my body. And so what was absolutely fascinating was you know, how the calling is to descend into the body, absolutely come in to the body, embodiment. And that is our journey. How can we fully embody in this body and feel safe and feel fully aligned, vertically aligned, so that we can just radiate what it is that we come to do, how we can inspire people, how we can uplift people, how we can be fully present to what's unfolding. So I thought that it would be really fun to do just a little process with the elemental rose dragons in particular, because they were the ones that they really said to me were the primary pieces. And it's like Maslow's triangle. Unless you've got that base plate, you know, you are grounded, you are centered, you are fully embodied, you can't go vertical and be steady. It's not possible, right? So I thought we could have some fun and see what you feel with these particular energies. So I would suggest, I invite you to connect in with your Earth Star. Now, your Earth Star is an energy center 3 to 4 feet below your feet in the Earth. Could be 2, 3, 4 feet in the Earth. You just get a sense of it. If you just take your energy focus down from your base chakra and down through and connect into the Earth, see if you can locate your Earth Star. And actually, if you just consciously ask to be shown where your Earth Star is, you will just get a sense of it. And then you want to connect in with this particular rose. And she's the elemental rose dragon of ether. And when I'm working with the roses, what she does is she rises up from the Gaia gateway deep. She says that she has stayed protecting the heart of Gaia. So she gently, as she opens, comes up to the Gaia gateway deep in the earth and rises up to the Earth Star. So just get a sense of her. I mean, who knew I had a rose in my stash that had 4, was diamond shaped? You know, that was a surprise. So, you know, this rose is the quintessence. She holds in earth, air, fire, and water, all 4 of the elements. That if you can get a connection with her, with your Earth Star, and then call in the elemental rose dragon of the earth. And you'll feel her moving along the dragon song lines to connect in with your Earth Star. And just welcome her. And you might just get a sense of her energy. And then I invite you to connect in with the elemental rose dragon of the air and call in the elemental rose dragon of air to connect in with your Earth Star. And feel her moving along the dragon song lines. And actually, you may find that as soon as you connected in, they all turned up. There's the elemental rose dragon of fire. Just feel her energy, different again. And the elemental rose dragon of the waters. Powerful, powerful. We are over 70% of us, our physical bodies are water. And we know from the work of Veda Austin, Masaru Emoto, and many others that are now focusing on the waters, how powerful and potent that is, and particularly in the plasmic field of the waters, the quality of the waters, the 4th element of water, that is mostly what our bodies are made up with. It's not liquid water, it's plasma. And just get a sense of those energies all connecting in with the elemental rose dragon of ether in your Earth Star. And it's interesting, the elemental rose dragons, as I work with them, tell me they are unified fields in themselves. They are not masculine, feminine. They are unified field, not a gender-based or polarized. They've already unified in the rose heart, which is why they've come to me as rose-hearted dragons. So just get a sense, and you might get a primary sense of it being this elemental rose dragon of ether. And then just get a sense of that energy rising from your earth star to your base chakra and sacral chakra, this foundational aspect of your physical vessel. And feel these energies rising and connecting with that base second chakra energy. And what happens there is the water and the earth energy join with the Ida channel, the cooling channel in the body, the yin, the moon channel. And the fire and the air connect with the Pingala channel, the yang, the solar, the warming channel up through the body. These energies that weave right the way up through the body, crossing at the chakra points, moving up to the heart and moving up to the third eye, the pineal gland, in harmony, in balance. And the central column is called the Shushumna, this central column, prana column through the body. And that's where the elemental rose dragon of ether rises. And as she rises, she brings with her a bioplasmic field of liquid light. And that works its way up through the body, expanding and traveling through the nadis to fill your physical body with light. This is the enlightenment piece, right the way up through, so that you can feel this sense of the balancing of the polarities, the weaving of the water, the air, the earth, and the fire. And bringing a connection into your heart field, really feeling the way that the energies create balance and create harmony in your body. And you may be aware of the energy of the ether wanting to rise, as I say, through the third eye and up to the crown. And as she does that, she calls in her counterpart from the celestial realms. And that is the celestial rose dragon 013, who is a pure iridescent stream of God consciousness. An absolutely extraordinary rose. And what is most sublime is that these two roses create this acupuncture point of light, bringing the elemental rose dragon of ether, and I see her as a crystalline dragon that has got iridescent rainbows in her. And this is a pure stream of iridescent God consciousness. And these two roses are from the same bush at different points in the year. They are both from a rose called New Dawn. And working with this energy and working with this alignment offers us a new dawn in each morning, offers us a new path, a new birthing, a rebirthing, and that consciousness of bringing balance and harmony in the body with the pure love of the roses, for me, is just extraordinary. So, I do hope that you've been able to get a sense of how potent they are and how they work and how they are here, to assist humanity at this time. They are here to be vessels of love. They are here to bring a realignment, a coherence in the heart field. And also to say that if you know where your sun sign is, your moon sign, and your ascendant, you can see where your strengths are in certain elements. And you can then consciously work with, for me, as I said, I'm all air and water. So believe me, I've worked a lot with these. And you can actually work with them in a way that you can put a glass of water onto the energy or the sacred power that you're wanting to really deepen in your connection or heal. And within 10 minutes, through the process called epitaxy, where the frequency field of one thing absolutely absorbs into the water, you can drink this because the water becomes structured and it's absorbed in the body at a cellular level in a different way. Anyway, that's about all I've got to share right now. But I hope it's been interesting, and I hope that it's inspired you some way along to see what these dragon energies, not just what I'm bringing, but what all of us that have come here to share are bringing in our ability to assess and upshift humanity at this time. So, if we've got time, I'm open to questions and will do my best to answer.
Thank you so much. That was such a lovely journey, just listening and hearing about your journey with the roses and the dragons, and just the ultimate trust that you have in them as well, just to go wherever they send you. Loved it.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions I want to share? The roses were just beautiful.
Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me, how they've come together. So it's just, it's, I've just followed the path, wherever that has nudged me to look or to go. And sometimes, it's put me in a treacle pot. It's not been a bed of roses all the time. And I mean, I know they say stop and smell the roses, but actually, it certainly has been, quite a wild ride at times, and yet they are transforming people's lives. And the Rose Oracle and the Rose Dragons have gone around the world, and there's people that work with them with different modalities. The Rose Dragons, the first set of the Rose Dragons will actually, Rose Oracle is designed to sit on the chakras. You can actually, you can do a self-healing grid for yourself. And so many of us that work within the healing arts, we don't take so much time for self-care because our attention's all out there. But you can lay down and put the roses on the chakras where they tell you which chakras they're aligned to, and they create a healing grid. And 10 minutes and it resets and recalibrates the body. And it was so fascinating when I first started teaching this, because I was teaching it here in the UK and in New York, that I would douse the chakras up through the body, have somebody on the couch, douse the chakras up through the body and see the orientation of preference, whether it's a yang yin process through the body. And when I put the rose cards actually on the physical body and then doused, that each chakra would come into perfectly harmony. The pendulum would swing both ways, anti-clockwise, clockwise, anti-clockwise, clockwise. And what the roses were doing was in training the chakra to its optimized frequency. So it would, it's been the absolute optimized frequency for health, in bringing balance, which is what that Ida Pingala stream does up through the body. So there's the Ida, the Pingala, and the Shushumna Ida, the yin channel, the Pingala, the yang channel, and the Shushana, as I say, which is what the ether rose dragon showed me that she rises through. So which is just fascinating. Yeah. No questions. I've obviously fried you all. I can talk for England. Oh.
I could listen all day to your wisdom. It's just great. There's very similar ways in how I work, and the roses have been coming into me as well. So I might have to connect with you, I think.
Fascinating.
Chat. It is. Yeah.
Okay.
There's one question actually from Alessandra. Do you see dragons as roses?
I'm clairaudient and clairsentient. There are moments when I have glimpsed clairvoyance. I'm working with frequency rather than form in a dragon form. I've never been into sort of mystical dragons, and in fact, when I came in on 2023, I felt I did feel like imposter syndrome going on here. Actually, I was a rose person, and actually, yes, I was beginning to work with dragons, but there was all these amazing dragon people on here. So for me, I work through the senses, and so for me, I don't see dragons. The consciousness that I receive comes through the rose heart. So it's a very pure field. It's not distorted by anything, or it comes in as a pure knowing. That's the best way I can describe it. I hope that answers the question. Yeah, Simone, that absolutely. So for me, they come in through the frequency of the roses. They come through the rose heart. It's that it's that communication and that connection, but it's a stream of consciousness. For me, the dragon energy is a stream of consciousness, whether that's an elemental consciousness or whether that's a cosmic celestial consciousness. Because we're the place where that meets and merges. We're the place where the alchemical magic happens in this vessel. Anything else? In that case.
Sorry, there's one more question just above. The two came in at once. There's one that says, do you know whether the name Mary and different other versions of it, such as Marion, have a connection with Mother Mary or one of the Marys?
It's a field of consciousness. For me, that Marie, Mary, it's interesting because over the process of working with the Rose Dragons, I've been very strongly guided to go back to my birth name. So for all of my working years, I've been Sandy Humby, and I've done the first stage of going back to my birth name, which is Sandra Marie, right? So we are this Mary energy is a frequency. It's an energetic code, if you like. And I don't think it's towards one or the other. So the interesting thing is that the elemental rose dragons feel much more connected to Mary, Mother Mary, to Mary Magdalene, because she was all about embodiment. She was, you see her in red and green, right? These are earth colors. You see her on any of the religious artwork. She's always in red and green. Mother Mary is always in white and ice blue. And actually, when I was in Sedona, I went up to the Buddhist stupa at Sedona and just sat in meditation, and my eye was taken to the red soil or the red rocks and the green sort of tundra the green, or the greenery, the plants, and how that was dancing with the pale blue and the white of the sky. And it was just like this sacred dance of Mother Mary and her connection to sort of like Eve, the purity energy, and Mary Magdalene, and that calling to embody, that calling to be fully here, embodied. They need to dance together. The two energies need to come together to merge for that fullness. But that Mary frequency is the absolute essence for me of the sacred feminine. Whether at whatever point of those two bits. Yeah.
Thank you. There's just one more. I don't know if we've just got a couple of minutes. You might be able to answer it. Have you, this is from Alan, have you connected to any black rose dragons? Does that frequency have any correlation with the elemental or cosmic rose dragons?
Not yet. I mean, the black for me is about the void. So whether you're looking at from that as the elemental rose dragons coming up from the void, or whether this is I wouldn't say a black hole. No, but do you know for me, I don't know. So I don't see the dragons as colors. Actually, I mean, I have one when I was working with a client on a big property, actually an amazing property, actually that was in Sedona too, and they managed to secure another plot of land, which was 70 acres of untouched land around Sedona, which is unheard of. But my client had said that it had been waiting for her from lifetimes past. And actually, she had a strong connection to dragon. I mean, in this beautiful sacred geometry house that they lived in, she said that she had a red dragon that worked the perimeter. But when I worked to tune the energy of the land, the piece of land that they bought, there was a rose dragon portal that was opening on that piece of land that was connected on a line to the house that they lived in, because they were in two different parts of Sedona. So, I can't, tomorrow I might be able to tell you all about black dragons. Today I can't. I think that this is the fascination, isn't it? Once you start on this journey, whether it's a journey with the roses, whether it's a journey with the rose dragons, or whatever field of frequency the dragon is connecting with you with, this is an ongoing, evolving path. It's not a fixed one-hit wonder. And if we're fixed, we're finished, right? This is being open to where that stream of consciousness is going to take you. And we are in evolving times. This is the adventure. Crazy as it is, this is the adventure we signed up for. We didn't read the small print, but here we are.
Oh, thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
It was just fascinating.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Hand you all back to Kev again.
Sandra Marie, that was beautiful. Can I just introduce you to Yumiko, so you've seen the incoming and the outgoing? She's waving at you now.
Hi.
Hi.
You can always connect afterwards if you feel like it.
Hi, Marlene.
So thank you very much. It was beautiful. Woo! Steaming through. We're halfway through now. So how's everyone's energy? Everyone's like, ugh. Keep going. Oh, my horse agrees. She's calling.
Wow.
Did you hear her? Yumiko. Yumiko's been on the Dragon Talks I think probably the most of all the speakers. I think you've been on 3 or 4 times now, which is beautiful because every time you share such wisdom. So welcome to this, the yearly Dragon Thunder Summit. So a little bit about Yumiko. I'd say it's a real honor to have you. It really is. She's a natural born shaman, master healer and alchemist. She carries the wisdom of hundreds of incarnations, which sounds amazing, and has been working with dragons, spirits, and universal energies since birth. So, yeah, was that 21 years?
Long time.
So she, well, there you go. She's trained countless spiritual teachers, developed over 300, original healing methods, and works closely with the dragons in the higher dimensions to accelerate transformation. So, Yumiko, welcome. What would you love to share with us today?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the beautiful talk, Sandy. I really love roses, and I never thought of the connection with dragons and roses, but I will from now on. So today, in my talk, I want to share how I work with dragon and how to use higher dimensional consciousness, because I've been working with dragon since my birth, because I've been with dragon since I came to this planet. So it's been a long time. And they have been really essential part of my work. And they were so naturally around me. So I didn't really feel I didn't feel the need to talk about them. But like Kevin, they come to me one day with a candle on their head that they wanted me to talk more about them so people can use their wisdom and the power, because they can help you a lot in your journey, and they are willing to help. And that's how they enjoy they don't really call it life, but they enjoy their being, enjoy their existence, working with people, because human beings are really creative and beautiful existence, which they always be surprised by us, like we are always surprised by the dragons. So in this talk, I want to share a little bit more about the higher consciousness, higher dimensional consciousness, and what is possible over there. And let me talk a little bit about higher dimensional consciousness and higher dimensions, because some of you, or most of you, might be already working with higher dimensions. And it's been very natural for me, but then I started to help people develop their own higher dimensional consciousness field so they can use the higher dimensions in their life as well as in their work. So I have started to help people develop the higher dimensional consciousness in 2007. And before that, I didn't have the need to. I've been living in this country in UK. I'm born in Japan, and I moved to UK in year 2000. And since I've been in here, I've been studying psychotherapy, psychology, and also the complemental therapies, because I'm born with the gift, and I started healing by teaching people how to heal. So, whoever who is born with such gift, like you want to check if you're doing all right, because I never had a teacher, I never had the training from the other people. So I just wanted to make sure what I'm doing is okay. So I am daily trained up by the spirits. Like I used to work with lawyers and lawyers in USA regarding the product liabilities, quality control, and all sorts of things. And I think it all meant to help me to just start up something really original and something really, I wanted to be really responsible, because I'm really responsible person. So what I'm doing is really mysterious, including healing, dragons, everything is really mysterious. It's hard to see with your own eyes often. So that's something I want to help with people, because all of you have some gift. And often it wouldn't be understood by the others because it's your original, unique gift. So I've been helping people to use their own gift, unique ones, that they are not even aware of it because it's so natural to them. So in order to use your unique gift or your talent, the dragon can help a lot because they help you to go beyond the limitation. They help you to make something impossible possible. So the dragon, the power of the dragon and the help of the dragon in this world at this time is really important. So I want to share how to just use their power and wisdom and their help because that would really help you achieving who you really are in this lifetime. So the higher dimension. So when I started to teach higher dimension, it was my selfish motive because I was only coming back to Japan for 1 month and I was supposed to be teaching a lot. And I wanted to just finish everything in 1 month. And whatever I teach is really complicated. As Kevin introduced me, I have 300 methods. And I created and developed these methods to help people to develop, help people to help people to heal. So it just increased as I try to help people. So in order to teach at least 5 or 6 of them in 1 month, I had to just do it really quickly. Otherwise, I had to stay in Japan for the rest of my life. So what I have developed is to develop people's higher dimensional consciousness so they can analyze, they can access, and they can understand things much faster. And I also wanted to train people in this higher dimension so I can telepathically pass on the knowledge, because the knowledge I wanted to pass on is quite extensive. So if I try to talk about it, it takes ages. And I wanted to make it happen in a very short time. So I decided to create a program to develop people's higher consciousness. So they can be trained in a few hours, what I try to train in several months' time. So that's how I started to do this higher dimensional consciousness development. And I was sort of trying to do it but in a very short time. So those people, I think most people have never experienced higher consciousness, because once it's developed, the way you understand things, the way you experience things becomes completely different from where you are now. And you can take very short time to understand things. You can take shorter time to manifest things. And so I didn't really think about it very much because I've been living my life like that until then. So I started to help people develop the higher consciousness purely for me to just teach in a short time. So that I started to do, and people become really amazed about how much they become capable of doing other things with higher dimension. And that's when I started to realize that most people wouldn't have this consciousness. So once you have this consciousness, your life changes quite significantly. And using this higher dimensional consciousness, that's when the dragon came to ask me that now you can teach people to connect with more of us because you developed a higher consciousness, higher dimensional consciousness. So I started. So when you have this higher dimensional consciousness, whatever you haven't been able to feel or sense, you can sense and feel, and you can make sense of it. You can make use of a lot of things that were not visible or not sensible before. So dragons are part of it. Once you develop this higher dimensional conscious, you can see them clearly, or you can feel them more like people say the dragon is not a physical being, But with higher dimensional consciousness, you start to feel them more. You started to communicate with them more. So that's what they wanted me to help with them. Like if I start to develop people's consciousness at that level, then people can make use of dragons much more. I'm sure you're already using dragon in your own way, but there are more to do. So some people are feeling that you can be connected more with them. You can be communicating more with them, so you can receive more wisdom, receive more help, or you can become aware of part of you which is even unknown to you, because you can't imagine how it is possible to manifest in this world. So that's higher dimensional consciousness. This development will help you understand who you are at the higher dimensional level, because most of us are starseeds and we come from different dimensions, different planet, and the gift and the knowledge we come with us, that comes with us into this planet, would only become usable more easily usable once you develop this consciousness. Because with this consciousness, you will start to understand how you can use it in this planet, how you can use it in the third dimensional world, how you can use it in this lifetime. And then you will feel that the next step is how I can make it possible. Then you would need the help of the dragons, because the dragons are the being who transcend the dimensions. They don't belong to one dimension. Like every dragon, as far as I know, they can go to any dimension. So any dimension, like they can go to ace, 100, 102, or they can go to 6, and they can go anywhere. Even when our consciousness may belong to 14th dimension or 8th dimension, 5th dimension, depending on where we are from, we might use certain dimension more than the other, but the dragon will help us to bridge with the other dimension to give us possibility of how we can use who we are, how we can express who we are, how we can manifest who we are. So that's how the dragon can help with us. And before we go into this higher dimensional way of expressing ourselves, the first step may be to just connect with the dragons, because connecting with the dragon, and as you know, as you might be already doing, riding dragon in the higher dimensions or different dimensions, itself help us to develop our higher dimensional consciousness. And it help us to remember who we really are, just by playing with them, just by riding on the dragon and let them take us to wherever we might want to explore, to live our life more. I think they are really helpful in doing that. So the first step, I think, can be to connect with the dragon and develop certain higher dimensional consciousness to communicate with the dragon more clearly and sense them more clearly, so we can properly communicate with them, so we can understand our wisdom as well as receiving more wisdom from them. So that's where I want to help. And I haven't actually started this course yet, because I've been teaching Dragon Master internationally since maybe last year. I can't remember, but last year. And there are more and more people who are interested in developing the higher dimensional consciousness, so they can be closer to the dragon, so the dragon can be more real in our life. So I am starting to do this course, the Dragon Connection course, with higher dimensional development, higher dimensional consciousness development. It's very long, higher dimensional consciousness development. Hopefully this month. And that has been, it's been a bit tricky for me, because having had that higher consciousness will allow you to transcend the time and space. And it sounds wonderful, but it can complicate things sometimes because you can go beyond time and space and other people can't. So things become sometimes a bit tricky to explain, or whatever you experience can be a bit mysterious because other people can't experience like that. And also this higher dimensional consciousness, I also use it in my healing. And when I use this higher dimension, I can heal people anywhere in the world or even in the universe exactly as I do in here. And it's not like I feel some energy, but it's more like my healing method is very, very real. So if I do something, if I just promise them to do something, that will happen. So it's really obvious and real. So when these things happen in distantly somewhere else, people start to wonder, well, this person can do those kind of things. And that make me feel a bit vulnerable that people keeps asking, how do you do that? Or you can even see me doing this and that, and that's not possible. But just to clarify the ethical boundary of going beyond dimension, I just had so many years preparing for this. So it can be safe and ethical for people to develop the higher dimensional consciousness and use it in an ethical way. It's completely ethical because higher dimension is often already very much about dimension of love. And you can't harm anyone. You can't do any bad things, but because your ability will become much more, I just also wanted to help people to just be grounded and settled and feel comfortable with what will become obvious to them, their identity, their abilities. And so the higher dimensional consciousness development come with so many awakening elements. So I have been just being really careful in preparation so people can have this development and just happily expand their life and without confusion. So that's what I'm aiming for. And I'm sure the dragon will help us to just develop our higher dimensional consciousness so we can use it more to make us happy rather than to be confused. So that's something I'm hoping to do. So that's, I think I only slightly explained about higher dimension, but maybe I should explain more about the higher dimension. Like I use fifth dimension to do the healing work. And I do eighth and sixth dimension to do the channeling. And I will use 13th, 14th, and 15th dimension to do the cosmic work, as well as helping starseeds to develop their unique abilities. Because most of the starseeds are coming from really various dimensions, and 13th, 14th, 15th, and up to 17th dimension. In these dimensions, it becomes easier for us to connect with attach with so many different dimensions and make sense of it. So these dimensions are for ability development. So I use different higher dimensional consciousness to facilitate what I do. So when you develop your own consciousness, higher dimensional consciousness, it might be unique to you. It might be like if you're a healer, you might want to develop fifth to eighth dimension that is more closer to human being. Or if you're working with cosmic beings and just trying to receive this wisdom to use on this planet, you may be working from 13th to 15th. And at any level of higher dimensional consciousness, you can feel dragon much clearer. Actually, over eighth dimension, it becomes much easier to communicate with dragons, even though it becomes more sensible from fifth dimension. So, and when I develop dimension with people, I will channel each individual to just see which dimension is usable and beneficial for the particular person, and develop the particular dimension and particular connection with the dragon, and I use it one by one. So if you come to my course, like you will know more about your dimension, and I will always customize development. So once you have this higher dimensional consciousness, how you work with dragon is depending on how you want to live your life, how you want to manifest for your area, how you want to contribute to this society, like how you want to work. Like you may be healing, or you may be teaching, or you may be a business entrepreneur, and depending on how you work, the dragon will help you. So it depends on your dimension, but it is the dragon, how you want the dragon to help you. And how I use dragons. So I can just share about how I use my dragons at a higher dimensional level. So you can think about how you want to use them in your higher dimension. So for example, I'm also a shaman. I'm born as a shaman. And when I work as a shaman, I work with people regarding their previous life on this planet and the other planet, and also their other lives on the different dimensions. So I work with all aspects of that person. So even as a shaman, so when I have to work with several previous lives, I will use the dragon. I will light the dragon to visit their previous lives and heal who they were at that time, so I can help heal the traumas they have from the previous life to release their ability in this lifetime, or just stop repeating some negative pattern. So in that case, I will use the dragon by lighting on them. Or something I shared with Kevin before, I will also use a crystal ball that the dragon holds, and ask the dragon to gather some, bring me some soul or spirit or previous life elements in the crystal balls and carry it to me, so I can heal them in the ball. And once they are healed, the dragon will return them where they are. So that sort of work I use dragons, and it's very, very essential and useful because it saves a lot of work and a lot of time. So I don't have to charge my client a lot, or so the work can be done in a shorter time. And as a shaman, I also use the dragon because I tend to be called to different countries, different places to do the healing or do the ritual. I will ask the dragon to go before me and purify the land, spiritually purify the land, or I ask them to do a sort of investigation, so they can gather the information and bring it to me and prepare myself before I go to do the ritual. So that sort of thing. As a shaman, I don't know how many of you are shaman. Maybe you can use dragon like that. Or I also work as an alchemist. And I'm not born alchemist. Alchemist, you have to develop in your lifetime, because you can't take it to your next lifetime. You have to be awakened as an alchemist every time you're born. That's how I have been doing all my previous lives. So when I was preparing myself to be awakened as an alchemist, I was a teenager, like 11, 13, 14, 16. And I had to just I was in my development, and I was observing the world. I was trying to understand the essence of everything that exists in this world. And in understanding the essence, you have to gather so much information, because understanding one simple essence, you have to understand quite a lot to just make sense that one essence applies to everything. So the dragon will help me to just in this observation and in the study of alchemy as a child, as an adult as well, So they have been helping me, and they also took me as a, again, dragon ride. I ride on the dragon, the silver dragon, to just travel all around the universe to just gather the information, gather the light, gather the wisdom. So what I am observing, what I am studying, what I am connecting is essential wisdom, that sort of thing. So they helped me to develop as an alchemist. And even after I started to work as an alchemist, they also helped us to gather all the knowledge and information from the universe as I needed them to do the alchemy. When I do the alchemy, I tend to just check with all the knowledge or all the histories of the universe and that sort of thing to just make me decide what I want to do with it. So the dragon will gather all these information, the silver one, they gather all these information and they just wear the information in their body like a silver dragon, and they come shine with all this information and just go through me to give me that information so I can do the alchemy work. So as alchemist, I've been working with them and they are quite essential because if I try to channel everything that they have given through this traveling, it would take a long time. But with their help, I don't have to channel myself. They will gather the information as I ask them to gather. So it really helped me to just do so. I don't know if this is making sense to you, but they have been really helpful. And in my healing work, my life is mainly about shaman, alchemy, and healing. So that's how I use them. But in my healing work, they will help me understand how the life is in this planet. Because I'm only living my previous lives and my life. I haven't lived other people's life. So they help me to understand other people's life, the white dragons and golden dragons and green dragons. They help me to understand how people live on this planet. They don't understand it, but they have those information because they go through the nature, they go through the world, they go through the water, and they collect those information in their body. Even though they don't use this information, I can. So they gathered all this information for me to develop certain healing method which works with anyone. Because I am a teacher, so I want to teach people with a method that can heal anybody they meet. So I will gather all this information, and as an alchemist, I create the method, but as a healer, I will want to make sure that the healing method I create will help other people, no problem. And also, for my healing, it is essential for the healer to satisfy their purpose. Like we are just not just healing and we're not just fixing problems. We are helping each other to develop. As a healer or being healed, we are helping each other anyway. So the healing, every practice needs to be the fulfillment of our life. So that sort of practice I want to develop, and it's very hard to develop that sort of practice. And I needed Dragon's help to gather all this information. So any method I provide as a teacher can help people to be happy. So that's how the Dragon has been helping me as well. And that's as an alchemist, shaman, and healer, but as just a person, how they help me as a person is for me to feel okay living this life. Because I am born awakened and my life has been already really difficult because I am very limited as a person, as a baby, and I can't do everything I know. And I have been struggling to just be happy in my life. I have been really sad, even when the world is so beautiful. And I was, my childhood was quite sad time to time. So they helped me to feel better. They would take me to travel around the world or the area that I was born, or they will help me to understand my life purpose. They would help me to be patient with my life. They would make me laugh, or they would just makes jokes, like golden dragons makes jokes to me all the time to make me laugh and take things easy. This is not so important. There are more important things that you can be thinking about and that sort of thing. So they guided me as well. Not as somebody who is a superior or who is like a spiritual teacher. They're not teacher anyway, but they will stay with me and they will encourage me and they will help me feel that I am loved, and they help me feel that my life will be really exciting. So that has been really, really helpful for me. Like as a baby and as a very small child, my life has been really limited. If you can, I'm also a child psychotherapist, so I know how difficult for children to just live their life as they want because their environment they can't change. And in that sort of area, I mean, they always take me to the dragon light and just show me how the world works, or not in a human way, but the world is so big. And I'm just born here and I'm just being here, and how it's even if I'm staying here as a person and just as a baby and not being able to go around, but everything is connected. That's what they taught me. Like even the raindrop, the water traveled all around the world and come to me. So everything is one. So oneness, they told me, and all this fantastic experience for me to be able to stay alive, they helped me. So by connecting dragon itself, it's already healing for starseeds or the healers or light workers or anyone. So that's how I have been working with them. And the higher dimensional consciousness allow me to just channel them better. But even without it, if you're willing to open up to the help that's around you, they are like friends. For me, they are always equal to me, and they're like just friends. And they don't ask me anything. I mean, except the one thing that they wanted me to teach about them. And that was not exactly from them. That was from Kuan Yin, the other consciousness who work with dragons, because the other consciousness wanted me to just teach about dragon much more. But they never ask me anything, but they always help me. And how they help is they're not really trying to help me. They're just trying to have fun with me. So it's always giving, and I feel like so good because they receive fun with me and I am being helped. So it is very nice way to make friends with such being, because I also work with, or not work with, I prayed with fairies and other spirits, but fairies are very mischievous and I didn't really want to, I enjoyed playing with them. But it's more fun to play with dragons because dragons are more cool and they are going beyond what I think I'm limited. They just take off all these limitations off me and just make me feel I am capable of living my life as I want. So I prefer to play with dragons more than fairies or other nature spirits. Other nature spirits are always kind of asking me to do things as a shaman, but the dragon never asked me to do things. So for me, dragon is somebody who is unlimited, but also really close and really giving and fun-loving. And that helped me to just go beyond my whatever karma there may be. Like they don't try to limit anything. They don't try to reason. They just try to expand my consciousness much more. So when you connect with dragons, I just want you to just feel them and allow you to just connect with them and let them develop your consciousness if possible. So in this talk, maybe I can do whoever online at the moment, I can just try doing some work with you. Like I can help you to open up your consciousness to connect with the dragon. if you can receive from me. I hope. Yeah, if you try to connect with me, if you try to open up to this work, I can help you to open up your consciousness to connect with the dragon around you. I'm not sending dragon because maybe you have some dragons you want to connect more with, or you can just open up and remember this feeling of opening. So you can do it, try to do it in your own time if possible. So then whenever you feel the dragon around you, you can try that. So let me just help you to just experience that expanding consciousness to connect with them. That can be a very good starting point of developing your higher consciousness and also to connect with the dragons. Okay, so if you don't want this to happen, you can just say no in your heart, and I wouldn't. But if you say yes, yes, I will do that. So let me just prepare yourself first. I am sending some healing for preparation. So this experience will help you to benefit from it. Okay. Now I send some healing vibration around you in the preparation to open you up your consciousness field. Okay, let me check. Yes. Okay. I will also ask permission for your higher self and your spiritual guides, and I will ask them to help me do this if this is something you benefit from. This will help you to receive more, I'm sure. Okay. Okay, now I will open up your consciousness. I will stimulate your crown and third eye, throat chakra, heart chakra, solar plexus, sacrum, and base chakra. All the chakra I will stimulate so you can open up your consciousness. All these chakras, including your hand chakra, feet chakra, all the chakra you have in your body is connected to open up to the higher consciousness. So I am helping you to just open. I will be stimulating a bit of your chakras in this safe energy that I have sent in the first place, so you can open up your consciousness a bit more. Okay, so I send some stimulation to your chakras, so it become easier and possible for me to open up your consciousness. This already is it's healing. And because you're already in that energy, the protective energy I have sent in the first place, you should be feeling easy to open up now. Okay, so let me help you to open up your consciousness now. Okay. I am stabling your consciousness now, so you can just now explore this opening of your consciousness and try to feel the dragon around you, or try to feel the dragon you already connected in this consciousness. This is a just occasional consciousness field, but you should be able to be more conscious of your dragon. So I am doing additional third eye opening because some people wanted me to be able, so you can sense a bit more. you might not see the dragons. You might just feel the energy coming in and moving around you, because in this safe energy ball that I have sent to you in the first phrase, only the spiritual being or the energy that can help you or that will benefiting you can come, and whatever your higher self allows to come in can only come. So it's very safe. So you can explore the sensation you are sensing in this energy and in this consciousness. So just explore your sensation. Is there any energy coming into your field, or do you feel any energy moving in? And if you feel some energy moving in yourself or in your area or getting closer to you, you can ask yourself, are you my dragon? Or are you a dragon who want to connect to me? Are you here to help me? And by feeling some energy, or if you're not even feeling any energy, you can just affirm yourself saying, I will connect with this dragon who is approaching me if the dragon will help me to fulfill my purpose and make me happy. I will only connect with them if my higher self allows it, and if my guides, spiritual guides, will help me to understand how to work with them. So whatever beneficial to me, this being which is approaching me, I will accept and I will connect with them. And I want this connection to continue after this experience. If you want, you can just say just now. But if you want to have this more, you can say, I will continue to connect with this being as long as it benefits me. And you can allow to feel the energy or vibration of this being. And by connecting this being, it is possible that other being will come to join you as well. That will happen if you open up for more, but that might not happen. Or you might not be connecting with one now, but you are experiencing this energy field which can connect with them. And you allow this experience to stay in your memory, so you will be willing to open up and connect when it's safe for you to do so. So I want you to remember, if you want this experience, then I want you to open up your hand to just feel this energy field around you, and just almost collect the feeling as you move your hands towards your heart, and just remember it in your heart by putting both of your hands onto your heart chakra. This way, your heart will remember this experience. Okay. Now you are coming back to the end of this experience, and just as you open your eyes or as you just come back, you try to remember your experience and try to see how you look, as looking around you, how it looks different to you, to remember more about the experience. So whatever I sent the first place is the energy of Mamoru healing that I teach in my course. It's a protective energy, universal protective energy that I have created with help with dragons and alchemy. And then I helped you to just open up a bit of your chakras to just make it open to connect with the dragon. And that I also teach as a Chosei method in my course. So what I have done, you can learn to do that yourself. So, and finally, I kind of helped you to open up your love with the help of your higher self and your spiritual guides, which I used my shaman abilities to just make it very safe for you to connect whatever essential and whatever is beneficial for you. And in this talk, we are talking about dragons, so I kind of help you to invite the being of dragon to you, but you might have had some other being came to you as well. So I hope you enjoyed this experience. And yeah, so it's whatever you experience. My healing approach is called the Jikochiyu. And whatever you experience now, I use the Jikochiyu method, which means your experience will stay with you. So you only had the healing just now, but that healing will stay with you. So it just don't disappear. So whatever you experience, it will stay with your body and your mind. So you can repeat if you want. So hopefully you can remember this in your meditation or in your own time to just try to connect with the dragon more in your own time. That's something I hope for. I am just doing this free talk, so I don't know how much I managed to connect with you, because when I'm doing the paid work, I make sure that I connect with you, each individual at a certain level. But when it's free, I can't just make sure very strongly, but I'm hoping that it helped you to some extent in this talk. So I think it's almost the end of my talk now. So if you have any question, I'd like to have some question. I love questions. So because I don't know what you may be interested in. If you have any question, I'd like to answer any question regarding what I have done or dragon or
What effect would that have, we wonder,
Hi.
on the man from the donuts?
Marilyn,
Yeah.
would you repeat the question again?
No, I was just going to say, how can we connect with you? Because I'm quite interested in the course you're talking about.
Yeah. I was.
Oh, I think she's just put it up
yeah.
there. Is it?
I just sent in. Sorry, I also sent my Japanese one, but you can just read English ones. I do this course. I actually open up more courses this year because I need to just teach before I die, and I will be probably living 50 more years, but before I die, I want to pass on everything I have to people. So that's my course, and I am hoping to just have more workers around the world so people can do something I do, and I'm not the only one who can do it. So that's my intention. So if you're interested, please, please. And there is a question from Cassandra. Thank you. So your dragon connection with West. Question. So I work with all sorts of dragons. I'm working with Japanese dragons and Western dragons. I don't really work with winged dragon, but they are winged dragons in my friends. So I also train dragons. Like I've been training spiritual guides and dragons long time, and not always constantly training, but some dragons from the other universe, I trained them so they can work with people. So I work with all sorts of dragons. And, there are so many different kinds of dragons. Yeah. I don't know if it answers your question. So, yeah. Dew question or comment from Katara. Dew in Japanese means dragon. And some people I met whose name is Dew or Dragon, Yeah, I'm sure they have some connection to dragon, maybe blessed with the help with dragons or the wisdom of dragons. That's really wonderful. Thank you. So any other question? Did I miss any question?
Don't see any other questions. Anyone got any questions?
Yeah. So I am hoping to in Japan, I probably trained over 2,000 or 3,000 people, but I haven't trained not much outside Japan. So I am hoping to train more people. I am also training teachers. I have trained, how many teachers I've trained, I can't remember, but a lot. And in order to spread the gift and wisdom I have or I am given, I need more teachers, and I'm hoping to just share what I have with people. And I don't know, this higher dimensional development is quite significant, and it can help people to open up so much. And I don't know how Western people can take it, because Japanese people take it, but they are quite flexible. But Western people, because it's quite significant, I don't know how people will respond to it, but I'm sure it's very exciting. And another question, what are the most powerful spiritual places in Japan? I don't know. There are many places which are really powerful, but most powerful, many UFOs and aliens have meetings near Mount Fuji. And there are quite spiritual place near Hiroshima. There is a island called Miyajima. I can't really remember the name, but there is an island near Hiroshima. On the top of the mountain, there are kind of stone circles, like huge stones, and you can connect with very powerful energy there, and it's easier to do some very powerful rituals there. And in my hometown, I'm from Fukui, which is north of Kyoto. It's famous for dinosaur because the land is very, very old. And near my place, there are a lot of power spots that you can feel the energy of the land or the dragons. And my hometown was also really close to nine-headed dragon river. There are lots of dragons in my area, and there are a lot of legend about dragons. Dragon has been working with people for a long, long time in my area and in Japan as well, because they've been helping people a lot. And my nine-headed dragon river has a huge black dragon who is helping to just purify the land and the energy. So, and also, if you know, I work with shamans all over the world, and some very famous shaman from Waitaha. He also comes to my place. He's my friend, but he comes to my place to just release the dragons and use the nine-headed dragon river to initiate the dragon from the Sirius as well. So it's a very cosmic place, Fukui. It's not very known. It's only known for dinosaurs, which are not really dragons. But it's also famous for the world first and biggest Zen temple, Eiheiji. My family is samurai family, Asakura clan, and we closely related to this temple for long, long centuries. But my dad, my granddad also become really good friend of the top monk there. I'm not their friend, but there is a beautiful temple to visit. You can stay there, or you can be trained by the temple for certain days, I think. So recommended Fukui, my hometown. So that's also something. And does Dragon Course ask for 3 participants? We already have more than 3 participants for this particular Dragon Course, but for the advanced Dragon Course, which involves higher dimensional development, we already have 2 people who want to do. So if I have one, I can do. So if you're interested, please inquire. It's really exciting. Also, dragon cavings in places in Japan. Oh, carvings. Yeah, there's a lot of dragon places and a lot of dragon paintings. And you can feel dragons really easily in Japan because in Japan, we have been working with dragon. In West, I think many people find the dragon as evil beings. I don't know. But in Japan, they have been helpers for a long, long time. So people, they are dragon temples, dragon shrines all around Japan. You can find a lot of dragon temples, dragon shrines in Japan, which may be exciting. There is a famous one in, you can find it by searching dragon temple or dragon shrine. You can find it easily. Dragon master course. Yeah. So yes, it's almost end of my teaching time, but I just hope that working with dragon really open up your potential and possibilities. I worked with business and entrepreneurs as well. I mean, if you are doing business, having higher dimensional consciousness really makes difference because you can have those intuition and you can make things happen because something impossible becomes possible with higher dimensional consciousness and with dragon. And you will see how dragons can help. They are really powerful helpers. Whatever you're doing, you don't have to be alchemist or shaman to be helped by dragons. They can help you whatever you want to do because that's what they enjoy doing. So yeah, and there's so many aspects of dragons as well. Yeah. I think the way I develop people, the way I teach people as a healer or shaman, I teach everybody to become unique healer. You're just not replica of or something. I initiate the ability using alchemy, so you become able to do whatever I do, but that will be your original version because I highly respect people's unique purpose. And everything I initiate with people is always aligned with the person's purpose and wishes and happiness. So yeah, that's how I do. And you can, I just want to help people to be happy and be wonderful. So yeah, that would be great if you can connect with us and just be trained to and be surprised with how much you can do with healing because I do distant healing and my distant healing is really, you can feel it as I say, like if I do protection, your life changes because when you're completely protected by energy, really your life changes. And that only Mamoru protection, which you can be initiated by our homepage, by program, that itself can change people's life. And that is just for you. But if you are trained to practice on others, you can really change people's life just by protection. And just with Chosei, you can develop people's ability, including yours. And it's also exciting because you can actually see that happens in the people. It's not just, I feel some energy, but I don't know how it works, but it works. So I want you to experience that as well. Maybe it's more fun to practice on the others because you can see the changes in people and you will be remembered that our possibility is limitless. It's infinite. We can do whatever we want daily. So that I have seen as a psychotherapist, child psychotherapist as well. Like I can see the potential of people really through healing and my work. So that's how I feel happy. Like people are so beautiful and wonderful and life is really promising. So I don't know what I took its time. I'm sorry.
Beautifully timed. And unfortunately, we don't have limitless time. But if we did, I'm sure we could hear even more of your wisdom. But I'm sure you'll be back next year, and I'm sure you'll be back for many of the monthly dragon talks.
Thank you. I would love to.
Yumiko, thank you very much. Alessandra is our next speaker. I'd just like to get people to say hello to each other. So, Alessandra, would you like to say hello to Yumiko? Yumiko to Alessandra.
Hi, Yumiko-san. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. I just came back from France yesterday. So, yeah.
Are you in Japan right now?
I am in London now. I am in my home. So you are, where are you?
I am in Italy, but I have been
Italy.
to Japan several times.
Okay, that's wonderful. I love Italy, and thank you for your comment and questions. It would be lovely one day to just have more chat about Western and Japanese dragons.
I think you did already some of that on one of the dragon
maybe
talks,
I did,
right? I think you might have. I should have seen it, but yes. Yeah.
I'll share it.
Thank you, Kevin.
And you can always repeat these things. It's always useful to hear it twice or many times.
I will be talking different things, I'm sure. So, thank you.
Yes, thank you for bringing this energy, because you are bringing a massive torch of what I would interpret to be positive dragon energy for us here in the Western world, even though I know that you are in London. So you are very big energy. So thank you. It helps what we do make it better. You know what I mean? You're a pioneer. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Yumiko. Send Yumiko lots of love. And then I hand back over to you, Nicola.
Oh, thank you, Yumiko. So we have Alessandra, as she's just said, she's in Italy, so we're moving there now. I have seen some of your posts, and you're often in Rome or under churches and things. So, and I know that you've also connected with the dragons, or the cosmic dragons, whilst you were in Japan as well. So there's that connection there. And today you're going to be bringing in the Aladarin, I'm not sure if I said that right, Stargate dragons for us with your light language healing as well. So we'll look forward to that. Thank you, Alessandra.
Thanks, Nicola. You did it. You brought in a lot of things there. Yes, thank you. So it was exciting to have you, Miko, before, because the first time I ever really met a dragon, I was in Japan, and I was in a temple, and it had a big Buddhist statue, but it had a sculpture, a wooden sculpture of a dragon there. So I said hello to the dragon, and then it roared at me and scared me. So I had to come to Japan a second time. I was there working, teaching workshops about dragons, the black dragon, the earth dragon, all mostly for priestess empowerment. And so I have to say thank you to Japan for having had a visceral experience with dragons. I also want to say thank you to Sandra Marie, or Sandy. There was one phrase that you said, there's lots of phrases that you said, if you're still here, Sandra Marie, but one thing that when you were talking about roses, and then you were talking about frequency, it's funny because that's how I connect with dragons too. Dragons, with my background in psychology and archetypes, is there's so many different kinds of dragons that I'm also very nervous, because I can feel all of us here participating, everybody in the replay, everybody offering, that there's a richness of us to give and receive. So in fact, I wanted to take a break from talking, and I wanted us to just absorb. And I do have crystal bowls. So I wanted us to take a moment to integrate everything, the speakers that maybe we may not be able to listen to today because it's so long, or if we are, just to receive what it has to do for us. I do think that we are multidimensional beings, and whether we're dragon hearts or dragon riders or dragon man, dragon woman, dragon fae, I think we each are contributing a lot, whether we're speaking or listening. So I wanted to go into the abstract right now. And that's also part of what the Aldebaran Stargate dragons have to do, which work with the rainbow energy, is let's just sit here and take a breath. I hope you can hear the crystal bowls as I play them. Kevin, give me a thumbs up if you can hear it. So Sandy Marie, mentioning the roses, mentioned liquid water, saying it's not even liquid water, but it's plasma. Well, that's interesting because the rainbow dragons talk a lot about plasma in our bodies. Are we rainbow dragons? Are we becoming rainbow dragons or rainbow plasma? Are we the rainbow warriors that the Hopi and other Native Americans have talked about? Maybe rainbow warrior means that we're remembering our dragon face self, our multidimensional lives. Kevin, can you hear this bowl? So there is a massive energy bomb that we're doing here together as we are participating, giving, and receiving. And we're not just passive participants, that's the big message. And there's so much that is awakening inside of us right now. We are all gifted. Sometimes we feel it, sometimes we don't. Sometimes other people see it within us. But we're massively gifted. I have never been trained, but I know how to do readings on pets. I know how to do energy healing, channeled energy healing, and it all came spontaneous because I believed that we all have access to everything. The problem is that I'm human and I don't believe in being a good human. I don't think I'm a good human, but I can listen to fairies very well. There are so many dragons here, Kevin. You who have written so many books and so many oracle cards. There's legions and legions of dragons. And there's also legions or dragons or clans that we each, again, we are participating. We are adding, everyone here is adding, which makes this very exciting, and I was very nervous before coming on. Also, there is an electrical storm here in Italy. We're in the middle of the summer. It does not have storms in the summer where I am. I'm on a volcano and a lake, and we can see the sea. Epic spot. There's also a Goddess Diana temple. It never rains, but today, massive electrical storm. So I can feel the dragons, and the dragons are physically here. So maybe in our dream time, or tomorrow, or when we're driving, we'll get an insight as to the gifts that we contributed, that we're bringing in. Because the rainbow dragons, and there's many different kinds of rainbow dragons, are reflecting back to us our colors. My colors are white and turquoise, and I bring them out. But the rainbow dragons want to bring out the colors that you like. Just now, as I said this, huge rainfall, massive storm coming in. Before it was electrical. It's just like torrent coming down. In Italy, when there's this weather like this, antidiluvio universale. Antidiluvio universale. They mean the end of the world, which could be the beginning of a new world. Beginning of our new world. So inside our auric field is this liquid plasma, liquid crystal, crystalline networks, crystalline everything. Inside our chakras, inside our body, inside our head, we are extremely luminescent, like liquid crystal, like almost not exactly solid water, but spongy water, if that makes sense. And there are new colors that are coming to us from different stargates, whichever stargates we are guardians of or that we like to play around. And at this moment, we're just being brought, our attention is brought softly to the Aldebaran stargate. Aldebaran is a guardian star used in many civilizations for navigation. It's also a huge star in Easter Island. So Aldebaran is on the outskirts of the plane of the galaxy. It's on the outside, so it helps us bring things from the outer universes that our multidimensional soul is seeking to amplify our skills. The symbolism of rainbow is everything, all the colors, integrated and loved. All societies, all people, all cultures, past, present, and future, in ourselves, on the earth now, on the earth then, in our past lives. And it goes back to that Hopi Native American rainbow warrior, the idea of honoring all peoples and integrating, but keeping our own role, keeping our own individuality of how we can assist. One person might be a teacher in one thing, another person might simply be an example or a role model in something else. So we are all really helping the new earth in our own unique way. The dragons are always telling me that we don't have to be big and loud. We can actually be effective and be incognito. You can be a mother at home, meditating to high frequencies and affecting your whole neighborhood. My sister is a nurse, and she's a high frequency being right in the middle of the pharma community. So we are acupuncture points emanating. What the rainbow dragons want to give us right now is a lot of energy. Energy to be happy, energy to be grounded, energy to love ourselves, energy to be our dragon fae self, energy to manifest, energy to fulfill our soul missions. And we can have many soul missions, and they can all be, complementary. And I know and feel that we're all building a new earth together. And from this moment forth, may it be that we have more joy and more clarity, more enjoyment, more lightness. Maybe it can be very easy to let go of baggage, feel more supported, connect with more like-minded weirdos like us, and feel the camaraderie. Maybe New Earth has already started and we're building it right here, right now. One thing that the dragons are helping us with, which is surprising because dragons are so fierce, is the heart. So if we focus on our heart and then focus on the thymus gland, the higher heart, the cosmic heart, We can also look behind our shoulders and see our own dragon wings, fairy wings, Valkyrie wings, advocates of change. And again, that can happen in so many ways. So the dragons are honoring us and saying, you are doing the change. You may not see it or feel it or know it, but we are here saying we see it. We encourage you, we love you, and we back you up. You are powerful. And if you want to see your own power, then you can develop it further. But it's right there. And this is why we love you so much. Accessing your gifts can actually be an overnight process. And for more and more people, that is happening. But it takes a lot of love and support from your guides to help your human self absorb it and integrate it. So that is the amount of absorption and integration that we have now. I know that we're still in higher space, but if there's any questions, I could either give them myself or channel the rainbow dragons. Somebody asked where I am right now. I am in a little tiny village called Niomi. It has a large temple of goddess Diana connected to Artemis. And I am about an hour south of Rome. Someone wants to know a little bit more about the dragon fae. There's lots of different people that will have something to say about the dragon fae or dragons in general, and so we all have a different way of saying it. I have made dragon oracle cards that I drew with chalk, and this might be one example. This dragon is the dragon, a micro dragon, so really tiny, and is connected to mushrooms or the micromycelium network. And maybe through images I can show you dragon fae. This dragon is a mixture of water and air, but maybe you can see the fae element to it. I happen to draw things cartoony. When I see fairies, I see them as cartoons. So they're giving me a signal of the fairy kingdom. Somebody's asking me, and I don't know if I answered enough about the dragon fae, if I contact different dragons. I contact lots of different kind of dragons, and mostly they come to me. So I have the white pearlescent mother dragon that comes very, very strong, and she's connected to all of us male, female priestesses. She is the Mother Sophia. The rainbow dragons have been coming in a lot because they just want to give us energy and stamina. Somebody is asking if the rain is about deep cleansing. Yes, it's about deep cleansing, but it's also about hear this now because we're the dragons. That's what it feels like. Somebody's asking me about the Vatican dragons. Could you please say how you see them coming back from underneath in the Catholic Church and the role in the sacred feminine? Okay, so I've been here in Italy a few years. I actually grew up in Italy, lived in America, and came back. So now that I've been in Italy, I would, you see churches everywhere. So like, church, and I'm not Catholic. So I would say, oh, church is pagan. I mean, it's over ley lines, right? And things. So I will look under. And for some reason, I'm extremely attuned to water. So I must find out more about myself and water. what I see under churches is a recipe of ley lines. So it's either the ones that are known, Michael, Mary, the physical ley lines, or they're water ley lines, or it's either real water, like a stream, or a lake, aquifer, or the energy of water, so the recipes. So I will look down and I'll say, oh, I'm sure that there's a dragon that is, usually I'll see a dragon that is staked and held down, and the energy of the dragon is still being used and siphoned. And I will see that the dragon looks, and excuse me for this language, but it might be accurate language, the dragon looks retarded because it has been so abused that I will literally see it disabled mentally, energetically. It might be missing legs. And so I will not get my hands dirty because I've learned that I don't want to drain my own energy, but I will call in for my dragons or other dragons to, or other legions of beings to come in and help. I also work with Galactic Medusa, who's snake and dragon. So other dragons will come in. They will free the specific dragon or dragons under the churches. And it's actually all, it can be quite an extremely accelerated process because the retarded dragon or the disabled dragon will then puff out. At first it looks like a worm with no legs, then it'll pop out the legs and it'll show me all the different ley lines that it's working with. And then it will just form and develop and look gorgeous, and then it'll shoot off to wherever it wants to be. Sometimes they will stay around and put their tail around me and I'll be like, oh, thank you for the hug. But there's lots of different reactions to how the dragons form. There's been a few times when I go there and I want to free a dragon, and this has happened in the villages next to where I live, because I live by a lake but in 45 minutes away from the ocean. So there was one time that I wanted to free a dragon under one of these nearby churches that are south of Rome. And I saw a huge dragon come to me, and she was all happy and excited, and she was a water or sea dragon, and she was white, and she had this fan around her. I don't know what to call that thing. And she's like, I can help. So she came and helped. And then there was all these similar dragons that she was bringing out of there. So it's always an adventure. When Caroline and I were in London, we found a few dragons who appeared trapped. We have yet to go back and investigate. I think especially if you go physically somewhere, you don't have to return physically. You might already know it. You can shamanically go, or anywhere. You can help from anywhere, I think, and that might be even safer sometimes. Do you sing light language with your crystal bowls? And if so, where do you feel it comes from? Is it your soul or some other beings using? Okay, Kevin, I'll do that right now, and maybe we can all get answers. When I went to Japan 4 times, each time I was in Japan, I was teaching, and I was teaching for a full month each time. So I could say, I lived in Japan for 4 months. When I was in Japan and I was doing the light language, this huge, well-known person, her name is Keiko Anaguchi, and it was her company. She was telling people, did you hear her light language? It was fairies and dragon fairies and other beings. But there's a lot of beings that come through, because I first started off as channeling Arcturians or star fairies. So I'll do something, Kevin, because you're asking me to. So let's do it. I don't know what's going to come through. Maybe y'all can tell me. Shenno manakateteri con curcurito namai. Oreshina manakata ikar nanakata itu desalai. Rokokokokoko. Tiki 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 tiki. Yum tokolanai. Koreti ser en on mana karaina kaira karasuntok. Wena kata ik et iran anananaik. It is ar or hunakanai. Quit it arts an. So what I saw is little tiny rebels. They were dragons and dragon fae and little fairies, and they were very small, and they were coming around to all of us, kind of like tiptoeing around the house to make sure that nobody else would see them. And to any of us that wants them, we have them in our home, right by our body. And that was the last little bit of it. I saw these rebels saying, "We're coming over." I believe that light language is like sound healing. Therefore, it is not exactly a language because it is not static. So a sound, from what I do it or when I hear other people, one sound does not equate to one thing. Each time you hear it, things are moving. And so it's more of a transmission of what are you needing at this time? How is it coming? How is it bringing to you? So it's not exactly a language, but it's a frequency movement thing. But things are transmitted and I feel them more empathically, if that makes sense. So when I do light language, I see so many images and sensations and feelings. So I don't even know if I want to call it language. Yes. Thank you for putting me on the spot, Kevin. I think you did your job. I'm going to take a pause and see if we want more questions and answers, if we want more energy, if we want channeled messages, or if Kevin will tell me what to do. That sounds good.
I think there was a further question a bit further up. Liz was asking, can you say a little bit more about the dragon fae?
Yeah, I started and then I didn't finish.
Sorry.
Right. I was also looking at another question from Amanda. Can you tell us a little bit about the progress or challenges to clearing the energy in the land and ley lines in Italy? I heard Rory Duff said there's a real need. So yeah, Rory Duff is like the pioneer about ley lines, and there's a lot to do in Italy, absolutely. I'm doing some, other people are doing some, and there's more to do. Okay, Dragon Fae. So there's a lot of different dragons, and that's what's really exciting. I see dragons inside cells. I see dragons inside the mushroom mycelium. I see giant dragons that go between galaxies. So we're talking about the microcosm and the macrocosm. If we talk about dragon fae, I might have an image here, but I don't know if it would answer the question. I drew a picture of a dragon fae, but that would only give one part to a bigger one. There you go. So dragon fae, she's human, humanoid, she's a fairy, but she also has, what do you call it, dinosaur-like features or dragon features. So dragon fae is something I'm still uncovering, but it would be the merging of the how we understand the fairy elemental world to be and how dragons come in. And it has a lot to do with shape-shifting, magic, and lightness. I would say that dragon fae is an answer or a frequency answer or an antidote or a balance to the extreme heavy energy that we have of dragons, because till this day, if I do a session on someone and I'm tuning into dragon frequency, I still see the predominant energy in the collective consciousness. The collective consciousness is really heavy with recent energy, the recent thousands of years of dragon history, which has physical dragons, dragons used in war, that again, it was all humans or the Orions or other star beings that are using dragons to be extremely fierce and extremely physical. So dragon phase seems to be a frequency that comes in and says, we are a doorway, similar to the rainbow dragon, saying there's a lot more to dragon frequency that I think you know and remember. Let us be the placeholder for you. Another thing about dragon fae is you could have a fairy that's interacting with a dragon man, or we begin to get into the myth of how and why was it that the dragons were eating the virgins. And I actually will get into that in my free gift. So sign up to that because that's next week. I will be channeling the concept of shape-shifting, the swan maiden, shape-shifting from man to dragon. The man dragon has a relationship with a female woman, or is she a fairy? So there's a lot of shape-shifting. There's just more to know. So it's a placeholder of what we could say Pandora's box, if we think of Pandora's box in a positive concept of what was she hiding? And it wasn't a box, it was an urn. Just like the ancient Egyptians had urns where they had the brains and other things, they were holding magical positive potions. It wasn't bad stuff. So if you're wanting to clean and clear the ley lines in your house or under your house, you can do it by doing anything. Buying special crystals, asking the dragons, or even voice and toning. I do a lot with sound. If you have any bells, I know Kevin, you've got those bells. I love them. They do such clearing. But sound or humming, so that you can begin to clear the ley lines under your house, because you sort of have jurisdiction on your house, right? You have consciousness, you can stake the claim, you can invite dragons to come in, and even unicorns to say, this is a space where we're holding, and we're only holding high frequency. Do dragons ever free humans from soul prisons? I believe so. Specialized dragons, absolutely. And we humans do the same for dragons. Kevin, are you feeling anything else?
You mentioned rainbow a few times.
Huh?
You mentioned the rainbows a few times. Rainbow dragons, is there something there?
The rainbow dragons are saying for us to step up. But you know what? I'm not the only one to say that. They're saying for us to step up in any way. If you want to do a dragon picture and you don't sell it yet, or if you want to write a dragon book and you don't sell that yet, but if you want to create or do or sing, that all of that is contributing. Find any way to contribute, even if you feel a little bit silly, but really do it, and do it all the way. If you have a drum and you want to drum around your house barefoot, if you can. But the rainbow dragons are saying, choose me, pick me, I want to help you out. What color do you want? Or you can't choose and you want all the colors, or you're ADD and tomorrow you want silver, but today you want gold. Go for it. So the big message that the dragons have for us now, and the rainbow dragons, and again, different people have different rainbow dragons, because I know, Kevin, you have a rainbow dragon in your runes, and I loved that one. the rainbow dragons that I'm connecting to are saying, and I think they said it a few minutes ago, we can have access to immediate power. We can feel immediately powerful. You don't need 3 or 4 regression hypnotherapy sessions, but if you believe in it and placebo, then of course you can do it. But they're saying, we're here, you're here, we're reflecting back to you, and you really need more power. And now there's more torrents of rain coming in. It seems to accentuate. That was my cat tearing up a notebook that I have. Claudia, there was a question above about the dragon, about the Vatican. I thought I had answered that already. What is a good way to make space or let them know that they're welcome in our lives? So I feel that any energy we're working with, but I've been working with our star beings, fairies, and dragons, is you can draw them, even if it's a silly drawing. You can print out any image that you like off the internet. You can be like me and spend lots of money on dragon crystals. I'll show you some. But I think the thing is to make them physical in any way you can. Most creatively, if you do it yourself, it's more powerful. But if you don't have time, then maybe buying something that somebody else made. It's also great to have custom, if somebody custom makes something for you. Or you can get any little crystal and infuse it with dragon energy. I have these crystals that I work with, that this one has earth dragon energy in it. So anything that you can have that's physical, even if it's a drawing, that brings in that energy literally physically. And Dina paints dragons. Yes, I paint dragons too. So Dina, keep doing it because we need that. And I think you do it for sale too. So yes. So signing up for my classes is through my website. And later there'll be the links, alessandragilioli.com. And I do all sorts of things. Soon there'll be in-person events. But I've been doing a lot of online powerful work. I also talk about Galactic Medusa and the heroine's journey, and she is a dragon, and she's connected to the Black Dragons of Africa, which is hidden history. So I was wondering or tuning in what else there was to do. And then I'm feeling finances, abundance, flow, stability, security. And I thought, okay, let's do a little transmission on that. I wasn't expecting that. So this transmission is for financial stability and abundance, which of course abundance comes in different ways, but so many of us are like, give me stable income, please. Also passive income, so you don't have to work for it. Let's see what the dragons have to do, because dragons are about flow and making those ley lines flow, no blockages. All right. The dragons are giving us an image of a knotted up ball of yarn, and they're saying, if we can imagine that to be our own life's chaos, if that symbolizes it, and they're going to say, we're going to show you how with sound and right now, through time and space, we can unknot the knots and create a great sphere of support. So that's what they're going to do right now for financial flow. So there's this big yarn of knotted, bundled, and it's either inside our hearts, inside our minds, anxiety, or it's all around us. And with the water, liquid, crystal, plasma flow, it very effortlessly knows how to untangle itself. And we too, when we have less anxiety and more clarity, we know the next step and the next step and the next step. So there is this sparkly frequency around us, this plasmatic rainbow light. And maybe it's a gift. Maybe this is one of the many gifts that we're receiving right now, is to have this layer around our auric field that is magnetically attracting financial abundance and stabilizing it. I have experienced lots of financial abundance, found out that it's hard to stabilize it. It comes and it goes, it flows. So there is an anchoring mechanism that has to do with, do I deserve it? Do I believe in myself? Can I keep this up? Will I lose energy? Will I burn out? And the dragons are saying, because we are everything in the universe, so we are dragons too, right? We are dragon hearts. We are pure energy. So we can stabilize and ground and anchor in safety, stability, and steady income at a really high level. No questions asked, just flow. And deservedness. Any questions? Can we connect the rainbow dragons with the color of our clothing? I like that idea. Like wearing specific colored clothes with the intention of having the rainbow dragons bring in their energy to those colors. Yes. Yeah, because I'm doing it. I have these colors that I work with a lot. They turn me on. And so I'm calling in dragons. Also, you can do that with crystals. For example, I have this crystal that brings in a lot. But the idea with the clothing, yes. Also, this is going to sound funny. This message is from the fairies. You can also do it with your underpants. So if you don't want to wear bright red because you're at work and everybody has to wear black at work, you can have bright red underwear. And the dragons and the fairies are going to be like, oh yeah. Yeah. And then there's also rose pink, rose quartz with aura. This one is just really bringing in a lot of love. There was one day in the office, this is kind of funny. I was working for the Girl Scouts and it was all adults, mostly all women. And I have no idea how it happened. But one day somebody said, hey, I'm wearing purple underwear. So we all checked our underwear and we all had purple underwear that day in the office. So we'd say, hey, purple dragons were helping us. I do think that crystals can do a lot, but I am also of the so I work, yes, with dragons, with fairies, but a lot with crystals. And I think I am a crystal being. So if you have any kind of crystal, I believe it can completely amplify your connection to dragons and the ley lines. But we all have our things that really, really switch us on. So there's two places that you can buy crystal dragons. These specific ones that I showed you are expensive, but lovely. And it's Sixtina, so I should put a link later. Sixtina is on Facebook. But then this dragon, which is the same design, you can buy on Etsy and eBay. So they're kind of all over, and the prices are still high, hundreds of dollars. But you know, if you're nuts, you're nuts. So do you have any more questions, or do you want any more blessings from the dragons? I'm going to try to write here Sixtina on Facebook. She has a unique name. I don't have her whole. So you're somebody's son, Carla, your son is 27, and there's a blessing for him. Mona wants more blessings. All right, so let's see what blessings we have. Let's keep it. I'll start with abstract, and I'll see if any messages come in. Since we are asking for blessings and the energy is really strong through time and space, let us imagine that we are sitting in this circle that you can see behind me. And we're sitting inside the circle. There might be a lot of us, so the circle might be bigger. Look at how active these stones are, the standing stones, which are known as portals. And let us see what kind of blessings we receive. Whether we know what the blessing is right now, or whether the blessing comes as a gift for us to unravel. We'll start off by receiving this rainbow shimmery light. It's transparent, translucent, and if you can see it, it's like this crystal bowl. It's rainbowy. There is this rainbow film, similar to the rocks, that is descending upon us to really make the gifts or the blessings more visceral. So if we're wanting to receive this additional blessing and gift, and if we're wanting to receive this rainbow sheen, rainbow pearlescent frequency, it is coming down, down, down into our sphere, into our country, into our city, into our home, into our room, and if you want to, into your auric field, our auric field, or you can have it downloaded into a crystal in your room. Right now, as we're sitting in a circular formation, at the center of our circle is a giant pearl with a rainbow sheen. The pearl is shape-shifting, and it's saying, am I a pearl or am I a dragon egg? And it's up to us to understand. Obviously, that pearl is for each one of us to get. Multidimensional, we each have our own pearl. But together with the cohesive force field and power of this group, we're really making this strong. The feeling that I have, and somebody said quantum and timeline and jumping, That's the feeling that I have. I have a feeling that with the assistance of this group, that we are now going to be able to have the capacity to receive a big shift of whatever our blessing is, and the capacity to integrate it with ease and grace. So we're talking about quantum leaping. Other people might say jumping to a parallel lifeline, where we have been building and building and building the phenomenal things that we want in our life. This is one of the specialties of the dragons, of many dragons and the rainbow dragons. Part of the blessing is to be able to expand our auric field so that it can contain, absorb, retain with ease and grace higher light. This higher light then slowly, in time release formation, gets received by our auric field and our biofield, and eventually our physical body. Part of the blessing, part of holding the blessing, part of making it manifest is having our cells and our water hold the plasmatic light. Part of the mitochondria inside our cells, hundreds of mitochondria inside our cells, holding on to the light and transmuting it. That is the gift of the dragon, rainbow dragons. So we are coming to the closure of the experience. Make sure that you take carefully with love and sacredness the giant pearl or dragon egg, and you hold it in your heart, and then it pops up and it's in your heart but in your auric field, in your heart and in your auric field, and you can hold on to it that way. Hi, Denise. Nicola, that's all I have. I don't know if we have time for questions or not.
Thank you so much. Those blessings were lovely. Yeah, loved all the different bowls and sounds, and feels very otherworldly. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks for being the host.
Thank you. We'll hand back to Kevin. Do you want to introduce Casca, isn't it? Alessandra Casca.
Yeah. Alessandra, Casca, Alessandra. You say hello to each other, incoming and outgoing. Can you see her? Oh, she's on mute. Casca's on. She's on mute. She's talking, but she can't hear her.
Sorry.
It's all right.
It's beautiful to connect to you, Alessandra. You know, I've seen you in passing, but we've never actually connected. And I came in towards the end of that, and I felt your energy and the dragon energy instantly. So I'm actually a bit sad that I didn't come in sooner. But it's really beautiful to connect to you and to meet you today and to follow on from you as well. Yeah.
I've seen your work and I'm seeing you're doing big things, so I've been very curious about it. So I hope to speak more later too.
That would be really beautiful. I'd love to connect. Yeah, I'd love to.
Thanks for what you're doing. Ciao, ciao.
Thank
Bye.
you. You too. Bye-bye.
Beautiful. Let's send Alessandra lots of love. Press that heart button. You've got all her links. You know where she is. She's in Italy, so decent pizza over there, I tell you. And gelato, of course. Cool. Well, we've got 5 minutes, so let's take another 5-minute break, just so that everyone can let their energy calm down before we go over to Casca. So let's have a quick 5-minute break. Grab yourself some water. Make sure you've got lots of juice. I've drunk all mine. I think I'm on my about 15th pint today. And I'll see you in 4 minutes now. Cheers. You're doing well, people. Well done. All those people that have been here all day. I'm truly impressed by you, especially those of you that have been on camera. And Roman that was there in the previous bit, and he's in this bit as well. I mean, what a man. What energy. I know it's, if you've been here a while, it's sort of getting to that point where our energy needs a bit of a, ooh, but Casca's here, so we're good. Let's get moving. And come on, people, put those cameras on. a wall of blankness, just names, is not very nice. Come on, let's honour our speakers. As you know, only the person speaking will be recorded. The rest of you, as I keep saying, if you haven't got your lippy on, your hair's not quite right, you haven't got your favourite t-shirt, doesn't matter. The only people seeing you is us here live. And those people watching the recordings, wow, the energy will be just as powerful. But next time, be here live, okay? I might say this once. Should say it with a French accent, shouldn't I? Never say this only once. Cool. So we are on the hour. And here we have Casca Graham with an amazing tan. I'm sure she'll tell us where she got it from. So a warm welcome to you, Casca. So she's a multi-dimensional shamanic healer, dragon Reiki teacher, founder of the Casca Graham Academy. She works closely with the Akashic records, the dragon realm, blending ancient wisdom with powerful modern practices. She's attuned many students throughout the world, and she channels dragon energy to awaken our soul's true potential. So welcome. It's beautiful to see you, and that is an amazing tan. I'm quite jealous. I'm looking very pale compared to you. How are you?
I'm really, really well. It's lovely to see you, Kevin, and it's wonderful to be here with you all today. I must say, from the minute I started to speak to Alessandra, I started to get so much pressure coming into my kind of God portals. So I'm just trying to kind of just
hold the energy here.
It's coming through really, really, really strong. So if you see me wincing, I'm like, been a while since it's come through this strong. So I have no idea what today is going to bring. Yeah.
Tune it down, guys.
Yeah. Whoo, it's coming through strong. My head feels like it's just going. But yeah, it's really, really beautiful to be here. You know, I was part of the summit last year as a recorded speaker, and what an honor to be a live speaker. I have been really looking forward to this. And really, where has the last year gone? It just seems to have flown by, and I'm sure I'm going to speak for all of us here. It has just been insane. Okay, the energies, the time flying by, our individual evolution, the planet's evolution, just all of it is just so powerful right now. And yeah, I mean, what an amazing time to be alive. What an incredible time to be alive. We truly are blessed, although it definitely throws its challenges. We really are blessed to be here. And Kev, I actually got my tan from the UK. So I was in Heybridge Basin yesterday, which is on the Essex coast, and I was at the regatta. So, and I can't wait to tell you how what happened. So it's quite the regatta is quite small. It's at the water mouth. So everyone, there's a few little, you know, exciting events taking place, and they have a few stalls. And when I mean a few, you're talking about 5 or 6 stalls. That's about it, because it's really not big. As I walked around the corner to get to the first stall, what was it called? Dragon Creations. And there I met an amazing woman who's absolutely obsessed with dragons. And she makes all these beautiful dragon books and little ornaments. Now, because I've got a digital background, I'm really going to hope that I can show you what I'm going to show you. I'm going to try and move it around just so you can see. But what it was she makes these books. So the covers have got the dragon eye and the back. But you can fill the book with filofax paper. So the book is eternal. Now, what was so interesting is my 3 dragons that I work with all the time. One of them is Acrobus. I've got Curious and I've got Sirius. She had all 3 of them there. So I'm going to start with Acrobus, and I'm going to try. I might have to move it around a little bit, but just look how talented she is. I hope you're going to be able to see it. Oh no, hang on, I'm going to work on this. Oh, did you see that? And it's resin. So that's the whole book cover. I'll try and do the back as well, see if I can do it. So tricky with a digital. There we go. I don't know if you can see that. This woman is just absolutely incredible, and she's based in Essex, and she just adores dragons. And so to meet her was, I just knew that it was so aligned, and it was just getting us ready, because I'm now able to sit with these beautiful dragon eyes around me today, as well as, you know, sit with all of you. So that's where I got my tan yesterday. It was really, really hot here in the UK. And I was on the water, but yeah, it was a beautiful day, and the first thing was dragons, so it was really wonderful. But you know, Kev, I've been like toing and froing with what I wanted to share today, because you know, it wasn't too long ago that we sat together, and you know, I was in South Africa at the time, and I was having a big you know, a big connection there with the dragons in South Africa. And you know, I want to talk a little bit about that today, but then there's something else which keeps coming up, which I feel I need to share. Now, I want to just introduce myself for those of you that don't know me. I'm just going to give you a very quick idea of who I am and how long I've been working with dragons. And let me just say that every single day I learn more and I grow more, and the dragons are the best teachers. So I was born in South Africa. I'm very blessed to be born in South Africa. I've always been very connected to nature and animals, and always been connected to my spirituality. It's been something that's very strong for me. And nature and animals, and actually the fairy kingdom, were very prominent in my life as a child. And then as I grew older, the angelic realm came in a very strong way. And when I got to, you know, to being an adult, I knew that that my healing work had to start flowing through in whatever capacity that meant. I was able to communicate with animals at a very young age. Sadly, that kind of faded as I got a little bit older, but we know that that happens, and I've had to really work to get that back. Okay, it definitely, that gap came. I used to be able to just have wild birds land on me when I was a child, but then that, you know, I don't know, all sorts of things start happening, don't they? And the animals are like, ah. But you know, that energy was always flowing through. So I was never really drawn to Reiki at all. But in the UK, you have to actually be insured if you want to do any healing work. So I thought, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to learn Reiki 1 to work with animals. And I did that. But, you know, there was a bigger plan for me then, because more humans started to come to me. I then expanded on my Reiki. I became a Yusui Reiki master, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. I felt very restricted, and I'm very rebellious in everything I do. I love to break the barriers down. Okay. And I just felt there was too much restriction there. And that's not to say that there's anything wrong with Yusui Reiki, because it was a beautiful, beautiful stepping stone, and it is a beautiful modality, but there was more coming through for me. I then went on and I learned angelic Reiki, which was like, boom, it just opened up. All the dimensions started coming through, and I started to see more, because it really activates the third eye. And then I joined an angel group, and I went traveling around Europe, and I joined this angel group on Facebook, and started to meet some really beautiful women, and we had a lot of things in common. My healing work was thriving. It was doing really well. And I went to Europe, and boom, in Milan, my dragon Sirius came through, and that just opened everything up for me. I then came back, was invited to go and teach angelic Reiki in Iceland, and my God, then the dragons just really started to come through in a beautiful way. And really, I've never looked back. In 2020, I worked with the dragons to create my own intricate version of Dragon Reiki. I'm not the founder of Dragon Reiki. I've never said that I am, but I have created my own intricate version so that when I teach people and when they come and they work through me, it is a lineage that I worked with the dragons to create. And it's a beautiful lineage. I've worked with some beautiful, beautiful people around the world, and we've got an amazing community now, and everyone's just branching off doing their own thing, which is how it's meant to be, because, you know, as many of you know, we're not here. We already know. This is a remembering. This is a remembering. We are now remembering. So when the dragons are coming in, they are just activating those parts of our soul that are helping us remember that we are these limitless, incredible beings. But my God, you know, this third dimensional experience has been one of pain and suffering and grief and trauma. But hey, we came here to experience that. It doesn't make it any easier. But the dragons are here, and, you know, all of the other beings of light really work with us in remembering. The dragons connected me to the Akashic records, and then that cracked me open a bit more. And so I started to work with the dragons and the Akashic records, and it's just evolving all the time for me in a very beautiful way. When Kevin introduced me, he introduced me as a multi-dimensional shamanic healer. And it was very difficult trying to explain to people what I do. And I'm sure many of you have the same thing, because we have a lot of strings to our bow. And you know, it's the oils, it's the sound. I do breath work, I do mindfulness, I do artwork, I work with animals, I work with children, teenagers. It's like, it just, the list goes on and on and on. And it wasn't until it was about a year and a half ago, when I was in a healing session, and I had all my dragons really working with me, and the ancestors all came through. And I was in, and you know about this, Kevin, because I've shared it with you before, quite a long time ago. And I was encouraged to start to chant. And I've always had a bit of insecurity about my voice. You know, my dad was an amazing singer. He was well known as a singer. And so, you know, I've always had a bit of insecurity. I've always had a bit of a deep voice that projects really far. And I've always been told I'm too loud. And, you know, so singing wasn't something that I ever thought I would really do. And again, you know, when I say that, a lot of emotion comes up, because it's a lot of suppression and pain and suffering through that throat chakra. You know, there's a lot there. And all of a sudden it was like, well, this isn't about me. This is about my client and what they need right now. So I'm just going to park it. I'm going to park my ego and my insecurities. And from that moment, I started to sing and chant. And when I work with the dragons, I work with the fractals. I see them. And the dragons, when they first started revealing themselves to me, they came through showing me fractals. That was how they first came through. And so as I've grown and evolved as a healer, when I am connecting to my clients, if they're fractals within their soul, if they're healthy and they're moving, they're all just moving like this, okay? And it's beautiful. But when there's dis-ease within the body and in the soul, then the fractals aren't functioning properly. So what happens is we bring in that dragon energy, and they come in bringing in unity and transformation and all those really beautiful things that the dragons bring, and they link into those fractals, and they start to work with them in this incredible way. And what I found was that by using my voice and working with the ancestors, I am now able to facilitate that whole process on a much deeper level. So I started to sing, and it was incredibly powerful. And my client was really responding. Her whole body was just like shaking and convulsing and shaking and convulsing. And I know, you know, some people think that's a little bit dramatic, but it's not. It was a very beautiful moment, because she was being held in such a safe space. And she'd actually only ever received a healing one other time, but with somebody else. So this was a big moment for her. And when we came to the end, it was almost like a lullaby to her, and I was just holding her and just like massaging her all over her whole body, just working with her meridians, allowing the energy to flow with her breath. It was incredible. And my voice just got softer and more like a lullaby. And in that moment, I just heard really, really loudly, and the shaman is born. And the tears just started to like fall down my face, and they were falling down my client's face. And in that moment, I knew that I had been initiated by my spirit guides, by my ancestors, by my dragons, by all of it. And that was how I knew from that moment I would then be able to say that my work is shamanic, which it is. I have been working with nature and herbs and all of it my whole life. And a lot of it, I've just known what to do. And I had to, there was a lot that came through it, because the word like shaman is thrown around with so much ease. And it's not to say that anybody's better or worse or whatever, but it's a sacred name. And coming from Africa, it was like, am I able to really call myself this? And my dragons were like, this is you, this is who you are. And where I'm working with such on so many different levels with the dragons and the unicorns, as many of you know, and I work with so many different beings now that are coming in. It's the perfect title. And finally, after all of these years, I was able to go, right, this is who I am, this is what I do. And it really, in a nutshell, explains exactly what I do. So it's been this whole big journey. And the dragons in the year of the dragon, I spent my whole life waiting to write, okay, trying to get those books out. And then in the year of the dragon, I got 2 books out, which was just like, yes. And Kev, like it was pumping. That energy in the year of the dragon was really pumping through so many of us. And I was able to share, the 2 modalities that I teach, and how I work with it, and how that's kind of that works for me. So that's been really, really beautiful. And then in this last year, I had to go back to South Africa, and I haven't been back for a really, really long time, because we've had COVID, and it's been a lot. But before I went to South Africa, I knew something was going to shift while I was out there, because now there's a few bits to the story. Many of you know Caroline Mitchell, an amazing woman. She's from the UK. She works with the dragons as well, and she's got an oracle card deck, which is called Dragon Path. And believe me when I tell you, I have got loads of oracle cards, and I've been using them since I was really young. I was using playing cards and tarot cards, and they've always been there. I am at a stage now where I go to do readings for people, and I don't even pick up cards anymore. And then I think at the end, should we just pull a card? Like, I've got to that point now, which is very beautiful in my work and in my evolution. But for some reason, I just always feel drawn to those cards. And I kept pulling the same card before I went to South Africa, which is a dragon called Asclepius. And I'm hoping that I'm pronouncing that correctly. But it's a dragon that talks about herbs and plants and medicine. And this energy has been so strong for me lately. It's really been coming through a lot. And I've been doing an in-depth herbalism course for a very, very long time. It covers all of the flowers, everything. But it's just something that I kind of tick away with on the sidelines, because, it's time. This time doesn't even seem to be there at the moment. But that's kind of what's been going on the side. And, when we hear the word plant medicine, we automatically, start to think about ayahuasca and, marijuana and just all of it. You know, we go down that, but it's so much more than that. And so this dragon kept coming through, and I was like, this must be to do with just completing this course now, you know. And I have so much respect for plant medicine, I cannot tell you. And I've always had that, because in my work, I get a lot of clients coming to me with addiction, and it goes across. So I've seen what happens when plants are not respected, okay, and I've seen how wonky it can go. So and I just, that energy merges well with who I am as a healer. So when I went to South Africa, I had a very big shift out there. I connected with the dragons as soon as I landed. It's a long drive into the middle of the bush, which is where my family live. It's from the airport. And as soon as I came over the hill into the mountains, all the dragons came out, and they were just like greeting me and welcoming me, letting me know they knew I was coming, and showing me how big they are, how old they are. And it was, yeah, it was really powerful. And whilst I was out there, I was connecting, you know, to the land, and the dragons and the ancestors were telling me stuff that was going on with the land. And as Kevin knows, they told me about the Cathillaris, which is something that, you know, it's so ancient that you can't even find anything on it. And oh, amazing. And so the Cathillaris, you know, if you want to know more, please reach out to me. I'm just going to touch on that today. But the Cathillaris is like, they're like the veins. It's not the ley lines. It's like Gaia's veins. And there are certain parts around the world where they are more prominent, and they hold a golden elixir light, and they cannot be tampered with. Okay. And that was the message that I got when I was in South Africa. And I didn't realize at the time the land there is where they want to do some serious fracking. So the dragons were very, very, very adamant that they told me this news. And surprise, surprise, my sister is, you know, she's deputy minister for energy and electricity in South Africa. So for me to then go and share this information with her, and, you know, we are worlds apart in what we do, but at the same time, she's energy and light, and I am energy and light, and we work together in this very beautiful, mad way. Okay, she's like left brain, I'm right brain, she's square, I'm round, but we just flow, and we're doing what we've come here to do. So that was important that the dragons came through, but they kept the plants and herbs kept coming up while I was in South Africa as well, in a really big way. Coming back to England, little did I know what was in store for me. Whilst I was away, I had been working with a few clients this year that have come, and I have to be so careful how I share this information, and I have to really, I have to understand the sacredness of it, and also just reaffirm that there's absolutely no ego in what I'm about to say now. This is part of what I want to share today. And I've worked with a few clients this year which have come to see me, and they are quite far along with their illness, in late stages, if you know what I mean. And I have done some work. One of them only came to see me once, and this was a doctor, and the next day was going for loads of tests and scans, and everything was completely clear. Now this man had already started to get all his everything in order, you know, he was getting ready to. And so it was like, where this has taken place with a few clients this year, it's been I've had to really absorb that, and believe me when I say it's not because I don't believe, because of course I do. My whole life is about this. But it's when you start to really see that the more we as healers heal, and the more we do our work, and the more we are evolving on this powerful journey that we're on, that light frequencies and the fractals that we are working with and everything is really, really, really shifting people when they are coming for sessions. And the dragons are powerful, okay? These guys are powerful. And what they have taught me is that they are only as powerful as we allow them to be as a vessel, okay? So when you're channeling their energy and when you're working with the dragons, however, you've got to be really devoted to your healing in order to be able to channel. Their frequency is just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. It's how much we are willing to go to be able to channel that. And I've realized that now. I've always known it, but I really see it now. And they're just waiting. And we know the dragons have been waiting. They've been waiting a really long time. But it is up to us to be continuously doing this inner work on ourselves to be able to channel this light and to channel this energy, this frequency, whatever you want to call it. So I had somebody contact me through the medical profession, okay, and pharmaceuticals and all of that, which is just madness, okay. And he was like, he messaged me and I knew I had to respond, okay, to that message instantly. And I don't often do that because I don't have a lot of time. I'm a little bit all over the place with my administration. But something was like, respond. And so this man traveled from far to come and see me. And when we sat down and spoke, what he told me was that he had been incredibly sick for a very long time, but specifically in the last 8 years. And he has spent the last 8 years traveling around to find shamans all over to assist him, because he started to use plant medicine a long time ago, okay? And he really went down that journey. So this is a very powerful man. He's done a lot of work, but he went down the journey. And what happened was he started to work with Kambo. So for those of you that don't know, Kambo comes from the frog, okay? So it's like it's the medicine that comes from the frog. So, and you have to you use a tool to burn it into your skin, and the Kambo gets in, and then you have a really powerful purge. And he started to use this quite a lot. But then what started to happen was, when he wasn't using it, he would just be like walking down the road and he would go into a Kambo state where he'd feel like he could feel it coming on, and then he would start wanting to purge and he's starting to get really sick. So he explained all of this to me. And then he said he traveled to South America, and an amazing shamanic healer out there actually told him that the spirit of Kambo was stuck in his body. And he said, we don't know how you're going to get it out, but we do believe that you will find somebody that will definitely be able to help you. So when he was telling me this, as soon as those words left his mouth, my team and dragons jumped forward and they were like, you can do it. I haven't dealt with anything like this in my life before. Okay. And I was like, I said, I can do it. I said, I'm only telling you what I've just been told. And I said, this is a really big thing for me to say because I haven't worked like this before, but I'm going to say, let's do this. Okay. And I missed a little bit, like leading up to going to South Africa, I kept getting this message as well. You are the medicine. You are the medicine. We are the medicine. Like I kept hearing this and I was like, okay. And I was thinking, wow, that's a really big statement. You know, we've got all this beautiful medicine. We work with light and energy, but that kept coming through quite a lot as well. So I started to work with this amazing man. Okay. The first session was powerful, but we worked intensively together. Then the second session, he said, can you look under my foot? And as I looked under his foot, there was all frog spawn, like frog's eggs all under the foot. And I was like, so I had some Arcturians standing next to me, and I had to remove each egg one at a time, and they put it in a little golden pot. Okay. And then I had to send these frequencies up his leg. And let me tell you, I haven't ever worked like this before. The next day, I'm working. And there was like this gray mass in his stomach. And as I went to clear it, it was like liquid concrete. And it just started to pour out. Like, yeah, it was etheric frog's eggs, 100%. Okay, so then this concrete started to just pour out. Now, when I'm working, I have a massive team around me. I've got my dragons, I've got the unicorns, I've got 2 Arcturians that are always working with me. I've got some Syrian, family. I've got my ancestors. It's all going on. Okay. And this concrete was just pouring out of him, this wet, thick concrete. And I was scraping and pulling and scraping and pulling. And I was getting really tired. I've never experienced it. Just was coming and coming and coming. There was just no give. And I said, look, I can't. Like, what next? So I was given a tool to set the concrete. I mean, it's so long. Then I had to like crack it off. Then I had to sweep it out. And then they were like, that's enough for today. And during this time, my client's going through a lot. Like, he can feel it because he's very in tune. He was like really feeling whatever was coming out. But I knew it wasn't fully out. And I said that to him, there's something still there. The next day, I'm thinking, okay, let's do this. We go. Right in his middle, there's a bubble. I pull the one bubble, then the next bubbles, just coming out like loads. Like, I was like, not this again. And I really, I'm like looking, going, what's happening here? But just before I got to that bubble, there was a vine, like a black vine going down his left arm. And I gently had to remove that. And as I did, I heard grandmother ayahuasca. Just very, very gentle. And then just these whispers coming out. So I didn't really know what that was, but I was like, okay, beautiful. So much respect and love. Then the bubbles were just coming, and I had like a tool. I was trying to get out nothing. And I actually called in Archangel Michael. I had Archangel Raphael standing there. I had everyone. And I was like, what am I going to do? And in that moment, and my dragons were so close, because never once did my dragons give me this, like, they knew that they were just in absolute confidence that I was going to complete this task. Okay. So I then just heard really, really softly in this amazing voice, you will never get rid of me like this. And I was like, okay, it wasn't scary. And I was like, again, and it was like, you will never clear me this way. And I said, so what do I need to do? And this was the spirit of Cambo talking to me. And the voice was like, you need gratitude. So in that moment, it wasn't me. In that moment, I said to my client, you need to fill your heart with gratitude now. You need to do that. So what he was doing, he was pulling in gratitude, and then he just started sending out gratitude for everything he has in his life. And then I said, now you need gratitude for Cambo. So he started to fill, and he was just saying, thank you for the lessons. Thank you for the medicine. Thank you for all of that. And then I said, and respect. And he went, and respect. And in that moment, the Cambo just went down his left leg and just left. And as he did, I got this beautiful old frog face right up to me like this. And then he just left. And I just started to cry my eyes out. The tears were just absolutely pouring down. And then I went into my dragon voice, and that was just flowing and flowing and flowing and flowing and flowing, because my client felt so much emotion. When we came out of it, obviously he's had that spirit in his body for 8 years. When we came out of it, he said to me, I disrespected the medicine. He said, I disrespected it. He said, I was using it too much. I wasn't respecting it. And he said, and I combined it with ayahuasca. And I went, oh my God, now I know why grandmother ayahuasca was there. All of this cleared. And then I was just like, wow. And then that night before I went to bed, I had my dragons around me. And again, the ancestors were in, and they were like, you can use the spirit of all the plant medicines. You do not need the medicine. I was like, what? And it's shifted me in such a big way. And then I thought to myself, of course you can. How, like, we have been working with energy and spirit, but we don't need that 3D. And this is no disrespect to the medicine. There is no disrespect there at all. This is even more respect than I think I could ever, because it's now speaking to me. It's now speaking to me, and I feel like in my work something really big has shifted here. And like, I'm telling you, I'm ready to put on a backpack and head straight into the mountains and just be like, right, talk to me, talk to me, because this is really, really powerful stuff. And I don't know what's going to come from it, but then I understood why Asclepius was coming through in such a big way, because he was like, look, this is so much more here. Like, we are able to connect to the spirit of these plants, and we are able to work with that spirit as healers, and we're able to bring it in. But you can't just be calling it in. You have got to understand that medicine on such a deep level, okay, before you even attempt to go there. And as we know, the medicine doesn't mess around, okay? If there's any disrespect, it's going to get you. It's going to get you. There has to be so much respect there. And you can see, you can see people that abuse any sort of substance, that there's a fine line of where you go. And I've seen it with cannabis. I have a lot of clients that have been using cannabis for years and years and years, and actually they might not realize that as they're about to smoke or however they want to take it, there might not be that respect every single time they take that medicine, because it becomes really habitual. Okay, we know that that's not going to end well. We need to be working with that medicine with the deepest respect, okay? Like, and I felt that. I saw it so clearly. There was no way that Camber, there was nothing bad or horrible. He was amazing. He was constantly doing what Camber does, okay? And showing me what I saw. I saw that my client's electromagnetic field, how that had been affected. I saw it all. They showed me so much, and I have so much gratitude for what I've seen working with this client, because we've continued to work together on such a deep level. And I have learned so much in the last few weeks of who I am. It's just been mind-blowing. And the excitement coming from the dragons, and the excitement coming from the ancestors, and all of it, because this is a big part of who we are. The spirit of all plants is ready to work with us. It's not, there's medicine everywhere. It's everywhere. And if we are able to be channeling these frequencies, working with the fractals, working with the dragons, working with the ancestors, the multidimensional beings, we are able to work with the energy of these plants as well. But you've got to understand it. You can't just be calling them in. Like, that isn't the way. Okay, there's so much respect. So, that was the message that I wanted to, to come in. I wanted to share this amazing experience with you, because it's been absolutely amazing. And what I wanted to do, for the rest of my time, on this beautiful summit, was actually to do some healing work, okay, to bring in some of the energy, to bring in some of the fractals, to bring in the energy that I work with, and do some healing work. So I hope that that's something that you'd all embrace. If it's not, you could just take your time and work on your breath. But we're going to call some really beautiful energy now in, and I want to just share what I do and how I do it, and the energy that actually flows through me from the amazing, incredible team that surround me every single day. Okay, so amazing. So What I will try and do is just leave some time if there are any questions, or if anybody, you know, does want to say anything at the end, we'll try and leave some time. So whew, I invite you all now to get yourselves into a really comfortable space. Now, if you actually can lie down, I encourage you to lie down. But if you can't and you want to sit, that's really okay too. Okay. When you're ready, gently close your eyes. And just begin by taking 2 lovely deep breaths in. Then you're going to take a 3rd deep breath in. And on the out breath, just feel your body relaxing into your breath and start to breathe as you normally breathe. Now, don't try and change your breath in any way, just be aware of it. Putting all your attention and focus onto your breath. Really feel the air as it moves into your nose and into your body. Any thoughts that arrive now, just let them go and just bring it back to the breath, really feeling that air as it moves into your nose or mouth and into your body. Now take your awareness down to the ground. Feel the ground beneath you. Really feel your connection to the ground. Just hone into that connection, putting all your attention and focus there. You now find yourself in a space where you are connecting to your breath and to the ground. Breath and ground. Breath and ground. Take your awareness now to your ears. Just tune into everything that you can hear around you now. You now find yourself in a space where you're connecting to your breath, to the ground, and to sound. Breath, ground, and sound. Now start to connect to the density of your whole body. Just connecting now to the whole body. You're now in a beautiful space of breath, ground, sound, body. Breath, ground, sound. We're now going to take our awareness into our emotional body, so into our aura. So take it out and start to feel the air surrounding your whole body. Absolutely beautiful. Whilst we're in this beautiful space now, we invite in the dark blue dragons. We ask that they clear above us, below us, and around us. We call in the fire dragons now, and we ask that they place a ring of fire around us. connect to those etheric flames now. And just breathe in gently that cleansing energy from those flames. We call in our spirit guides, our galactic soul families, our ancestors, Unakia Utukia Matataika, our animal guides. And just feel their energy coming in now, bringing unconditional love. Just absorb that unconditional love into every single cell within your body. Just breathe that unconditional love in and out. Beautiful. Just take your awareness now back down to the ground. Feel your connection to the ground. And just affirm very gently that you are grounded. You are held by Gaia. Just feel that connection. Just breathe in that connection to the ground and to Gaia. The words said now are done on behalf of all of us here. I am now ready to clear all energetic attachments to people, places, and situations from my past, my present, and my future that have no relevance in my life now. I clear these from my right. I clear these from my left. I clear these in front of me. I clear these behind me. I clear these below me. I clear these above me. Thank you. Inner plane healing masters, thank you for cauterizing and sealing these attachments with love and light and creator substance and fulfilling any voids with the same. Thank you for placing us in a golden dome of protection, keeping us safe from energies that do not serve our highest good. And so it is. And I want you just now to take your awareness down to the tips of your toes. And you're going to start to take gentle breaths from the toes all the way to the top of your head and then out, back down the body to the tips of the toes. So in from the tips of the toes all the way to the top of your head and then out, going back down the toes. So nice deep breaths in and out. In and out. And just keep building up that rhythm in and out. And what you're doing here now is just building up your own quantum field in and out, just working from the tips of the toes all the way to the head. So you just keep breathing now as I call in some higher frequencies. Just keep breathing and just feel that energy building up over your whole body. Just keep breathing. Beautiful. Just keep breathing. Just feel that energy moving up and down, up and down, just building up. Beautiful. Just keep breathing. Ooh, 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 ooh,
Just keep breathing and just taking these frequencies in now. Keep breathing. Kiata mahakiana. Umutikia matatakietaya. Ikikiatai shakakamutiaka. Mananakiana kiata. Untukia shaka. Just bring your awareness back to your breath. Take a really nice deep breath in.
Just giving your toes and your fingers a little wiggle. Just bringing that energy back into your body now. Feeling it moving into the spine, into the shoulders, into the body. Just coming back into the physical body, into the here and the now. Taking another really nice deep breath in. And just gently and slowly starting to come back. You might just want to have a little glass of water and just still allowing all the energy just to come back into the meridians and into the body. Absolutely beautiful, 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 beautiful. Welcome back. So I've left a few little minutes, you know, a little bit of time. I don't know if anybody has any questions or if anybody would like to share anything. And also, Kev, it just gives you a chance just to be able to have a little chat. And I just wanted to just also say thank you so much for, you know, just giving me this beautiful opportunity to be here again with all of you and just to share this incredible, amazing energy.
That was divine. Wow. I'm lost for words. That was gorgeous. I'm sure everyone wants to send you lots of love for that, because that was extremely powerful. I'm starting to lose a bit of my energy from the long day, but I just feel completely revitalized now.
Amazing.
Do another 10. Go on, let's go. That was gorgeous.
Amazing.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. Such a pleasure. And you know, Kev, as always, the work that you do here is just, yeah, you're such a legend. Thank you for everything that you do, and thank you for always making me feel so welcome. And just, yeah, it's just amazing. You've got a beautiful team of dragon brothers and sisters around this planet, and you know, you've brought a lot of people together, and it's life-changing. It really, really is. So just thank you so much.
Thank you for turning up. Thank you for trusting us, and I love seeing you every single time. That smile of yours is captivating. I must come and see you in Essex soon.
I know we definitely need to hook up. That is just, it definitely needs to happen.
It needs to be a little in-person tour around the country, maybe the world.
Sounds amazing. Yeah, yeah, the world.
Just do the world. Who's coming?
Yeah.
Wow, beautiful. Is our next speaker here yet? It's always nice if you can say hello to each other. Is she here yet, Nicola?
Is it our French dragon sister?
It is. It's Annabelle.
Yeah.
Is she here yet?
I don't see her here yet. No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okie dokie. If we messaged her, does she know she's on it?
Yes. It's not been an answer.
I'm sure she was on the beach, wasn't she? Maybe she's on her way back from the beach still.
She might also have a tan.
She might fully well do, yeah. Well, she moved from Australia all the way back to France, and she's near Nice and doing stuff with Mary Magdalene and this. There she is. We were just talking about you. Annabelle, meet Casca. Casca, meet Annabelle.
Oh,
incoming.
Hello, we've met. I'm so grateful for being here with you all.
Casca, thank you very much. A bit more love
Such
for
a
you.
pleasure. Annabelle, it's so beautiful to see you. You look absolutely stunning.
You too, my darling.
I know, and we'll catch up soon. We've got lots of catching up to do.
I know.
Yeah, and I'm wishing you a really beautiful summit, Annabelle. And yeah, thank you to everybody. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Over to you, Nicola.
Oh, thank you, Casca. I feel really revitalized now. I needed that. So I feel really good. Thank you. So our next speaker is Annabelle, the wild and wise woman. And she's speaking from France as well. Annabelle's also the founder of the Awakening Alchemy and creator of other transformational programs. And of course, the dragons are very central to your work too. So Annabelle, over to you. Thank you.
Oh, hello, everybody. It's so nice to be here with you all today. And I would love to really pause before starting because I feel always that, the power of presence is so important. And yes, everybody who's hiding behind the camera, if you want to come and be with us, it'd be beautiful to share. Hello, Dina. Hello, Ada. Hello, Suzanne. Hello, Anya. Hello, Amanda. Oh, we can see you. Carla. Hello, Carla. Hello, Tony. Hello, Jules. Yes, and Maria, Era, Zara. Hello, Denise, Brenda. Hello, Claudia. Hello, Jelaine. Hello, Claire. Nice to see you. Hello, everyone. It's beautiful. I don't know which time zone you are in or where you are, but it's it's wonderful to be here and to offer this moment where I share, how I've come to the dragons. I think I've shared before, but I feel like it's important really for people who haven't met me before to know, how it happened and how the dragon are a central part of my life and my work. And so my work is my life as I've been rebirthing myself as this new person, in the last 5 years since I've met the dragon. And they are a part of my everyday life. And so I think that's really, really important to realize that, it's not like we go to a healer and we receive and then we wait for the work to happen. We want to be healed by others and we feel like, others are more powerful than ourselves. And today, I really would love you all to realize that the power to heal you at any level is within you. The power is within you. And so in 2020, I separated from my husband of 27 years, and I was terrified. I was terrified to enter this path on my own. And I thought I wasn't going to be able to look after myself and to do it. And then I jumped and I did it anyway. I had many things pushing me that I had to do it. And so many times on that path, the dragons have come, the dragon came to me. And so I was on a special sacred site. And I've picked up a few things on the floor and I put it together and it was a dragon. And so that's how the dragon first came to me, by having this thing in front of me. And I've got this other one I made. I'll show you, because last year I couldn't show it. It was in transit between Australia and France. And so I've remade it more beautiful than ever. And so here is my little dragon. And this one is a dragon of freedom. He's the higher vision, the dragon of the East, in my medicine wheel or dreaming wheel, as I would love to tell it. And so this little one that I've made, if you see the head, it's pretty amazing. And even the other side looks, I've got to have You know, you can see, look at it. And so I picked up one piece of wood on the beach one day, and I left it hang around my house in the garden. It was outside in the rain and everything for months and months and months. And one day I found the stone on the beach, and I looked at it and I went, "Ooh, what am I going to do with you?" And I brought it home and I put it all together. And he's the Dragon of Freedom. And at the time I was writing in a book called Leaders of the Great Awakening, Warriors of Light, Leaders of the Great Awakening. And it was like, oh my God, am I a warrior of light, a leader of the Great Awakening? And at the time it felt so like impossible to be part of that world. And it was very triggering in a way to go, oh, can I do that? And yes, I did. And then the Dragon of Freedom was, you know, helping to launch the book and launch me as a leader of the Great Awakening, a warrior of light. And in the last few weeks, I have been able to really settle in my new land, where I am in the land, you know, I'm in France near the dragon. There are lots of dragons around here. And to always remember that my higher purpose and why I do that, and why I want to help others do that as well, and find the dragon within, you know, find the dragon that is with you, that can help you and protect you. My higher purpose is to create more peace in the world, to create more love and to create more harmony. And so that is the biggest purpose. And the dragons are here to help do that. The dragons are here and can help us do that for sure. So, yes, I went on this long journey, you know, since 2020, met the dragons, put it, and so my first way of the dragon helping me was to help me write the first chapter. So before Leaders, the Warrior of Light, there was another book called Sacred Rebel. And so I am a sacred rebel. I'm a wild and wise woman, and I'm a sacred rebel. And so the dragon helped me write my book. You know, I'm French. I mean, I've been speaking English for a long time, but like I have dyslexia. I mean, how am I going to do to write a book? But then with the help of the dragon, and I just sat there and I named my dragon Shakespeare. And so I had this dragon on top of my cupboard, you know, in the lounge room, and I would sit there and say, "Thank you, Shakespeare, to help me write this book." And at the time, I had no understanding that I could write, that I could say to myself, I am a writer. I can write and I can tell things, I can share things with people, you know, to really move them. And I had quite a few people who came into my world after writing the book. And so I had no belief that I could do it at the start. And so, but I did. And it was quite good. I was very surprised myself. I'm like, wow, I can do that. And so I did it once, and then second time, and then the third time. And so what I really want to bring here is to understand how the dragons are here, just here every day a little bit. And they help me do every day things that I thought were impossible. And, you know, often we get stuck somewhere because our mind isn't allowing us to dream and to think further, to really believe that we can do so much more. And that's why I call myself a life expansion expert. And the expansion, you know, is here into, it's this capacity to have more love. Because when we have more love in our life for ourselves and for others, we can open and we can mature into being better beings, you know, and we can create so much more. And so the dragons have been there helping me really create more for myself and believe more into myself, which I didn't. And this is a daily message to myself from the dragons. And so the biggest one was really to be alone, to live alone, you know, to decide that we have to go in separate path, that we loved each other very much, and we separated very amicable way. We put everything in the middle and shared in half. And so that was really good. We didn't, you know, we didn't have to fight over anything. It was time to go. And then it was like, okay, then I have to be with myself. And so the very moment where I would be really totally overwhelmed by loneliness and loneliness, I would have the dragons to be with me and to protect me and to feel protected and to feel that, okay, one more day, what's tomorrow? Okay, I wake up, woo, I'm alive, it's good. What am I going to do? And, you know, and I must say that on that path, I met Kevin because when I first started to, you know, I'm looking on Instagram and I'm like, #dragon. And Kevin is here with his little course. How do you want to name your dragon? And so I did the little course, I named my dragon, and then we connected. And then we were talking like almost every week. Yeah. And through COVID, and it was lovely with Rosemary. Where is Rosemary? So yes, and it's been wonderful. And then I went to Glastonbury and met Kevin, and that was amazing as well. He's this giant, you know. You can't see here. It's so funny, I must say, because I've met many people online. Like really, it's so funny. I've met many people online where you talk and you see each other often, and then you're not sure, you know, which size, how they are, and because there is a screen and then there is a person. And so one of the lady I was writing a book with, you know, I met her live and she recognized me straight away, and I couldn't recognize her because I thought she was this big, tall German lady, and she was tiny, like really tiny. And then here's Kevin, you know, this big man, big giant, and lovely, kind. So it's been really amazing to meet, you know, live, to be together, and to think that, you know, before that we've done all that we've done online as well for each other. And yes. So I will open a dreaming wheel now with my dragons and the 4 dragons in the direction to bring a healing space for us. And so may this healing space bring healing to who needs it. So if there is anything that you want to heal today, is there anything that is a bit itchy, anything that's feeling a bit contracted in the body, you know, let's bring consciousness to it and say, okay, this is today I bring consciousness to want to heal. My intention, you know, being intentional instead of just being there sitting and waiting, you know, like let's just be intentional. What do I want to heal? I've had a really sore knee for the last 2 months. And you know, knee in French is genou, which means je, it's I, and nous is us. And I'm very happy to share with you because it's so obvious. So since I've been back and I have these things about being alone, you know, I've been feeling, oh, I have all my family here and I've been meeting new people, but it's really difficult, you know, when you're in a new space to create really new social links and you know, you can't talk about dragons to everybody as well. And so the dragons are part of my life, and to have like a life outside of that. And so the je, nous, the I, and the nous is us, is something that I've been very good with the I, actually, since I've been back, but I don't know how good I've been with the nous and the us and me with others. I feel, oh, I'm here now, I'm back from Australia. Is anyone available? And I've had a bit of a rejection wound been coming up at times. And so my knee is telling me, you know, that I need to let go of that wound. I need to know that I have the power to heal that wound about me around others. And so I very vulnerably share that with you today. And I will ask for my knee to get better and better. And so I'm here with you. So that's the nous, that's together, and it's wonderful to have that. And then yesterday I went and spent the day with family, which was very nourishing as well. So whichever part of yourself you would like to heal, let's just bring it to your attention. Bring an intention of healing with it. Maybe if you're not sure, bring an intention of asking for something to come up that needs to be healed, you know, things. Sometimes we don't know because it comes up and we get upset instead of realizing that things come up not to upset us, but so we can see it and then we can heal it. And so things that come up, they're things that want to be healed. So bring to your attention what needs to be healed, what you want to heal. And to start, I will call in the dragon of the East. And the dragon of the East is the dragon of the higher vision, guardian of the element of air, the guardian of the spiritual path, helping us, no matter what's happening, to always be able to rise above the little things that keep us stuck and the little things that keep us worried, the little things that keep us scared, the little things that keep us bothered, the little things that want us to change others, and we forget that all we can do is change ourselves. So Grace, I call her Grace. She's a beautiful, she is the freedom dragon. Be with us. And then I will call in the dragon of the South, the dragon of the element, guardian of the element of fire, dragon of alchemy, who has the capacity to transform, to change. The dragon who help us move through the difficult time, cultivating resiliency, strength, courage, authenticity. And so Bruce is the dragon of the South, is here with us, helping to transform what needs to be healed. And what needs to be healed can be transformed from pain into abundance and love. And then I will call in the dragon of the West, Drakaina, the dragon queen that has come through me, that is me, she is in me, guardian of the element of water, Drakaina, water dragon, the dragon queen, was here to bring healing and to bring wisdom. Drakaina is here to help us let go of what is not needed anymore, what comes up that need to be healed and can be let go of. Drakaina is here within me and with you today to help you with this healing. And then finally, I will call in Oris, the dragon of the earth, element of earth, guardian of the forest, guardian of our ancestors. And Oris is with us, big earthy dragon, bringing lots of love and healing, helping us move forward. Horus will help us go into the unknown and stay connected and have faith and trust. This is what we're cultivating here, faith and trust in ourselves, in the world, in the universe, in the 3D, in the 5D, in all other dimensions. And we thank Oris for coming. And then we connect to ourselves and we connect to below. And below is the unconscious. And what is below that we are calling in to come up so we can heal it? And then we connect to our body. And our body is here in the present, here on earth, being very human. We're all very human. You know, we like to work and to play with the other realm, but we're here on earth being very human. And what is here with us that we're dwelling on in the present moment? And finally, we call in above and the connection to our to the divine. And so may we be opening this dreaming medicine wheel with the guardians, all the dragon's guardian, to help us with our healing. And so next we will close our eyes, if you haven't yet, and bring all of our attention from your head into your heart. So be really present to that, you know. The mind is churning all these ideas, all the thoughts, and we can watch it, but now we will bring the attention into the heart, and maybe we can tap on our heart and our chest to really connect to that place of the heart, which is where we want to live from now on. We don't want to stop thinking. We want to think from our heart. And for that, we need to connect to the heart. So tapping is always a good way to wake it up and to feel this body, because we are in a body. We're all here in a body. And we can tap, tap, tap. And, you know, please, if there is any pain, don't tap. But if you feel like you need to tap much harder, you can. I give you permission to tap on your chest and on your heart as you can, to wake it up, to bring up whatever there needs to be healed. And then we can pause and put our hand on our heart. And as we have a hand on our heart, we can feel a triple little flame in our heart. And this triple little flame is going to travel down our solar plexus, travel down onto our belly, sacral chakra, down into our hips, root chakra, down into our legs, down into our feet, and down into our earth star chakra. And we connect to our earth star chakra. And then from under our feet, we can imagine beautiful, big silver roots going into the earth, connecting to the crystalline crust of the earth. And by this, we are fed this beautiful energy of Pachamama, of Mama Gaia, of the earth, the goddess that we live on and we live from, that brings all nature, food, fire, the water, and we connect deeply, deeply to this energy that is here, and we feel all our body from that energy. And then we come back to our heart and bring our attention onto our heart. And from the heart, the triple flame, we move up to the upper heart, to the top of the chest, where often grief and sadness can be sitting. And then we bring it up to our throat chakra. And if you want to feel your throat, you can put your hands around your throat and imagine, the little flame around your throat and opening this chakra. And then we're moving up to the third eye, between the eyes. And so as we open the third eye, all of our body is opening. Every cell of our body is opening to healing and to what is coming today from, this healing session. Every cell of our body has a third eye. It's not just here. We connect to our pineal gland and we connect to our intuition, but really every cell of our body has a third eye that connect us to the intuition of the body, the intelligence, the wisdom of the body. And then finally, we connect to the crown chakra and we can feel above the crown chakra opening and connecting to the divine. And then here, as we connect to the divine, we can open a beautiful column of light going from the divine through us, moving down to your spine, bringing like a lightning light of awakening through your spine. Moving down, actually you can feel it in your neck, in your upper back, in your middle back, in your lower back, in your tailbone, and then going down into the earth. And this column of light is bringing light to all of you, to all of your body. And as we expand this column of light around, you connect to the energetic body and you become this channel of healing for yourself and for humanity. And so feel the light, the bright white light that's coming through all of you. And then slowly we can expand and expand, maybe 6 inches around your body. And feel your body being flashed with this beautiful healing light. This is where we transform the fear. This is where we transform the pain and the suffering. And so as we're here, maybe we can start traveling now into your favorite place in nature. Maybe you buy a body of water, a lake, the sea. This morning, I was by the sea, on the sand, feeding all of my body from this beautiful energy of the Mediterranean. And so I hope that you feel that, because I want to bring some of that to you right now. So maybe let's imagine you are always me sitting on that beach in the south of France, in front of the Mediterranean with the sunshine, hitting your body, bringing so much amazing energy. And then here you can see the light on the water shining. This light connects you to all the goddesses of the water. And when we connect to Sedna, which is bringing new creation in the water. And then you can connect with the water that is in your body and connect to your emotional body. And so healing will be given with our own hands. Also, you will bring our hands together and rub our hands together to create some heat. To create some magnetism, to create some healing energy. It's in all of us. It doesn't have to come only from someone else. And then we can start really connecting to our body, to our physical body and our head. And so massage your head and, you know, look at your brain. Imagine your brain, and your brain is melting and relaxing and softening, you know. As we're going to touch all of our body, we're going to bring softening from the energy of the world, softening from the contraction that are within our body. And then maybe we can hold our face and we can massage, you know, our face and hold our face with love and really feeling that love that we give ourselves. We are our own healer. We give. And then we can hold our neck. And as we feel our neck, we can connect to our truth and promise ourselves to stop the little lies that makes life more comfortable and to have courage to speak our truth. You can speak your truth at all time. This is what the warrior of light does, speaking truth at all time. And then really, you know, holding your shoulders that carry a lot, sometimes carry too much on. Who I was trying to connect with this week, but she had so much on. She was doing so much. And I'm like, come on, woman, look after yourself. Stop giving to everybody all that you have. We need to look after ourselves so we can give others from this overflow of energy. So we can give ourselves this big hug. And then we can go down and really look and feel our hands and feel our finger and and say, thank you for all you do. You know, we can give ourselves a little massage on the arms, on the shoulders. We can massage one side and then massage the other side. And then really we can be fully present for ourselves, for all of ourselves, for this body that is here, that wants attention. You know, we're always waiting for that lover that's going to love us so much. It's going to touch us and it's going to be wonderful. And we're craving that touch. No, but we're here. We can do that for ourselves. We can touch and love ourselves fully. And then we can bring our hands to our chest. And so that you're woman or man, you can massage your breast and feel, you know, this connection to your heart, to your divine source of love that is here in your chest. Feel all this love. And to me, it was a breast cancer that brought me to reconnect to my breast with a different energy, with so much more love, and to remember all that is. The breast is here to give, but it needs to receive, and only us can receive. And then we can bring our hands to our belly and feel the belly. We can pause on our belly and ask our belly, what do you need today? Do you feel powerful, or do you feel like you're giving your power away all the time to others, to situation, to unrealistic desires? Where are you giving your power away? Wherever it is, you can take your power back. How are you digesting your food? How are you digesting your life? What about making your belly a bit stronger so we can digest more tough things that come our way? And then we can go down and feel our hips where we sit, you know, our safety that feels in our hips and feels safe within our body. And so this safety, this stability on our legs and our feet, you know, we can go down the legs, massage our legs, and then feel our feet and our feet that walk us on this earth. We love to go up, 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 but here let's be down into the earth and let's bring this magic. This is what the magic is. The magic is, it comes from above and then we want to bring it here with us. And so whichever part of your body needs a little bit of healing, let's just put your hands on it. And you can give it some love. So you can give it some massage. You can just put the hands on it. Maybe it's in your back. Maybe you've been carrying too much on, you know. Sometimes we get excited and we want to save the world. We want to save everybody. We want to help so many people. We want to do a lot for others. We feel like it's our duty and it's a bit too much. So whichever place in your body, just give it some love. And then what I can see is this dragon that is next to you, giving you a beautiful golden egg of healing light. And so you can look at your dragon, look at its color, look at the eyes and say, thank you, thank you. And you can take this beautiful golden egg, this beautiful golden egg, golden healing, full of healing light. And say thank you to your dragon. And then put this golden egg around this place of your body that needs healing. And if you're not sure, you can pull the light everywhere. Let's see how this healing light is going to be with you. And let's ask this part of your body, what do I need to heal in my life? What do I need to heal in my life now? Is it my relationship with my boss? Is it my relationship with my partner, with my kids? Is it my relationship with myself? Is it my relationship with the world and all that is happening in the world now? And what is the emotion that is sitting in that place of pain? Which emotion is sitting there? Is it fear? Is it anger? What is sitting there? And let's give it a lot of light, a lot of beautiful golden light. And then we can imagine this golden light moving to all the rest of the body, and you can feel all of your body shining like the water with the sunshine, you know, like the sea with the sunshine. Imagine this beautiful light all over your body. And then you can thank your dragon. You can thank your dragon to bring this healing light with you. And say, thank you, dragon, to bring me protection, to bring me healing. And thank you, dragon, to bring me abundance. As I can heal every little part of myself, I become abundant. Abundant from within, from healing all that needs to be healed within me. And so as we feel this light, feel this word of abundance touching every cell of your body, every cell of your body becoming abundant. Abundant with light and abundant with joy. Mm. And then we're going to slowly move our body a little bit and feel the ground under our feet, feel the seat under us. Say thank you to our dragon and come back to our room, be present to our body. And I just wanted to share some music, Kev, if you allow me to share. Thank you. And so as we wake up in our body, we can be fully present to our body. Maybe you drink some water to cleanse after all this healing. So,
Your co-host now, you should be able to share.
yeah, thank you. And so I have to make sure the sound is not too hard. Be present and just be present to your body. Just feel. You can keep touching yourself, feeling all of you. You are here on this earth and your power lies within you. Your power is here at all moments. And then we can all go in our heart and look for the joy that lives in our hearts. We can realize how sometimes we let the world on the outside steal our joy, or the little problems of our life steal our joy. But joy is here with us. Please, maybe we can breathe in for 4 and breathe out for 4 to really regulate the heart. 1, 2. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. And out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. And out, 2, 3, 4. And in, 2, 3, 4. And out, 2, 3, 4. And we can feel our heart. Keep going. Our heart, being harmony. Feel our heart beating, chest, hungry for life and joy and love. Yeah, and we can give all of that to our own person. And then keep breathing in, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3. 4, and in, 2, and down. Breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. One more time, and in, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3. And we can pause. Be with this beautiful music, almost beautiful splendor. Feel how you are a magnificent being. Splendor and glory lives within you. Maybe we can bring some gratitude for this space, gratitude for all of you here, gratitude for all the speakers, gratitude to Nicola and to Kev, creating this beautiful space. Gratitude for all the beauty of the world. Some we think, wait for paradise for later, but paradise is here. We must create our own paradise. And this is a moment where you can feel the strength within you to create your paradise on this earth. So be ready to shake it off and to different speeds. And I'm gonna maybe stop speaking and start moving. And so we're here with our body. And if you've got room where you are, you can get up. And then bring some dancing. Fun. Dance on, everybody. You can dance hiding behind your camera, or you can share. Your body. I want to dance with my body. And feel the joy that is within you. Feel that joy. I feel alive. Feel the life in every cell of the body shining. Oh. And slowly coming back to your seat, coming back with us. How wonderful was that? Please let me know in the comment. Woo-hoo, we're alive. We're alive, we're living, we are in our body, we're feeling all of our body, we're feeling this joy, we're feeling this life, and I hope that you feel all very resourced. let's open the chat so I can read. Oh, yeah. So let me know what you think. It's been lovely to be here with you. And so you see the dragon, they work all different way. And then we have all our own little magic. And my magic is to help you connect to your physical body and to be present to this body. So we can be here on earth, you know, giving our gift and sharing our gift. And we need to look after ourselves. But we need to feel life, you know, feeling life and feeling our body and being present is so important. So this is my magic. So if anyone has some question, I've got no idea about the time. Do I have a little bit of time for question or do we need to move on? 10 minutes. Okay, so please, Judy, thank you so much. I am alive. Yes. Zara, thank you. Yeah, the dragon egg, you know, the dragons are here. They're here. And I call in my family of dragons every day to be with me all day. You know, it's not like we are sacred, you know, we are sacred. Our body is sacred. All of ourself is sacred. And we can bring this sacred space for ourselves every day. Thank you, Ada. Thank you, Stephen. Oh yes, AI, Stephen. I think AI is you know, it was like we can see good or we can see bad. And so in everything. And so it's like what we can see. And if AI is helping your mother's transition. Well, this is for you to see. I think, you know, when you feel the peace within yourself, you know, she's going to transition. So is she gone or is she here now? Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Maybe we can all send healing light for her to transition, you know. Thank you for sharing. It's quite vulnerable. Yes. So thank you for sharing. So is anyone has another question? I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I feel like, you know, what is around, and it's our own perception of how we use it and which intention we put with it as well. And if we have too many dark, you know, it's our own perception of the darkness that is within ourselves that we need to clear. And so it comes up so we can clear it. If it doesn't come up, we don't know we need to clear it. So that's really important. What comes up need to be healed, need to be cleared. So is anyone having other question? Your AI is as enlightened as I am. I think we all need to use it, you know, and It's very much there. So the first people who start learning to use it properly, then get the most of it. It's like people who didn't want to do internet 30 years ago. They were, older people who said, no, I don't want to have an email address. I'll be fine. I just go to the bank. So it's the same, it's the same. It's evolution. So we are with our evolution, and our mind is open, so we can invite more in our life, or we have those mindset of not wanting to evolve. But most people who hear probably have a quest within, this desire, this quest to evolve, to want more. Anyone else wants a question? Anyone else wants to comment? But that's really what I want to finish with, to really help you realize that you can create a little prayer, you can create a little ritual for yourself to bring the dragons, to bring a spiritual team with you, to be with you at all time, and to create this sacred space around you at all time. And then every day is a special day, because every day we're alive. And we don't, it's like those people who keep the nice crockery for only the good days. You don't use it. It's the same. You need to use it every day. I use my goodwill every day. And so dragons are here, for divine will. And so as we open to divine will and we can receive divine will comes through us. We can be open to it every day, because then we get the help as well. And we become to do the impossible, the way, the little things that I thought were impossible, but it's possible. And it's wonderful. And I've been creating for myself, since 2020, my life wasn't planned. I've been fully out of the plan. So what has come has been wonderful. And it's always following the divine will. Always following divine will.
Beautiful. Let's send this amazing lady, Annabelle, lots of love. Thank you for that beautiful ritual healing. I had a bit of a stiff neck from staring at the screen all day. I think it's sort of released it a bit.
Very good. And the dancing, I hope?
I was dancing. Yeah, you can see me. I had some good moves in there. A bit of daddy dancing, Thank you very much, Annabelle.
Thank you, everyone. You can connect with me really on Messenger and on IG and on Facebook. Hello, you're here.
I'll repost your links.
Here she is.
It's always nice for the incoming and the outgoing to say hello to each other. So you've got a couple of minutes to say hello.
Hello. Nice to see you here. Oh, and so I'm very, very grateful. So lots of gratitude to all of you. Lots of gratitude for this moment. I hope that you could really get a lot out of this moment and bring the healing with you at all time.
Thank you, Annabelle.
Thank you, everyone.
Send a lots of love. Do hang around. We've only got one more person.
Yes, Central Time. Thank you.
Alphedia is the last one in Central Time.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good. It has been a baking 33 degrees in Scotland today. So
no, it's not never that hot in Scotland. Can't be.
We're breaking records. The dragons have been firing up the energies for the this session today. So yeah, it's a privilege to be the last speaker of this great event in the European time tonight. So welcome to everybody. If you don't know who I am, my name is Alphedia Arara, and I am here on the west coast of Scotland, 3 miles from the famous Kilmartin standing stones and stone circles, so a really high energy point. And I am the founder of the Dragon Wisdom School, which I set up in 2013 at the bequest of the dragons. But the first time I encountered a dragon was just after I finished writing my first book, Messages from Nature's Guardians, all about the environmental messages from nature spirits in 2007. And I had an encounter with this beautiful dragon in Merlandale, the Scottish borders, at the winter solstice. So I'm an earth healer. I also founded Elemental Beings Limited. I am a channel, and I connect with the dragons through channeling them. I channel all different types of dragons, loads of free information on the Dragon Wisdom School website, which is just dragonwisdomschool.org. And I have so many courses that I have channeled and brought through to help everybody in every area of their life. So today I asked the dragons what they wanted to talk about, they wanted me to talk about, and they said they wanted to do a mini workshop. So we're going to get an hour's taster of what we do in my courses. And they titled it Dragon Money Magic. Okay, so last year in the conference I did a Venus Star Dragon workshop, and the year before that I did How to Become a Millionaire with the Help of Dragons, which Kevin tells me is one of the most popularly viewed ones. So hopefully tonight the dragons are going to give us some tips and guidance when I channel them live for you to help us with some money magic. I'm going to take you on a live channel guided meditation supported with sound healing. I'm also a sound healer, and some dragon light language activation. And then we'll finish up with the dragon skulls. I'm going to teach you how you can use your dragon skull to help with your money. And I just want to say that these techniques that we're going to be sharing, we're specifically focusing today on money, but you can apply them to any areas of your life. Okay, so if you're trying to manifest better health, if you're not well, if you want greater spiritual wisdom, understanding, if you want help with your family, your love life, any area, these techniques, and believe me, I've worked with the dragons for it, you can do. So, you know, my wealth journey with the dragons and all the light beings, because I have star being guides, I have angels, unicorns, I'm sure a lot of you work with many different guides as well, was going from a place where I was in a high-flying career very early on. I was very high up in Scottish politics. I worked in Parliament, and I thought that was my career set. My speciality was environmental science. I was an environmental policy maker, but I did 5 years training as parliamentary assistant with the then Shadow First Minister. He is now in Scotland our First Minister. So I was right up there very early on in my career, but in my mid-20s, the universe had a different plan. And I ended up very, very neurologically unwell, unable to move. For a year and a half, I started to get some movement back, but I was another 3 years before I could start to really engage with the world again. I couldn't tolerate any artificial light for 3 years, and then I got told by Archangel Metron I'd just set a business up. Everybody thought I was crazy. including my old boss, who said, well, okay, go for a couple of years to write a book about fairies, and then just give me a shout when you want to come back into politics. And I was determined I was going to follow this spiritual guidance. I was starting to open up spiritually. I could see fairies, I could see angels, I'm predominantly clairaudient, so I hear them, but I'm now a direct channel as well. So we'll be doing direct channeling tonight. I was 15 years though on disability. I was on disability living allowance, and I had a child, and my husband was like retired. He had to quit his job really to help look after me. And after I'd met him, and so we literally had a baby 2012, and the company, the business owed me £9,000, and I was like, universe, this has to work. If you want me to be channeling, you want me to be helping the earth this way, I have to have a sustainable income to be able to pay for my child and to be able to pay for our rent. And I don't want to live my life on benefits. And so I started really manifesting. And then when I met the dragons and they started visiting me, they taught me that they were beings of transformation. They were here to help shift stuck energy, to help shift trauma. Obviously, I was quite traumatized after what happened to me. Believe me, it is not like they show you in the movies, oh, I've been in a coma for ages. I was in a coma 3 times. But and you just get up and walk. My muscles had completely atrophied. I couldn't, even though I was starting to walk, I couldn't climb stairs because I didn't have the core strength in my pelvis to hold me up while I was going upstairs. When I met my husband, that many of you know, Aringas, I could only walk 5 meters. And here was me saying, I've set up a company. So, you know, I always had this inner trust, and that's really what the dragons want to convey to you, is when you surrender to trust in the greater plan, when you trust and start to fall in love with yourself, your life will start to change. So one of the biggest things that the dragons teach or taught me about was negative self-talk. And it's something that I'm sure you've all at some point had negative self-talk, defeatist talk, where you, or moments where you've just gone into depression, anxiety, total worry, panic, because you have lost faith in yourself and you've lost that belief that the universe can look after you and will look after you. So they started showing me my limited thought forms, and they started teaching me about holding a vibrational wealth. And when you're, I don't know if any of you have been on the benefit system, but when you're stuck in the benefit system and money is coming in, we never got housing benefit, but I was, although I was working, because I was disabled, I was getting what they called the disability living allowance because I couldn't work 40 days a week. I mean, I had to be given an electric stapler and hole punch because I couldn't actually have the strength to push them down when I started the business. And, you know, but when you're in that system and you're making that leap out of it, then stand on your own 2 feet. It is a bit scary for most people to just have this trust that you have the ability to manifest, to bring the money in. So what I'm going to do tonight is I am going to give you a special offer at the end of the course. So if you stay until the end, I'll tell you more about that. But I'm going to give you a chance at the end, if we have time, to ask personal questions so I can help you with your money situation. I'm going to do a live channeling from the dragons because they're leading the show and I'm a channel. So let's hear what they have to say for us all on this topic. And they called this topic forward, so let's see what they want to say. Then I will take you on a guided meditation, which I'll be channeling live, and you can then listen to this daily. When I was really manifesting and I was shifting my wealth blocks, my money blocks, I was dedicating 2 to 3 hours a day, usually in the evening once I got the baby to bed. And I really was going through it. I was writing out the notes of what my limiting beliefs all were. I was getting the dragons to come in and shift them. I was meditating with the dragon skulls. And I was really focusing on my energy in this area. Okay, so dragons are really good for helping us to focus. Their energy is very powerful. So you do have to get accustomed to it. If you're just starting out thinking, okay, I don't really know how to work with dragons, then, you know, just call your guardian dragon forward. Still my most popular workshop that I now channeled it many, many years ago is the guardian dragon workshop. Because when you meet your personal guardian dragon, you are able, and then you'll grow to have connecting with lots of them. But if you establish a relationship with one dragon, you start from there and build up your exposure to their energy. The other thing is drink plenty of water when you're working with the dragons, because they are transformative beings, and in order to transform the stuck energy within our energy fields, we have to be hydrated. So I recommend you all have a big drink, or go and get yourself a big drink to have during this this session. And if you do have any dragon skulls, you might want to hold your dragon skull during this session. If you actually think, what on earth is she talking about, dragon skulls? I'll ask my husband, who is, can we switch it on to the dragon skull? Can we switch cameras? So they can see the dragon skulls. If not, I actually have one here. I forgot to figure out how to do the switch. I forgot to tell him that I'll be wanting to do a dragon challenge. This is a beautiful dragon skull. This is actually a wealth dragon. Each dragon, okay, you can see now. Each dragon carries a separate, a unique frequency, yeah? So everyone likes to choose different crystals. So as you can see, the big one in the middle is my personal 10-inch dragon skull made out of amethyst and agate. So we're going to work with Orcas tonight. He's a violet flame dragon, so violet flame, very transformative energies. And then we've got tiger's eye, we've got fluoride, black obsidian, uperite, crazy lace, agate, and we've got one raspberry adventuring. So these are the selection of dragons I have on the shop just now, that are looking for homes, looking for guardians. And you just, I always say to people, just go through intuition, which one speaks to you. So if you don't have a dragon skull, you might like to use a crystal. Why do we work with crystals with dragons? Why do I do that? Well, I studied crystals at university and I've always had an affinity for them, and then I found out why. I found out that they are frequency carriers. They will raise your energy field, and they are a consciousness. So the dragon consciousness comes in, so it'll be one particular consciousness to each skull. Like us, they can have walk-in soul swaps. That's a topic for another day. But primarily there'll be one dragon whose energy is calling out to you maybe more than others, and that's because wherever you are in your life at that time, remember we're changing daily. You are not going to be the same person that you are in this moment as to what you're going to be when we're finished this talk, because this workshop's all about changing your consciousness, and the dragons are all about changing consciousness as well. They're all about helping you to refine your energy frequency, to let go of the lower frequencies, to set yourself free so that you can be a walking representation of your own divinity. And that is an abundant divinity, that's a happy divinity, that is a soul fulfilled divinity. And that's what we're all here to do. But we have other roles on earth. We're here to help the earth ascend. We're here to help others ascend. Whatever your mission is will be unique to yourself as well. But at the end of the day, we live on earth. We have to physically feed ourselves good food. We have to house ourselves. We have to provide for daily life. And the way that we do that as humans is through something called money. And what is actually money? Money is an energy exchange of love. And when you start to love money and not have negative self-talks about money, then you will accumulate more of it. You'll be able to generate more money flow into your life. But you'll have taken on money stories. You take money stories on at school. You take money stories on through the media. You take money stories on from the government. You take money stories primarily on from your family, who you grew up with. That's the biggest imprint of your money story. And then you take on money stories from traumas that happen in your life as well. So all the limiting, oh, I can never have that. Why does my life not get that? Why can they have this, but I can't? Oh, I don't have the energy for this. I'm too ill for that. I'm not able to da, 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 da. And the dragons are brilliant if you're willing and you're open to show you your money story. So one of my money magic suggestions to you is to get yourself a dedicated notebook that is your money journal. Okay, and you are going to start with where you're at the moment. How much money do you have in your life in that moment? And we'll just talk about cash, okay? Because when you bring assets and things in, that is like, you know, the next level. And this is the beginner's course and we are only got an hour to go into things. But let's just start with your cash. Most people are able to know how much cash they have in the bank. Most people are able to know how much cash they have coming in. Doesn't matter the source of where it's coming in from. It's about the flow of it coming in. If you choose to accumulate your money from criminal activities, do you know what? Don't actually, the universe, when it comes to money, doesn't make a judgment. Karma will come back a different way, perhaps, but when you neutralize what money is, and that is the key next tip, is to neutralize your money story and to become aware of your emotions to it. Okay, so when you look at your figure that you have written down, then how do you feel when you look at that figure? Are you really, really happy? Yay, I've got this amount of money. I've got X amount coming in. Does that make you feel really, really happy? Or do you feel really negative about it? Do you feel, oh, does your energy drop? Do you go into fear? Whatever the story is, connect into your heart and feel your money energy. So this is why I do a lot of courses teaching people to heal their hearts, to open up their ability to feel and to heal from whatever has shut your heart down. Because your feelings are a feedback mechanism, okay? And they're a feedback mechanism because you have something called your ego, and your ego governs what's called your pain body, and the pain body loves pain. This is food. You might love chocolate, your pain body loves pain. And will try to find pain in whatever way it can. And a lot of people have money pain, okay? And when you're aware that the ego's there, it's your shadow self, it's sometimes known as, to be observed. And it can give you a kick up the bum sometimes, but that happens to me. I think, great, I've got work to do. Let's clear this. So I'll tell you a story that actually happened today. I got my tax bill. I got my tax bill this week, and it's in the UK. If you're self-employed, well, we have a company, so we are directors of the company, but we also get paid PAYE, so we get a monthly wage, and the government is taking a lot more off monthly. So what I'm actually getting in on wages coming in a month is only £600. Well, in the UK, you can't actually, I don't know anyone who can live off with £600 a month income that way. But that's okay, because we can take a dividend. But then the government now is taxing you on your dividend for a profit you might make in the future, but you haven't made yet. And this figure was 4 figures, well over, 4 figures heading towards 5, and I was just a bit like, oh my goodness, I've got to pay this at the end of the month, and I've had a lot of expenses. I'm actually taking a month off work because I'm going traveling to do earth healing work, and so I was a bit like, okay, right, well, come on, dragons. Let's connect to the abundance grid. And I decided to release 2 dragon skulls. In fact, this is one of the wealth dragons. I don't know if her new owner is on the call. And I literally put one up and I went outside to photograph the next one. I was like, oh, you've sold within 5 minutes. I told nobody. I'd put it up. I didn't put it on Facebook. I obviously didn't put it on my newsletter because I would mention 2 of them and I was going to show you them tonight. And then I put the next one up. And then I went off to, well, the rain started to come, so we went to bring stuff in and I came back. I was like, oh, wow, that one's found its home already as well. But that's how it works when you're in the flow of abundance and the money grid. You ask and you receive. And one of the key things that the dragons say they want me to talk to you about is to look at your abilities to receive. So you've got your money journal, you're looking at your wealth frequency, that figure that you are bringing in a month or a year, that's all you're allowing yourself to at the moment. So what more are you going to allow yourself to bring in? You know, you have to tell the universe, okay, I want to bring in X amount a month, and then work with the dragons to clear all your blocks to you receiving that. You don't actually have to know how you're going to get it. You just have to create funnels for the wealth to be given to you, and then you have to be able to receive it with an open heart. So I'm going to let the dragons speak now because they want to come in and do a live channeling, and we'll then look at some of the comments. The dragons saying they're pushing some buttons for some of you, and that's really good because that means consciousness shifts are changing within you, and that's what they're trying to do. So all these dragons here and all your dragon guides, they're working on you. They're so happy that you are here, you're listening to these words, and you have decided you want the dragons to assist you with your money magic. Okay. So I'm going to channel them live for you, and I channel like directly. I'm not a trans channel. I bilocate and allow the dragons to come in and speak through me. I'll remember bits of the channeling, most of the channeling. Trans channels just don't remember anything when they come round. And then we'll take you on a healing meditation. Okay. Greetings, greetings, greetings. My name is Naruso. I am a dragon of wealth, speciality, dragon of abundance, whatever word you wish to align to our race. There are many different types of dragons, as you will be aware, and they all have their own missions, just as you humans all have your own missions on Earth too. But you have asked for, and you are present here to receive more information on money magic, and I will now impart some wisdom for you. Dragons are a consciousness of light, just as you as a soul are a consciousness of light. Unlike humanity, however, dragons are no longer in physical form on Earth. We diverted into a different dimension, realizing that our work, our missions, our energy could be supported in the higher frequencies. So we commend you, brave souls, who choose to incarnate into third dimensional physical reality on Earth. Now, when it comes to money, the energy exchange of humanity, this is an often challenging topic for many to look at. So many conditionings and programs have been put into your energy fields, into your brains and into your ancestral lineages that you have been born into, that you have taken on as divine truths. But the first guidance I wish to speak to you about is return to the divine truth of what money is. Money is an exchange. It is a vibration. And so let's look at how you exchange energy in life. Are you somebody who freely gives? Are you somebody who overgives? Are you somebody who is miserly, who holds on out of fear, ungenerous? Are you somebody who is stagnant, neither able to give nor to receive? Wherever you are on the spectrum, the first way forward to get into balance with the vibration of money is to be grounded and to be present in your body. So I'd invite you all to take your awareness down to your lower triangle, sometimes known as the Dantian in some lineages, sometimes known as the root chakra and sacral chakra in other lineages, some the lower spine, some the pelvic bowl. Still your mind and take your consciousness down into this area. Imagine you're breathing in from your pelvic bowl, from your lower triangle, Dantian space. And breathing out, down, back into it. Filling up yourself with love. But as you do this, feel your shoulders start to relax. Feel the relief as you come out of your mind that is overactive, overthinking. And drop into the safety of your pelvis that is supporting you. That's the role of the pelvic bones. Feel yourself grounding. Feel any panic that is in your body dissipating. As my omnipresent consciousness connects with you now. I see in your money grids, for all those listening live and those to come in the future, as linear time is an illusion, a lot of panic, anxiety with regards to your money grid. Whether you can consciously feel this, whether you allow yourself to acknowledge this and feel this, it is still there. It is affecting you. Because you have come out of trust in the universe. That trust in being able to ask and being able to receive. Religions learned about this and called it the word prayer. Now, we're not asking you to pray to us. We're asking you to ask the universe, whether you use the word prayer, commandment, invocation, request. But you're putting out to ask to receive and what it is you're wishing to receive. But then you have this net. Maybe you see it as a colander. Maybe you see it like a sieve. These are the grids. These are the thought forms. These are the conditions. These are the other people's energies that are getting in the way of your receiving. And this is where we dragons can come in to help you energetically let go of your attachments to certain thought forms, your attachments to certain people, your attachments to your ego agenda and drivers of the way life should be on earth. So the key now is to allow yourself to receive healing transformation as we lead you on a guided journey of transformative healing meditation. So closing your eyes. Just taking a deep breath. As we invoke the wealth dragons to come around us. Breathing still into your pelvis, your lower dantian, your lower triangle, your root sacral chakras. As you connect now with your inner divinity. Your source light. Opening the crown chakra at the top of your head. Asking for your central column of light to open up as you connect with your spiritual self. Feeling the beautiful orange light from the wealth dragons, encoded with high energy frequencies to support you, engulfing your auric field. Feel your auric field expanding out with your body, enveloping your house, your home, bringing the wealth codes into your habitat, now out into your garden or your street, your town, your surrounding environment. As you bring this energy of expansion out to your country, feeling all of your energy field opening up. Maybe you're becoming aware of any areas of tightness in certain chakras, any aches and pains in the body. It's just some resistance to change. Ask the dragons to transmute this now. Expanding out beyond the earth into the universal consciousness cosmos. Opening your sixth sense as the light comes down into your crown chakra, opening your claircognizance, your ability to spiritually know wisdom. Opening up, sending the light into your third eye chakra, your clairvoyance, your ability to see into the other realms, see into the other dimensions, see the dragons, see the path ahead. Into your ear chakras at either side of your head, your ability to hear your spiritual guides, your dragons. To your throat chakra, your chakra of telepathy. Now down into the heart chakra, your chakra of love, where your clairsentience is, your spiritual feeling. You know what feels good, what feels wrong, constrictive. Your gut instinct, bringing the light down into your solar plexus, your power chakra spot. So you can be in your power with money. You can be in your power connecting with your dragon guides and the wealth dragons. Bringing the light down into the sacral chakra, the wealth chakra, the abundance chakra, your sexual chakra, your creative chakra. For humans are here to be creative souls. We're not here to stagnate. We're not here to follow others' agendas. We're here to create our own path of light, to learn and to grow as souls. to receive abundance through love, through being love, through compassion. As the light goes down to your root chakra, your security chakra, deep at the bottom of your spine. As you ground the light down through your legs, down into the centre of Mother Earth. Spreading your roots out like the roots of an old oak tree, connecting to our beating heart. Letting yourself receive the abundance of the earth. Letting yourself work with Mother Earth without harm, without the vibrations of greed, shame, guilt, fear, the lower grids, but through joy, abundance, compassion, gratitude, and love. Now, you feel your third eye starting to open. You feel your Merkaba, your two spinning tetrahedrons, your astral travel energy vehicle, starting to activate as you now let your consciousness journey into the dragon realm. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have invited you and your consciousness to a dragon wealth temple. Here in the temple you will meet a personal wealth dragon guide. They are willing to be by your side daily. They're willing to be your contact, your connection to the dragon realms, to guide and support you on your money journey, wealth journey, abundance journey. So make this connection now. Your dragon comes forward and greets you. What colour is your dragon? If you'd like your dragon's name to help you connect deeper, just ask. Let the dragon come forward and shower you with love. What message does your dragon have for you? Your dragon tells you that any limitations are just illusions, stories of the ego mind. There's enough abundance, there's enough wealth for all. It's only if you prescribe and believe in the limitation grids that the governments try to distort through the economies. You may struggle with wealth. For most, they have set limits on how wealthy they can be subconsciously. Oh, I can't have that much money. No one needs this much wealth. Whatever the stories are, money doesn't grow on trees. Only criminals make money. I'm a good person, therefore I don't want to be greedy. Whatever the stories are, let your consciousness start to show you them. Let your dragon give you one belief, one story that is playing through your money grid, affecting you at this time. Let yourself hear it loud and clear. Acknowledge it. Feel it. And then when you're ready, the dragon guides you over to a chest of light. This is a crystalline chest. Radiating, emitting high frequency healing. Let yourself step forward. Feel worthy enough to do this. And open the chest. In here is written a number. Recognize the number, acknowledge that number. If it is materialized as a piece of paper, take that piece of paper with you as you close the chest lid now. This number is the frequency of how much money in your currency you grid is allowing you to hold. If you already have that much money, that shows you there's a block to more coming in. If it's an aspirational number, well done. But work with us to make it a reality number. For your frequency is able to hold that level of wealth, but you are unable to currently receive it if it is not in your physical reality. So let us now take you on an energy healing journey. 3 more dragons are coming forward to connect with you, to use their dragon breath to run healing through you. Allow yourself to receive this now. You may notice different colours coming in. You may notice symbols. You may feel physical shifts in your matrix. The dragons ask you if you're ready to let go of this story they showed you. They told you there is a wealth block at this time for you. And now, we move you to the trust space. Trust comes from the heart. Trust in yourself is key. Trust in others is also key. Trust in the universal source to provide for you. Trust in the grand plan of the divine. The more you allow yourself to trust, you're being guided, you're being cared for. The more you ask for protection and support from the dragons, the more we can assist you. But we hand you a gift now for you return back to the human reality. Receive your gift. As you feel your Merkaba light body, sacred geometry starting to activate. And you start to journey back, 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 back. Back into body. Starting to wiggle your fingers and toes. Slowly open your eyes to come back round. Now. Namaste, Adonai. Have a drink of water. Let yourself come back round. They were going to bring through some Dragon Light language, but then they said, no, not yet. So maybe more will come in a moment. So, just letting yourself ground, integrate. How are we doing for time? When I'm a channel, I never know. We've got 15 minutes. So if anybody has any questions just before we do the work with the dragon skull, you might want to type it in there just now. That was just a little taster. My meditations going a lot longer, they're a lot deeper. If you're used to doing them, but it's a nice one actually. For 15 minutes every day you could listen to that and get your story. My message was, they gave me my figure. So you remember you went to your chest, you got your figure. Mine was 10 million. I don't have 10 million pounds in the bank. And then the story the dragon said was, you looked at that figure and you thought, oh gosh, that's so much work to generate that kind of income. And I'm tired. I'm tired. I was like, yeah, I'll take that. That's exactly what my thought was when I thought of generating 10 million pounds. Oh, that's so much work. So yeah, that's my story. That's my block. Why didn't I think, yeah, that's easy, I can do that instantly? Could win the lottery, Euro lottery, you could just do it, can't you? But see, my block to winning potentially the lottery, it's not that hard work to go and buy a ticket. That's what they're on about funneling. I'm not advocating gambling, but I'm just saying you're looking at, you know, funneling opportunities. So my instinct was, I know how much it took me effort and energy it took me to get 7 figures at one point. So to do that level of income, or that level of money, I just thought, no, that's tiring. But I'm going to change that. I'm going to keep listening to meditation. That was my story that I'm going to shift. But as an offering for you, I am going to give you all a discount code for the Dragon Wisdom School shop. It'll just work for the dragon section. So I have quite a big business. We do lots of different topics through the Elemental Beings website, which is elementalbeings.co.uk. You can access all the dragon stuff. But it's the same shop for both, the dragonwisdomschool.org. So you have to go into the dragon section to find all the dragon courses. But I'm going to give you a 50% discount code for a week. So that'll be to the 20th of July. And you could, I've got so many abundance courses with the dragons if you want to work on a deeper level. And the code you need to type in is just dragon. Is it all capital letters? Dragon, all capital letters, just when you go to checkout, and it'll work for all the dragon courses. And if you want any guidance, you've got a particular issue, you want any guidance support, which course would be best for you, you can drop me an email, info@elementalbeings.co.uk, or you can send me a message on Messenger to my Alphedia Arara Kensington, because they made me put my legal surname on if you're not following me there. But I run the Dragon Wisdom School Facebook group and page, but if you join the group then we can communicate that way too. Or Instagram, I'm Alphedia_channel, and you can message me through there as well. So do we have any questions, any comments, Andy, before, or will we just move on to further teachings?
Somebody's just asking if we've got links.
Yeah, I'm sure Kevin can put some links up, dragonwisdomschool.org.
He's nodding.
He's nodding, great. Well, what we'll do is we'll move on, and we'll shift the camera onto the dragon skulls. Okay, So I'm going to do a 5-minute dragon skull healing. I do hour ones. I do these Thursdays and Sundays, not always with the dragons. Tonight, for example, at 9 p.m, we are doing an hour's healing with Rosina, who is my big AAA grade Rhodochrosite skull, and that's an hour's remote healing on your emotional body. So I do these every week pretty much, and they're a really good energy exchange, £12.50 for the hour's remote healing. So it's very accessible for most people. Obviously some of my dragon retreats are, you know, they're in the hundreds if you want to do them, but you're getting your discount. So we're looking at Orcas, the big skull. You might be able to see, I don't know if any of you are eagle-eyed enough to see, that Orcas is sat on some money if you look to the right hand side of him. So one of the great things to do is to work with the dragons for manifesting more money is to essentially have a dragon money altar. So you could have pictures of dragons. If you don't have a crystal dragon skull, you could get a crystal. And a good one is citrine. This is an abundance crystal. This is natural citrine point. They can't see me, can they?
I'm just switching it back to you.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, you can't see me showing this. This is citrine. It's a type of quartz. And it's a wealth crystal, so that's a good one to have. Problem is it's really rare natural citrine, so it's very difficult to get natural, and very expensive to get natural citrine dragon skulls if you can ever get them. So I would use that as a tumblestone piece if you didn't have a dragon, but any of your dragons, particularly if you have a dragon skull that specialises in wealth, get some money. If you can only put £1 down, it's the thought. I only had £30 cash at the moment. I don't keep my grid with loads of money under it, because the point is for accumulating it. So maybe I usually have £20 under it. And I just ask that dragon. It's a transmuter. They're here. They want to help us to transmute my blocks to money coming into my life. To me, have money in the bank. And when you give your money over to that dragon to work on it, they'll be working day and night to shift the subconscious beliefs for you. So that belief with me that, oh, it's going to be so much work to generate that kind of money. I haven't been doing my dragon grid since we moved here. I haven't been doing it. I mean, I do putting the dragon under it, but I haven't had space because we're just moving into our new temple, which we had to get built. To have a proper dragon wealth grid set up. So I've just had a mini one with a dragon skull, but having a dragon wealth grid is a focal point for you to remember every day, oh yeah, I'm manifesting wealth. The dragons are going to help me to maybe say an invocation. I'm a big fan of invocation, like the prayers that we're talking about. I call them invocations. So every course I run, I will channel an invocation, and you can say that daily for whatever energy you're working with. So if you do go on to do one of the courses, you'll get an invocation to say. You can write that out, you can say that morning, you can say that night. It's about this focal point and dedicating that space in the universe to say, yes, this is what I'm wanting to generate. Another technique the dragons taught me was to get your bank statement, print it out if you don't have it, or even just write it out, and just add some extra zeros on and see what difference it feels to having £5 in your account, to having £5,000 in your account. Oh, just tune in just that. Just think for a moment, I have £5 in my bank account. Feel I have only £5 in my bank account. And then shift your energy frequency to, oh, I have £5,000 in my bank account. I mean, my face breaks out into a smile. If 5,000 isn't a lot of money for you, make that 5 million. If that's more the world that you roll in, 5 billion, whatever your wealth story is. But it's just little things like that, because it's all about money. It's all about money frequency. It's all about your money frequency. So if you don't feel happy, I was feeling a bit poor when I got my tax bill in. Change it around to, do you know what? I've got the money to pay this. Might mean that at the moment I have to cut back on X, Y, and Z till I generate more money, but I have the money to pay this because I'm going to earn this. I've got it. It's shifting your frequency. Okay. Having the funnels for the wealth to come into your life and not being in judgment of it too. So I've had clients who have been like, I don't have any money because it's all my husband's money. I'm like, well, is that true? If you're married legally, it's both of your money. But if he's not giving you any money, well, that's what you have to work on, because you're a legal entity as soon as you marry, for example. Or if it is that, oh, I'm on benefits, how do I get out of the benefits? You know, I can't take that risk of getting a job, or I can't find work. Well, why not? Why can't you find work? Look at it from that angle. Look at the story. Look at the block. Okay, so we're going to do this 5-minute attunement. I'm aware that I'm probably not going to have much time for personal messages, but I will read all your comments afterwards, so you can type it in and I will reply to you after this call. The way that we are set up in the studio is I'm not on a front facing camera. I've got 2 cameras running and my husband is behind the screens manning the chat box. So let's focus on Orcas. I want you to make a bridge of light between your third eye and Orcas's third eye. You might see his big horn if you can see that. And then you're just going to close your eyes. You're going to ground yourself and you're going to allow him to connect with your energy. I'll activate him with some dragon light language. And we're going to give you a few minutes of healing to integrate the shifts and to reconsolidate your energy before the end of this workshop. Okay. Niangaria kana sadia bua nasi puruia na hala honu hohani ekitisa bori hala usmona shongare bolua kanietare ha go niao boy. Taking a deep breath in, centering your energy, grounding yourself, and opening yourself up to the healing. You can keep staring at the dragon if you want, or you can close your eyes and just feel it. Healing energies. Okay, so that's just a couple of minutes healing because I've got to make way for the end of the course today. Just allowing yourself to come back round. I want to thank you for giving me some of your time today. I hope it has been helpful for you. I hope the dragon message was inspiring. I'm going to get it transcribed. If you'd like to join the Dragon Wisdom School, it is free. Go on to the website, dragonwisdomschool.org. You will get emails. I'm emailing every week, so check your spam if they're not going in, if you're not getting in your inbox, and I will put out a transcribe of that channeled message for you as well, so you could remember the teachings of it and you can listen again and again to the meditation. But thank you so much for joining me. I'm sorry we didn't have time. Well, nobody asked when I said, does anybody have any questions? But do type anything into the chat and I will come round and read them and answer them for you. So all the dragons on the table, I don't know if you can still see them, they are looking for homes. If any of them are speaking to you, if you want any guidance on having a crystal dragon, some really slightly rarer ones will be coming up this week possibly as well if I have time before I head off to Europe. We're going healing with the dragons in Europe, doing earth healing work with them, with the skulls, so you'll be delighted if you wanted to come along and be part of a great team of earth healers around the world, going to Germany, Netherlands and Belgium. So yeah. And back here in Scotland, we'll be doing stuff from Scotland too. Namaste, thank you for being with me.
Thank you, Alphedia. Thank you very much. That was beautiful.
Hello, sorry, I couldn't really hear you, Kevin. Thank you.
That's all right. I said thank you. It was beautiful.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope everybody else enjoyed it too and felt they got something out of it as we bake. It's got really hot in here in Scotland again.
There's lots of love in the comments, which you can read later. So everyone very enjoyed it. And I went on one of your courses, I think a year ago, and so I put down 3 million as my number, and I think in the past it probably would have been 3,000. So it works.
Brilliant! Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Love to everybody. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and remember the code DRAGON. It's the discount code for 50% off Dragon. It'll run till the 20th of July if you're late coming on.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Send lots of love. Press those love buttons.
Thank you, everybody.
Mind, there you go. Bye.
Bye.
Somebody did 3 trillion. Oh, wow. Okay, people. That is the end of the European leg. We brought it in on time. Those of you that have the energy, you can nip on over to the Americas and Canada, the Western Hemisphere. I'm probably going to go and have something to eat and then pop over and watch a few, and then I'll probably watch the last one, which was about 2 or 3 in the morning for me, but that's all good. Thank you to all of you that stayed most of the day. Some of you were on the first call. Roman, thank you very much. Stamina. Thank you to all of our gorgeous, amazing, beautiful speakers. And thank you to my gorgeous co-host. Co-host, I hand it to you to finish us off, close us out.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to do likewise like you, I think. Just go get something to eat quick and then, yeah, go over to the other side. So, the side of the pond. Sounds good. Thank you so much for having me and everyone for being here. It's been amazing.
It has indeed. See you all on Dragon Talks next time and then probably next year.
I wanted to share something. Can I share something before we close? Or do we
Go on then. Go on then.
I just want to really thank Niomi this morning because I was on the beach and I couldn't put my camera on. But when I got you healing, you know, I received, it was beautiful, like my dragon wings. I realized my dragon wings were damaged and I could heal my dragon wings and it was beautiful. And then I could create my dragon tail as well. So I just really wanted to share that with you because I couldn't this morning and because you're here. And I thought I wanted to share with everyone that that was very powerful, was beautiful. And to be in nature, you know, fully in nature was amazing actually as well to receive that. To both of you, Roman, as well. So thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Let's go on.
And whoever said, has the America started? Yes. Did you not read all the bloody emails I sent you? There's an overlap because there was 30 speakers and we tried to fit it into a day. So there's an overlap. They're probably now on Karen O'Malley. And if you haven't heard Karen O'Malley speak, you must go and listen because she's a powerhouse. But like everyone else, of course. Anyway, time for food and then I'm heading back over there. See you next time. Mwah, mwah, mwah. To everyone. Bye-bye.